California, Leader McCarthy.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Mr. Brady for his work. Mr. Speaker, we are minutes away from voting on a $5 trillion, more than 2,000-page bill. The House is not in order, Mr. Speaker.
Suspend. Gentleman's recognized.
A bill that the White House Chief of Staff recently bragged is twice as big in real dollars as the New Deal was. Mr. Speaker, I just listened to Congressman Neal to build up the institutions. I've heard that in a lot of different countries that are a different philosophy than America. Let that sink in for 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Gentleman will suspend. Gentleman's recognized.
Let that sink in. More than 2,000 pages, $5 trillion, twice as big in real dollars as the New Deal was. Let me be clear. Never in American history has so much been spent at one time. At one time. Never in American history will so many taxes be raised and so much borrowing be needed to pay for all this reckless spending. I listened to my friend Steny Hoyer earlier. He started his speech by stating this date, because this is the date he's going to tell his children's children where he spent all that money. Every page of all this new Washington spending will be paid for or borrowed from you, the American hardworking taxpayer. Every page of this new Washington spending supports more waste, more fraud, more abuse, and more corruption. And every page of this new Washington spending shows just how irresponsible and out of touch the Democrats are to the challenges that America faces today. Nowhere in 2,000 pages and $5 trillion in spending are measures for more efficiency, better results, or just genuine accountability. This is the single most reckless and irresponsible spending bill in our nation's history.
Amen. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Suspend.
It's all right, I got all night. Some of its effects will be quickly felt, others not for a few years. But I guarantee you that no matter the time frame, all the new Washington spending in this bill is only the beginning of disaster being thrust upon us. This year, Washington has reached the highest level of sustained federal spending since World War II. That's this Congress' history. It took 4 years and $4.1 trillion to win World War II in dollar terms. It was the most expensive war in history. By contrast, in the fiscal year we just finished, Washington, under one-party rule, has spent $6.8 trillion. And that's on top of the trillions of dollars Congress spent the year before in the heart of the pandemic to offer relief to struggling Americans. Today, House Democrats want to pass more wasteful, unnecessary spending by Washington. The American people obviously know this bill won't cost $0. Mr. Speaker, I wonder why people waited for the CBO score. If it said it cost more but still want to vote for it. The CBO score says in 5 years it's going to cost $800 billion. In 10, more than 357. That's what your children's children will have to pay. And they'll mark this day that it happened. We know it means more crushing debt for the 330 million Americans and generations to come. The Democrats are showing once again that they are not focused on the financial health and well-being of the citizens of our economy. Instead, Democrats are focused on themselves, their lobbyists, and their special interest group. If I sound angry, I am.
Gentleman's recognized.
I don't think the generations will laugh at the spending of what you do tonight. I don't think they'll laugh about the continuing inflation you will create. I don't think they'll laugh about $1 going to support or defend the border. I do not think they'll laugh at the benefit that China will get from this bill. It is clear to us that this bill is wrong on the merits, and they have responded with a single word the American public have said: enough. Enough with Washington waste, enough with fraud, Washington abuse, and Washington corruption. Enough with higher taxes, higher prices, and higher borrowing. Simply enough. Today, millions of Americans are struggling with higher energy costs, higher grocery prices, and higher crime. This isn't politics, as the Democrats claim. This is real life in America today under one-party rule in 1 year. When our country doesn't have the resources or won't commit them to fund the basic needs of our citizen, like basic human security, nothing else matters. And yet at this very moment, the Democrats are preparing to go on yet another unnecessary spending binge. Then in a couple weeks, they'll have the audacity to ask Congress to raise the debt limit, to borrow more on the overspending. I look forward to that debate as well. My colleagues on the other side often say that what Washington borrows and spends doesn't matter, that the lessons of history don't apply here. They also said the bill wouldn't cost money. Those Democrats are wrong, plain and simple. Spending your money that we do not have on programs you do not want is not the solution. In fact, it's the problem with Washington. And it's getting worse every single day one-party rule is in this city. So many Democrats refuse to fund our police. So many Democrats refuse to fund genuine security at our borders. They only want to spend your tax dollars on programs that benefit them politically. As the leader of the Republicans in the House, I say on behalf of the tens of millions of citizens we proudly represent, enough already. My principle is simple. Don't spend what you don't have, and certainly on what you don't want and need. And my fellow Americans, we don't have trillions of dollars to spend on programs that will never go away. The American people understand what this out-of-control spending will do, because they felt it from your very first bill you passed. You created inflation. But the first thing that was said, it's just temporary. Our own president said he doesn't know of any economist that's worried about inflation. Go to the grocery store. Just stand in line at your gas station. Just talk to one of your constituents. They'll tell you, because they feel it every single day. The American people understand what will happen. They understand because they live it in their own lives responsibly, because they set priorities, and because they live within their means. If they do it every day, why can't Washington? Why can't Washington ever say no? Many of you said you were going to say no. You couldn't vote for it until you got the CBO score because you wanted to hold them accountable that it couldn't cost money. You got the CBO score. It cost $800 billion in the first 5 years. What are you going to say to your constituents when they ask you that question of why you held it up? Why did you want the paper then? Why did you want to know? Math is hard, I guess. But make no mistake, overspending is just the start of how this bill is so completely out of touch with the needs of our people. Its destructive policies should also alarm every single American. I think we should talk about that, since we debated all during the day, but a new bill came tonight. But you let us have 20 minutes, 10 minutes on each side to further that debate. Much of that was to pat yourselves on the back. In my remarks, I'll go through each of these provisions in more detail. But first, let me tell you why I oppose this bill. It will crush American industries. It will destroy countless American jobs, more than have already been shut down while you destroyed American energy independence and rely on OPEC. And as the price of gas goes higher, I hear from the White House, that might be a good thing. Mr. Speaker, you're from my home state. We're both from California. $4.50 is the average. You and I drive past those gas stations. We see them even higher than $5. You know who that hurts the most? The hardest working Americans. That was driven by much of the policies from this administration. You know, I heard my good friend, Steny Hoyer, and he is my friend, and we disagree. But we disagree respectfully. And there's something I disagree that you said earlier, Steny. You said we can't go back to where we were before the pandemic. I want to go back when we didn't have inflation. I want to go back when the border was secure. I want to go back when I didn't pay $4.50 for gas. I want to go back to where people were employed. I want to go back to when we didn't have Americans held hostage in Afghanistan. I want to go back to when we were respected around the world. I want to go back to when we didn't have North Korea testing nuclear weapons. I want to go back to when China wasn't flying over Taiwan every day and threatening and rattling. And when China would not offend us on our own soil. I want to go back to when Russia didn't have thousands of their troops along the Ukraine border. Yeah, I want to go back. Because if we go forward with this bill, we won't have the resources for the things we need. I want to go back to when we didn't catch those on the terrorist watch list coming across our border. Yeah, I think if you simply read the polls, America wants to go back. If you listened to last 2 Tuesdays ago, I think they said they want to go forward, but back to what they knew, the policies that worked. You know, history sometimes repeats itself. I wasn't here 33 years. I don't know if I was old enough 33 years ago to run. But I was here in 2010. I watched the wake-up call in Virginia and New Jersey, and I watched this exact same speaker 4 days later walk the Democratic members right down here and pass Obamacare and lose 63 seats. I wondered why she wouldn't wake up to what the American people said. He just got a bigger wake-up call in Virginia, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Minneapolis, where this body of the majority championed defunding the police. They said no. In Seattle, yes, I say Seattle, they had elected a Republican and the city attorney that believes in law and order. New Jersey, we got good news and bad news out of New Jersey. I hope you listened to the good news. Did you hear about a guy who's never run before? He was just a truck driver. He's a Republican. He spent less than $200, and he defeated the second most powerful politician that happened to be a Democrat in the Senate, the president of the Senate. That's the good news. You want to know what the bad news is? In this new Biden administration, we just lost another truck driver. I thought that was pretty good.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Its destructive policies need to alarm you all. It would pave a glide path for China while placing a devastating weight on American companies. It will hammer American workers and American families and bruising inflation. You know, it wasn't just Republicans who warned you about those $2 trillion you spent earlier in your one-party control. We warned you it'd be inflation. It wasn't just us. Summers, who worked for Clinton and Obama, he warned you. But you felt you had to go forward. You felt it was good for the American public to pay more. And it will infringe on our fundamental American rights and liberties. Here are some of the worst provisions. First, this bill massively raises prices on all products made and manufactured in the United States. It's placing a massive burden on American workers and consumers at the very moment we are under attack by Chinese Communist Party and the companies they support. My friend's sitting in the speaker chair right now. His district is in California just like mine. We see those hundreds of tankers sitting off our coast. One-party rule created a supply chain problem. One-party rule is going to empower China to even have more of those tankers. Because you're benefiting China over American workers. You're pushing American companies away from America. But I guess you did that in their energy as well. You'll just ask OPEC to produce more, and you'll ask China to produce more. This Made in America tax will send our jobs overseas, send the rest of our supply chain to China, and make us dependent on foreign producers, foreign countries, and foreign dictators. And every single American will pay for it every single day in every single purchase they make. Americans don't want to be punished. American employers and American job creators, but that's exactly what will happen with this vote. That alone is a reason enough to defeat the bill. Second, this bill provides amnesty for millions of illegal immigrants and visa overstays. It provides this massive grant of amnesty in the middle of the worst border crisis our country has ever seen. Indeed, the worst border crisis in recorded history, period. I know President Biden has been in office for more than 40 years. And I know he drove by El Paso one time in those years. But now is the moment he should go. He should see what the policies in a one-party rule in this nation's capital has created. He should see it's not just those coming across the border. They're not coming just from Central America. We catch people on the terrorist watch list from Yemen and others. Ask yourself this. Why, if somebody's on the terrorist watch list from faraway land, why would they want to come to America? Who are they talking to? What do they have planned? It's not just people. It's fentanyl. Fentanyl is killing Americans. More so than any other place. Where does it come from? China. Through Mexico and across the border. And many of these same Democrats who support amnesty also support giving illegal immigrant families near $500,000 each. If they're successful, $1 billion of hardworking taxpayer American money will be given to illegal immigrants. At the same time they have to pay more in taxes, they got to pay more for milk, more for gas. The answer from the White House, expect less for Christmas. I remember back in the late 70s, 1980, we had a president in office. I was in the 6th grade. He put a sweater on and told us to turn our heater down, and the best days of America were behind us. It's interesting. Some of that same language and same ideas seem to be coming from this White House. This is just outrageous. By comparison, if an American service member is killed defending this country, his or her family gets less than a $400,000 insurance payment. Those 13 Gold Star families that were killed by a suicide bomber when Bagram was shut down before Americans were out, the prison was released. They killed 13 American men and women service members. They didn't get $450,000. But you're going to give more. This alone is reason enough to defeat the bill. How can you look at your constituents in the eye? With one-party rule, in 1 year, you created inflation we haven't seen in 31 years. You made gas price higher than it's been in 7. You're passing a bill that gives amnesty to illegals. You're going to reward people that came here illegally with $450,000 from hardworking taxpayer Americans. But for those who died of those 13 Gold Star families, only get $400. You're charging more than $5 trillion in this bill. More than 2,000 pages. Enough. You're empowering China to be even stronger. This bill spends billions of dollars to hire 87,000 IRS agents. You're hiring 87,000 IRS agents, but you're not hiring one new person to protect the border. And what is the job of the IRS agents? They're going after Americans. And what Americans are they going after? Any one of you that spends $28 in one single day. If you go to Starbucks, if you simply put 3 gallons of gas in your car, and you go through a drive-thru, maybe you get a $1 meal at McDonald's. IRS is coming for you. You're proud of that fact. That's what you held the CBO up for. How much money can we get from Americans by auditing them? You know what you just provided? Who you're auditing? You're auditing 1.2 million more Americans. You're bringing this bill on the premise that you don't trust Americans. And you know what Americans you're going after? 1/2 of those 1.2 million are people who earn $75,000 or less. That's what you're trying to pay this bill from. House is not in order, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know where 25% of those 1.2 million audits are going? To Americans who earned less than $25,000. Sometimes math is hard, Mr. Speaker. It will double the size of the most intrusive bureaucracy. So when you tell your children's children what you spent their money on, or you talk and you listen to the speeches tonight, Mr. Speaker, and you listened to the chairman of Ways and Means, where he was proud of the fact that he was going to build up these agencies. He's building up the IRS to go after every American who spends $28 a day. Mr. Speaker, that is not what America asked for. Make no mistake, under this provision, Every single American is a target. In the eyes of the IRS, you're guilty until proven innocent. That alone is enough to defeat this bill. This bill imposes a tax to heat your home and puts American gas prices in the hands of OPEC. Mr. Speaker, I remember back when Jimmy Carter was president. I wanted to go visit my grandmother down in Southern California. I asked my mom and dad if we could go. House is not in order, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen to suspend. Gentleman from California is recognized.
This is the same president, Mr. Speaker, that had put a sweater on and told me to turn the heater down. That as Americans, we're supposed to expect less. I can look anywhere I want, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot believe the amount of control one-party rule wants. They now want to dictate to a member of the floor of where I can look? Are you afraid of the basis of the information in the bill? Sir, I'm gladly to look at you, Mr. Speaker. There's a difference between addressing and looking. I know one-party rule wants to control every element of our lives. Mr. Speaker, this president put into effect that you could only get gas on the even days when your license plate ended that way. So no, I couldn't go see my grandmother that weekend. I wonder how many people in this winter may not make it through because they can't pay the price of their heating bill. Mr. Speaker, I know you wouldn't want that to happen. But maybe we could ask OPEC to produce a little more. Mr. Speaker, did you know that American natural gas is 42% cleaner than Russian natural gas? Mr. Speaker, they're importing Russian natural gas into America. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, our administration is allowing Putin to have a pipeline, but not America. You know who works on American pipelines? American workers. You know what they do with their money? They buy a home. They send the kids to school. They buy trucks. They buy cars. They stay in hotels. They eat out at night. But to that more than 1 million people who lost their job after President Biden was sworn in because he shut down a pipeline that would make America independent, but allowed Putin to produce more. That's going to make prices higher this winter. In other words, every moment you heat your home in the winter or cool it in the summer, you will pay more. And every time you start your car, you will pay more. That alone is reason enough to defeat the bill. This bill will make the labor crisis worse by fundamentally transforming the child tax credit into welfare without any work requirement, placing small business owners into direct competition with the federal government's unlimited printing press. This alone is reason enough to defeat the bill. Mr. Speaker, did we not learn that if we paid people more to stay home and not to go to work, that's what would happen? We learned that this year, did we not? Mr. Speaker, small businesses are hard. I started my first small business when I was 20 years old. There's 3 lessons I learned. I was the first to work, I was the last to leave, and I was last to be paid. I don't know if I could start that business again. And as the prices rose on everything, Mr. Speaker, the White House told us that's probably a good thing. Mr. Speaker, I even heard from MSNBC. It was good you had to pay more. People should. I don't know. They're going to have to pay more as they get audited. This bill abandons the long-standing bipartisan Hyde Amendment. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of people who've been in this chamber for quite some time. Mr. Speaker, I heard the chairman of the Ways and Means say he's been here more than 30 years. How many times has he voted for that Hyde Amendment? I don't know what changed this year. Maybe it was one-party rule. They're now allowing taxpayer-funded abortion on demand and violating the rights of the conscience of millions of Americans. This alone is enough reason to defeat this bill. This bill dictates our children's education standards, giving Washington the final say in what our children learn. Parents should make that decision, not government bureaucrats. I don't know if you dictate in this bill where children can look like you try to on this floor, but Mr. Speaker, I don't think that would be right either. Mr. Speaker, I listened to a prominent Democrat run for the office of governor again of Virginia, where he said parents should not have a right in their children's education. It doesn't matter whether you're Republican, Democrat, wealthy, poor, or the color of your skin. The moment you have that child, you will do anything. It's no longer what you become. It's what opportunities your children will have. It's not a place government should dictate. This nationalized, Washington-centered education will take away parents' choice of local control for parents across the country instead of supporting and empowering. Mr. Speaker, remember when I talked about Terry McAuliffe, of what he said. This takes it a giant leap further by putting the federal government in full control of every education. I'm not sure if that's what the chairman of Ways and Means was meaning, why we should build up more bureaucracy, but it seems to fit in this bill. That alone is reason enough to defeat the bill. Mr. Speaker, from bank surveillance to bailouts, this bill takes the problems President Biden and Democrats have already created and makes them much, much worse. It's no secret that this bill is too extreme, too costly, and too liberal for the United States. My colleagues here in the House and in the Senate know it. And staunch liberals in the press know it as well. Just a few weeks ago, Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger said, "Nobody elected Joe Biden to be FDR." This even spins more than FDR, while he was fighting a world war. Senator Manchin echoed that sentiment. This is not a center-left or a left country. We are a center, if anything, a little center-right. That being shown, and we ought to be able to recognize that. The New York Times editorial board, they even went further. I'm not a big fan of the New York Times. You know, I read a headline yesterday. Mr. Speaker, you know what it said? It was talking about your party. It said after the last Tuesday election, Democrats should not panic. Don't panic. Because they think it's already over. This bill is going to seal the deal. The New York Times, in a blistering editorial, said, "The Democratic Party has become distracted from crucial issues like the economy, inflation, ending the coronavirus pandemic, and restoring normalcy in schools." That's a quote, Mr. Speaker. That's the New York Times. The Times went on to describe this bill not as a solution, but as part of a sharp leftward push in the party, which, as they point out, most Americans don't want nor need. But despite these overwhelming warnings from moderates in their party, from liberals in the press, and from the American people at the polls, House Democrats are plugging their ears. Mr. Speaker, even if somebody looks at them and tells them what's in the bill, they want you to look away. Why? Why wouldn't they be proud of it? The Democrats aren't just ignoring what's going on, it's worse. They are even They aren't even pretending to listen. Don't take my word for it. Listen to what a member of your own party, Congresswoman Spanberger, said recently. We're not willing to say, yeah, inflation is a problem, and supply chain is a problem, and we don't have enough workers in our workforce. We gloss over it. Clearly, the challenges Americans are waking up to every day are not concerns, Mr. Speaker, of the Democrats. And that is the fundamental difference between Democrats and Republicans. House Democrats are focused on securing the Speaker's legacy. House Republicans are focused on solving the labor crisis. Mr. Speaker, House is not in order, Mr. Speaker. House is not in order, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Democrats are focused on mandates. House Republicans are focused on more freedom. House Democrats are focused on so-called equality. House Republicans are focused on quality education. House Democrats are focused on payoffs for illegal immigrants. House Republicans are focused on protecting the border. And House Democrats are focused on the Green New Deal. House Republicans are focused on lowering gas prices. When you look at those differences, it's no wonder the American people want new leadership. Mr. Speaker, the Democrats have no clue about the damage they've done to America with one party, with one rule, in 1 year. But if the Democrats won't listen to our fellow citizens, they'll have to listen here. Before I describe in greater detail the contents of this bill, let's take a step back and understand how we got into this mess. Mr. Speaker, we want to explain it to our children's children. When President Biden walked into the Oval Office on January 20th, 2021, he was handed every single ingredient he needed for unprecedented success.
Mr. Speaker, House not in order.
Gentlemen will suspend.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen will suspend. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure, but I know Speaker Pelosi likes to remove people from committee if they don't reach the higher standards. I would be worried with the much interruptions that something may happen to somebody. So, Mr. Speaker, it's just, I'm worried for him. All President Biden had to do was nothing. Just think about where we would be today if he had done nothing. Our economy would be booming. Our supply chain would be intact. Our nation would be energy independent. Our children would be free from burdensome mandates. Our borders would be completely secure without those on the terrorist watch list coming across. Our dollar would be sound with no inflation. Our enemies would be on notice, not on the advance. But what happened instead? The last 10 months have been the most radical, the most extreme, and the most incompetent 10 months in American history. Mr. Speaker, it's one-party rule in 1 year that created all this. From their first day in office, the Biden administration has waged war on American workers, American values, American borders, American energy, and worst of all, American families. Mr. Speaker, I'll wait. We have never seen anything like this before. Biden terminated every successful immigration policy put into place by President Trump, triggering the largest wave of illegal immigration in of all history. Mr. Speaker, I know he put the Vice President in charge. Biden shut down the production of American energy and closed down American pipelines, surrendering the energy independence that was achieved during the Trump administration. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you can remember back 10 months ago what the price of gas was, but I know every American can. When we were energy independent, it was a time when price was low. Today, the new Biden administration is making us reliant on foreign producers once again. He is literally begging OPEC to produce the energy that we could easily produce right here on our own shores. President Biden spent trillions of dollars on left-wing social engineering and printed money we did not have for projects we did not lead, leading to massive runaway inflation. Mr. Speaker, Larry Summers warned the nation about this in February. Mr. Speaker, in June or July, on a CNN town hall meeting, the President said he wasn't worried about inflation. Mr. Speaker, President Biden launched a campaign to dramatically raise taxes and regulations on our workers and manufacturers, destroying the amazing record of economic growth and job creation he inherited. Mr. Speaker, President Biden paid workers not to work and fired workers who were working because they wouldn't comply with his COVID mandates. These were the same people that were heroes a year before when we didn't have one-party rule. These were the same people who showed up to care for us and risked their lives. This supply chain crisis was dramatically worsened by the return to the failed tax, regulatory, trade, and foreign policies of the past. Mr. Speaker, and Biden used the FBI to target parents as domestic terrorists. Can you imagine that? To use your own FBI to go after parents, calling them domestic terrorists, without any evidence, simply in aiming to silence their First Amendment rights. A whistleblower just confirmed it. The president's rhetoric is dividing and inflaming us, rather than uniting us like he promised to do. And when his administration missteps, and it does often, Biden will blame the military, our allies, the vice president, Congress, ordinary Americans, anyone but himself. That's not what leaders do. That's not what leaders do. Leaders take responsibility and then take action. As elected leaders, it's our job to take action that makes life better for all Americans. That's badly needed today, Mr. Speaker. But President Joe Biden and Democrats in Congress have failed at the basic duty. Let's look at how. President Biden has defaulted to a failed economic agenda of the past. This administration is plainly incompetent and is growing the government at the American people's expense. Americans are paying more for things they need today than they can afford. The latest CPI report is stunning news. Mr. Speaker, Consumer Price Index soared 6.2% in the last year under one-party rule in Washington, and almost 1% in October alone. It's the fastest pace in 30 years. You know what the common denominator is? One-party year, one-party rule for 1 year. Last week's inflation results undercut the idea that inflation is temporary or transitory. If you look under the hood, the numbers suggest that higher prices are not only being passed on to consumers, they're becoming the new normal. Even the politicians responsible for inflation now concede Americans will continue to live with it for at least another year. Make no mistake, inflation is becoming implanted in our economy. Too much money is chasing too few of goods. It all started with one-party rule from 1 year in Washington. You first started with $2 trillion, now it's $5 trillion. Americans are also witnessing shortages and supply chain problems too. Again, put politics aside and just look at the numbers. They're jaw-dropping. Americans are paying $20 or $30 more on groceries per week. Thanksgiving is coming. A time Americans gather together with family and friends. I'll guarantee you what they'll talk about around that table. This is the most expensive Thanksgiving they've ever had. I know those in Virginia and New Jersey. They realize what one-party rule in 1 year can do. Americans are paying more for gasoline, the highest price in 7 years. Mr. Speaker, that was the last time President Biden was down in the White House. To get to and from work, to drive their kids to school, or bring their elderly parents to a doctor's appointment. Americans are paying more for the materials their businesses need to operate, which means higher prices for consumers and less opportunity for wage increases. Inflation is a tax on all Americans. Inflation is robbing families of the future they deserve. Mr. Speaker, when Majority Leader Stinney mentioned this date and what our children's children will learn, they'll probably be the first generation in 30 years to learn about where inflation came back. It was one-party rule in 1 year. Americans are bracing for higher costs to come. They realize our economic future is grim under President Biden. I can wait, Mr. Speaker. The Biden administration has proven themselves untrustworthy when it comes to handling the economy. He pursues counterproductive policies and does not keep the promises he makes. As a candidate, President Biden pledged nobody making under $400,000 will have their taxes raised. Period. Bingo. Mr. Speaker, then on the eve of the election, he promised those making less than $400,000 wouldn't pay a penny more. And Mr. Speaker, and as president, he said, I give you my word. If you make under $400,000 a year, I'll never raise your taxes 1 cent. Each of these statements claim to have no exemptions, no qualifications, and no conditions. But here we are just 40 weeks later with one-party rule, and the President has already broken these promises to the American people. He has broken them because inflation is a tax on every American. President Trump and congressional Republicans took a better path. We cut taxes and left Americans with more of their hard-earned money in their pockets. Mr. Speaker, it led to the best economy in 50 years. When taxes go up through inflation or otherwise, Americans have less for utilities, prescriptions, and other things they need. And as prices continue to soar, the inflation tax is hitting hardworking middle-class families the hardest. What do you think is going to happen to inflation if this bill becomes law? It's not even going to be greater than the first $2 trillion this body wasted, Mr. Speaker. But here's the dirty secret. Most Democrats who vote for these policies won't be affected by the inflation rate. But seniors, working families, and those living paycheck to paycheck have been and will continue to be, even in a greater sense. Through no fault of their own, good, hard-working Americans are being hurt by their own government. And, Mr. Speaker, that's just wrong. What is the White House and the liberal media's response? Telling Americans to just accept it. Telling Americans to just accept it. Lecturing us to be more like Europe, to build our bureaucracies, saying we should lower our expectations. Lowering expectations is what it means to be an American? I think not. No, this is a nation that conquered the wilderness, sent a man to the moon, and developed a life-saving vaccine to COVID-19 in less than a year. Americans don't lower expectations. We rise to the occasion. But under one-party rule, in 1 year, we have inflation we haven't seen in 31 years. We have gas prices higher than we've seen in the last 7. We have Americans stranded once again in the Middle East being held hostage. We have a border unsecured with fentanyl coming across increasing by 300%. Every city in America is a border city now. We have Putin with a pipeline, but a president who tells Americans no. We have a president who looks to OPEC to produce more, not American energy. Another area where President Biden and Democrats in Congress are failing. Mr. Speaker, they are right. The House is not in order.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, another area where President Biden and Democrats in Congress are failing is in the energy crisis. The American people want to afford gasoline, afford to heat their homes, and enjoy the upcoming holidays together. But what are they going to have? The most expensive Thanksgiving in the history of America. God forbid you have to drive for Thanksgiving because you're going to pay more. They don't need their government spending billions of dollars to subsidize car chargers or parks for the wealthiest people in the country. Mr. Speaker, it's not just Republicans who warn you. Mr. Speaker, even Jared Golden on November 17th, the member of the Democratic Party, he said, if you told me a year ago that the second biggest piece of the signature bill of this Congress was $280 billion in tax giveaways to millionaires, I'd have told you Republicans were in charge. Proponents have been saying that the BBB taxes the rich, but the more we learn about the SALT provisions, the more it looks like another giant tax breaks for millionaires. The fact that more people and organizations on the Democratic side aren't up in arms about this is wild. Mr. Speaker, maybe they're not up in arms because they just got the bill. And you allowed 10 minutes on one side and 10 minutes on the other to debate it. Mr. Speaker, I know at times it's hard to hear what's in the bill, but I think the American people have a right to know. Over the last 9 months, with one-party rule in this city, families have watched energy prices rise dramatically. West Texas Intermediate has doubled since President Biden took office, and a gallon at the pump costs 60% more. You know where that comes from? The hard-working taxpayers who have to live in a lower standard because of one-party rule in Washington. What does that mean in everyday life? It means that when families fill up at the gas station, they're seeing the highest price of a gallon of gas in 7 years. The last time Joe Biden was in office, Mr. Speaker, It means that from the factories making new products to the trucks that transport them to the retail stores to sell them, every part of the supply chain is paying more for energy. In every state in America, the average price of a gallon of gas is now over $3 for the first time in years. In our home state, Mr. Speaker, of California, the average price is over $4.50. And in some parts, it's as high as $7. Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the White House, I thought they'd be concerned. They said it was good. People should pay more. The pain is being felt beyond the pump too, Mr. Speaker. When families turn on the lights or heat their home this winter, they're expected the price of heat will be 54% higher. Mr. Speaker, when we're back in these chambers next year, I will wonder how somebody on a fixed income chooses to pay their heating bill or maybe go cold throughout the night. The energy crisis we face today is devastating for working families. Every dollar spent on gasoline is a dollar that isn't spent on groceries or other essential goods. And yet the reaction from this administration, who kneecapped oil and natural gas production by canceling new pipelines and freezing new lessees altogether. When asked if the United States would increase energy production, the Secretary of Energy told CNBC, "That's hilarious." Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that's not funny to the American public. That's not funny. They expect more from their leaders. They expect to look out for them, not Washington and one-party rule looking out for themselves. Go watch the video for yourself. It's just a few seconds. It perfectly captures the Biden administration incompetent contempt for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I can wait.
Gentlemen, to suspend. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I listen to the other side make their comments, not once did I say something. I disagreed with what they said, but I knew there was a moment in time when I could speak. I know, Mr. Speaker, that people might disagree with what I say, but we're in America. We're in Congress. I respect their position, even though I believe it's wrong. I respect that they may believe they want to build up these bureaucracies. I respect that they think spending more with inflation, that somehow that won't cause more. I respect the idea that you shut down an American pipeline and allow Putin to have one, and the prices go up. I think you're wrong, but I respect the right for you to say it. Mr. Speaker, not once did I look at Chairman Neal and tell him he couldn't look at me. Not once did I say something to him as he made his point. I don't know that, Mr. Speaker, just last week we set a record here, twice, by holding a vote open longer than this Congress ever has. We have changed more of the history in Congress than at any time of any Congress under one party and one rule. Members get fined $5,000 when somehow they walked through a magnetometer and they didn't hear. Do they get any recourse? No, they get a letter. Mr. Speaker, you may have set a record tonight. They're trying to control the House. I would think, Mr. Speaker, regardless, maybe they don't like hearing what's in the bill because they haven't read it. But I think, Mr. Speaker, the American public has a right to hear it. And, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you this. I don't care how many times I'm interrupted. I'm not going to stop till the American people hear it. Mr. Speaker, I know the Speaker says we have higher standards. I'm just hoping to see them. It also isn't funny for Californians like Scott Daniel, who runs Young's Commercial Transfer in Porterville, California. Scott told me that higher prices are making it hard to stay in business. Scott says, Mr. Speaker, my company alone will burn around 3 million gallons of fuel this year. And with fuel as expensive as it is right now, that adds $1 million to our bottom line, which makes it really hard to stay in business and keep it going. More importantly, it's immediately going to hit all of your food at the grocery store. Mr. Speaker, that's why your Thanksgiving in America is going to be the most expensive. The President talks about a world where every nation plays by the same rules. But when it comes to global elites, he makes sure the rules he applies to us don't apply to them. That's how socialism works. You see, they build up the bureaucracies. They spend more than they spent during World War II. It creates inflation. It creates supply chain problems. By the way, those who run society get ahead while those who make society run are pushed back. Republican knows there's a better path. Instead of wasting the energy potential in this country, we want to unleash it. We don't want to build up government. We want to build up American families. Instead of killing good-paying jobs, we want to create them. Instead of canceling the Keystone Pipeline, we want to complete it. Republicans will make America energy independent again through innovation so working families have affordable, abundant energy. So the answer won't come that you'll have to pay more. What they'll hear is they'll pay less and have more for themselves. You know, I just mentioned Scott Daniel, the owner of a commercial transportation company, who talked about how high prices are hurting his ability to do business and deliver goods. But that's not the only way Democrat policies are making it harder for business to survive. Another is the labor shortage. Walk down any main street if the crime's not too bad for you to do it. Or a city avenue in America. And I guarantee there'll be help wanted signs. Ask a waiter how many shifts she or he does in a week. And I bet they are covering from someone else because they're short-staffed. Ask if they had to take anything off the menu because the restaurant can't afford to find it anymore. I bet they have. This is what our small businesses are dealing with. As a former small business owner, I know these conditions aren't sustainable. And Mr. Speaker, if Democrats just cared to listen, they'd know that too. Instead, Democrats' idea of economic plan is to punish citizens who are producing for our country and working to support their families, while rewarding themselves and others for staying home. Americans don't deserve to bear the brunt of policies pushed by one-party rule in Washington, who will never feel the effects of them and who will receive a solid paycheck every month, even if they show up to vote or not. You know, Joe Biden's presidency has often been compared to Jimmy Carter's presidency. He's proven that comparison wrong every step of that way. That comparison now is unfair to Jimmy Carter. Mr. Speaker, when you study the history of America, in the late 70s, 1980, Americans were held hostage in the Middle East. Today, we have hundreds of Americans being held hostage in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, 1979, we had inflation, taxing of every American. Today, we have inflation we haven't seen in 31 years. Mr. Speaker, in the late 70s, we were beholden to OPEC. Today, Mr. Speaker, we have a president who begs OPEC. Mr. Speaker, in the late 70s, President Jimmy Carter told us the heater had to go down because the price is going up and we needed to expect less as Americans. Mr. Speaker, today, the White House laughs if you ask them what their plan for America to become energy independent and lower a gas price. Mr. Speaker, in the late 70s, we were concerned about the Soviet Union, of the buildup in Europe. Today, Mr. Speaker, Russia is building up along Ukraine. They have more money for more soldiers because they got a new pipeline. Why America was denied. Mr. Speaker, after the 1980 election, those problems went away because you no longer had one-party rule in Washington, D.C. You had policies that didn't talk about building up a bureaucracy. You had policies that unshackled what held back the American worker. When those policies were enacted, a decade later, there was no longer a Soviet Union. There was no longer two Germanys. A Berlin Wall had collapsed. The shipyard workers of Poland understood. They knew that America was more than a country, that America is an idea. "32 years ago, 1 million students went to Tiananmen Square. They built the Lady of Democracy, Mr. Speaker. It looked just like the Statue of Liberty. They put it directly across from the portrait of Mao. They understood the greatness of America. Who doesn't remember that man standing in front of the tank when China was rolling in? He stood in front of that tank. When the tank moved to the right, he moved to the right. When the tank moved to the left, he moved to the left. Then he climbed on top of that tank. I cannot tell you his name, Mr. Speaker, because I doubt that he's alive. They respected America. They knew what America stood for. Mr. Speaker, now we have a bill that will bring more ships from China to America because it'll give them an incentive. Mr. Speaker, I hear your party talk a lot about a Green New Deal. 90% of all those are being built in China. So you're taking the hard-earned taxpayer of Americans. You're shutting down the policies you don't like, the energy you don't care for, and laying those off while making the gasoline price higher and taking their tax dollars and shipping it to China. And you're creating a greater inflation, Mr. Speaker. One-party rule for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, if there's good news for America, it's less than a year away. Amen. It's less than a year away. I tell you, America, help is on the way. History repeats itself. And oh, it's going to repeat itself big next November. Mr. Speaker, while the Democrats' action on our economy, such as anti-work welfare programs and massive unneeded stimulus has left Americans worse off, it's their inaction along the southern border that has left our country less safe. You see, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't just Americans left behind in Afghanistan. It was billions of dollars of our military equipment. Mr. Speaker, do you realize that the Taliban has more Black Hawk helicopters than 2/3 of the NATO countries? More than Australia? Mr. Speaker, do you realize when Bagram shut down and 5,000 of some of the worst human beings escaped? Mr. Speaker, do you realize by the Biden administration of opening up our border, more than 160 countries of people have come across that border? Mr. Speaker, they don't have to wear a mask or be fined. They don't even have to be tested. The government actually pays them for a trip somewhere in America. Mr. Speaker, I'll wait till we're in order.
Gentlemen will suspend. Gentleman's recognized.
I appreciate you, Mr. Speaker. Inaction on the southern border. Mr. Speaker, almost every single Republican on this side of the aisle has been to visit the border, almost more than once. Mr. Speaker, I heard the president, who's been in office more than 40 years, say he drove by El Paso one time. But Mr. Speaker, when we went to the border earlier this year, after one-party rule in Washington that changed by executive order, I can wait, Mr. Speaker. They can finish their conversation. You can finish. No, you can finish. Don't lower your mask, you'll get fined. You're going to get fined. I'm just warning you.
Gentlemen will suspend.
Mr. Speaker, I know you hold the gavel, but I heard from your side of the aisle telling me when to speak, where to look, and what to do, and interrupted me many times. I've heard your speaker talk about a higher standard. I'm waiting to see it, Mr. Speaker. Are you going to laugh too, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I know your side of the aisle has no problem removing people from committee. I wonder if people keep talking, they should be removed from the floor. When we traveled to the border in February, we watched something we've never seen before. We sat and we interviewed a new facility that just was built, and it's built in the capacity that it would never be filled. It hit the record that day. And we interviewed the families and asked how long they've been on the road. They said ever since President Biden told us to come. Ever since President Biden told us to come. As we sat with those brave men and women of our border protection, we watched what they had to do, the job they were doing day in and day out, the conditions, when COVID was rampant and nobody being tested. And we went up along the line against the wall. This is important, Mr. Speaker. I think people should listen. And I'll show you the point why. As we talked to the border agents, they told us they've seen something they've never seen before, where people would rush the wall. So everybody would go there, then they'd come the other way of the cartel, bringing fentanyl across. They said they'd never seen anything like it. And I asked them, I listened to the vice president.
Gentleman's recognized.
One-party rule, 1 year. As I sat and talked to the border agents, they told me of the border cities that had to close their schools because the cartels coming through and shooting. Of the ranchers who are having their houses burned or their grandchildren kidnapped. Then they said something so shocking, I had to ask them twice. You see, I heard the vice president say, this is just Central America problem. I said, is that really what's happening? No, they told me people were coming from 160 countries. They said they just caught people on the terrorist watch list. I came down. We did a press conference. In the press conference, I mentioned that we had caught people on the terrorist watch list from Yemen. You remember the USS Cole? The American Navy ship that was bombed? Or maybe you need to refresh your memory of real recently. You know a U.S. embassy that was overtaken? No, I'm not talking back in Iran in 79. I'm talking about the comparison to today. As that I said that to the American public. I respect all of you. You come here because you want to legislate. I expect you would be shocked too. That you'd probably call me up. What can we do? You want to protect your constituents? I know you do. But Mr. Speaker, there was a member of the Democratic Party on the Intel Committee, tweeted, said I was lying. Said he gets the same intel as I do because I'm on the Gang of Eight. Interesting, when I put the facts out, I don't know, maybe the mail's slow. I've never once heard him apologize. Or worse yet, I've never once heard him say, how can we stop it? How can we stop it? I didn't even see an amendment added to this bill. Think about that for one moment for the American public. You are spending more money than we spent to end World War II. You're hiring 87,000 IRS agents. Not one Border Patrol agent. Not one new dollar. You're providing money for amnesty. You're providing money, $450,000, for people who came here illegally. And you're taking it from American hardworking taxpayers. But you do nothing to stop those on the terrorist watch list from coming across this border. Nothing. There has been nearly 1.7 illegal border encounters at the southern border since President Joe Biden became president. And our border czar, Vice President Kamala Harris, still has no plan to support our border patrol. Now let's put this in perspective. There has been more illegal border crossing between the months of February and October under Joe Biden than in 2018, 2019, and 2020 combined. So when somebody asks me, what does it mean if you have one-party rule for 1 year? You get more illegal crossings simply from February to October than you did in 2018, 2019, and 2020, all combined. What do you think's going to happen after the billions of dollars you spend in this bill providing amnesty? That number will look small to you. But I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, some people say, let's wait and see what the CBO says. So when the CBO comes back and tells you, you got millions more, it's okay, we'll still vote. Let that sink in. What's the Biden administration reaction? They're now considering paying illegal immigrants $450,000 per family. An action that President Biden admits would incentivize more people to come over illegally. Mr. Speaker, when we tell our children's children about this night, we'll tell them that's where their future went. When they ask us why do they pay such high taxes, we'll remind them about this night. Because we built up our bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, you're actually celebrating this bill. You're actually celebrating this bill. That's more than some of the 9/11 victims received. Can you think about that? How do you explain, Mr. Speaker, as my friend Steny Hoyer said so proudly, mentioned today for our children's children, how do we explain that those that were killed on that fateful day of 9/11 received less than those who came across illegal? It's okay, I'll be here a long time.
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry if it...
Gentlemen will suspend. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've got to apologize to you. I think I'm upsetting people on the other side of the aisle when I tell them what's in the bill. They just yelled at me that they're leaving. I apologize. Mr. Speaker, nobody on this side of the aisle wrote this bill. I thought that was going to be different, Mr. Speaker, because I took President Biden at his word. I took him at his word when he said he was going to get COVID under control. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, more Americans have died this year than last year under COVID. Mr. Speaker, the $450,000, that's more than some of the 9/11 victims received. It's more than the next of kin receives in insurance of those 13 Gold Star families that got killed by a suicide bomber who was in the prison of Bagram. Mr. Speaker, I watched in disbelief as President Biden said he'd do nothing different. I watched in disbelief, Mr. Speaker, when he had a press conference and he told Americans it was safe to come to the airport. In less than 30 minutes, you were on that conference call too, Mr. Speaker, where the Secretary of State, Joint Chiefs said no, it wasn't safe to come to the airport. Mr. Speaker, there are many people that have served this nation, served in the armed services and on both sides of this aisle. I have never watched members work so hard to get the American hostages out of Afghanistan to only be shut down by our own State Department. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you of a personal story. Mr. Speaker, I picked up the phone one morning when this first started, and I called the regular number to the White House. And I said, I'd like to talk to the President about what's happening in Afghanistan. White House recently called, wanted to know if it was really me. To the President's credit, he called me back. I said, Mr. President, I know you're trying to hold this deadline for the Taliban, but what about our allies? What about those from the UK and France who fought side by side, not because their country was attacked, but because we were attacked? He told me he wasn't going to budge. I said, Mr. President, there are thousands of Americans that are held there that can't get out. He said, Kevin, no, the number's much smaller. I said, Mr. President, what is the number then? Oh, it's just smaller. I've watched the President look America in the eye and tell us he would not leave till every American's out. What do you say to those Americans that are still stuck there? The last time we felt like this, Jimmy Carter was president. Mr. Speaker, what does it say to those Gold Star families? Mr. Speaker, I had one in my office, a father who had his daughter, who wasn't even supposed to be there but volunteered. She was an electrician. Just days before, you see photos of her holding a young child. She told her sister, I'm going out in front of the wall because you can't believe it. Someone needs to be there for them. She wasn't supposed to be out in front of that wall. When that suicide bomber that was locked up in Bagram, that never should have got out, that we never should have shut down, killed 13 of the finest Americans we know. You know what this bill does? Nothing for them. It gives more money to an illegal person who crossed this border. I'm sorry. Americans expect more. Our priorities should be different. These people risk their life every day for us. Just let that sink in to your children's children. One-party rule for 1 year has brought us inflation we haven't seen in 31 years. Gas prices the highest it's been since the last time President Biden was down at the White House. A Thanksgiving that's going to cost you more at any time in your life. A border where 1.7 million encounters. A border between February and October that more people have crossed than 2018, 2019, and 2020 combined. And Mr. Speaker, the closest the President has ever been to the border in 42 years is to drive through El Paso. Mr. Speaker, a Vice President who is the czar of the border. This isn't a Republican or Democrat issue. This is the safety of this nation. What do you think's going to happen to that border when you provide $1 billion in amnesty? What do you think's going to happen when you reward people with $450,000? Where do you get the money? From the hardworking taxpayers of America who have less to give. But you know what? They're going to have to give more because you're hiring 87,000 IRS agents to come after them. 1.2 million more audits. And half of all those 1.2 are going after Americans who make $75,000 or less. That's what you base this entire bill on. That's what you waited for the CBO to tell you. How much money can we get from them? How is that possible? The payments for illegal immigrants is just the latest data point in a much larger trend of failures on this border. Cheered on by left-wing activists, President Biden and Vice President Harris have presided over the greatest series of border security blunders in American history. Mr. Speaker, if 160 different countries have had people come across that border illegally, if we have caught people on the terrorist watch list, if a suicide bomber got out of Bagram and in 1 week killed 13 American soldiers, do you think they know how to get into America? Do you think they know where to go? Maybe they have to go at night. They got a better chance now because they've got night goggles that we had. They got Black Hawk helicopters. They have more Black Hawk helicopters, the Taliban, than 2/3 of our NATO countries. They have more than Australia. In that phone call with the president, you know what he told me? Oh, Kevin, we're going to have a lot of leverage with the Taliban because they're going to need help running their country. Why don't you tell that to the hundreds of Americans that are still there trying to get out? And every time there's a member on this side of the aisle that goes upon themselves because they care about their constituents and they try to get that American out, the State Department attacks them. You try to criticize them, they risk their own life. And Mr. Speaker, even in our own hearings, I respect greatly anyone who served in uniform, and you have some tremendous members on the other side of the aisle I have. And I watched them question the Secretary of State and still not get an answer. Mr. Speaker, to that member on your side of the aisle that sits on Intel, that said I wasn't telling the truth, that we were catching people on the terrorist watch list, that has done nothing about it since, I wonder if he should serve on Intel next term. Because America needs to be protected. For anyone who thinks they're not a border city, just look up how many deaths you have in fentanyl. And let me tell you where fentanyl comes from. It comes across that border, but it comes from China. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you another story. I have a friend who serves in the Senate. Right before COVID, he was on a Codell with other senators. And he was sitting and having a communication, maybe you've experienced this as well, with a military general in the Chinese Communist Army. You know what that general said to him? America, you're weak. You're weak, America. You're weak because you believe in God and you take fentanyl. Fentanyl has increased 300% only because the border is not secure. There is no city in America that is safe. This is deadly. They've handed the border over to the cartels, unleashing these monsters onto our people. And they compromised our national security. Answer me this question, Mr. Speaker. If somebody's on the terrorist watch list, and Mr. Speaker, they entered our state of California. They haven't entered one. They weren't together. They came on different days. And you know right now, if you're a member of Congress and you ask them how many more you got, they don't want to tell you. Just as they don't want to give us the number of how many Americans are still stuck there. They're hoping if we don't pay attention anymore, we'll forget. I promise you this, we will not forget. And we will not stop. Here is what the National Border Patrol Council President Brandon Judd told us, and I quote, "This administration says it's just Central American countries. But in just 1 week in Yuma, Arizona sector, we've seen people illegally enter from countries like Egypt, Russia, Armenia, Georgia, Haiti, Portugal, and Uzbekistan. There's no better time for them to come into our country than now. I didn't think Egypt or Russia was in Central America. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to offer this invitation. We got Thanksgiving coming. We're both from California. Why don't we invite the Vice President to come down to the border with you and I both, and let's take a tour. And while we're there, let's go to the Port of LA and Long Beach and talk about the supply chain. Let them see that these ships that are waiting and coming in, when they unload, they go back empty to pick up more from China. They don't load American products. Now, it may take a little while to get from the border of San Diego up to Long Beach, so we may have to stop to get gas. I'll split it with you because I know it's not cheap. But I'm willing to make that offer. These patrol members along the border, they bear the brunt of dangerous policies. While the Democrats act like there's nothing going on, Texas Mayor Don McLaughlin told us, Mr. Speaker, just a few months ago, nearby cities are expected to see an inflow of migrants much larger than the size of the towns themselves. He said, and I quote, "We're not equipped in our area to handle this. Our resources are strapped as it is because of the pandemic." The mayor said his own town will try to quarantine COVID-positive migrants in hotels. But when they come back to check on them or bring them food, some of the migrants are gone. You know, that's just not here. You know, when we departed Afghanistan, a lot of people got on that were never searched or gone through any process. We put them on military bases in America. Some just depart. Some people have already been arrested for crimes they created. When we heard from our constituents that were stuck in Afghanistan, who said they went to the airport because they watched the president tell them, and the Taliban grabbed their papers, tear them up, and shoot at them. Or they're hiding in the halfway houses, and the State Department denying, just letting them get across the border so they can get out. Aside from the health risks, these circumstances create physical risks for innocent bystanders. There are not enough officers or agents to handle the intake and regular patrol, so the issues are spilling onto the streets. Now, I'm sure in your committees, Mr. Speaker, as you went through this bill, as you knew you were going to spend more than at any time in American history, because the chief of staff to the White House, and many times, Mr. Speaker, people refer to him as the Prime Minister, he said this is twice as big in real dollars as the New Deal. You must have thought somewhere when you saw these statistics, it's okay, we've got so much money, let's put some and help those border agents. I'm sure somebody raised that issue, did they not? It must have been voted down because it's not in the bill. But whoever raised their hand and said, let's spend $1 billion to give people amnesty, that made it in. The only thing I question, Mr. Speaker, why did you stop there? Because there's going to be billions more coming. You were able to do in one-party rule in 1 year, just between February and October, more than everybody's been able to do in the 18, 19, and 20 combined. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if that's what you talk about, building bigger bureaucracies, but this bill does it. Mayor McLaughlin said they have about 2 to 3 car chases a week back in 2019. Then none for a few weeks. Now it's every single day. Roughly 10 to 12 high-speed car chases per week. He says, and I quote, "It's escalating. We've had houses broken into. We had to put our schools on lockdown because they're armed out in town near these schools. When that happens, then we have to pull all the officers out on manhunts." How would you like to represent a city that every single day, roughly 10 to 12 high-speed car chases? I remember on the news when there was one, the whole nation would watch. They don't even put them on because they're every day. But where are they running by? And it's not a car chase, just a cop chasing them. It's a cartel with weaponry. They're going by schools. In America, in American schools, they have to shut down because you opened the border. You do nothing to protect it in this bill. You only incentivize more people to come. Did you put any money in here for car chases? Did you put any money in here for the schools? I hope you put money in here for drug treatment. Because, Mr. Speaker, there's sure a lot of fentanyl coming across that border. He told us recently that just last spring, they had to put schools on lockdown 48 times. Think about that. Your child goes to a school, just in spring, 48 times they're on lockdown. You think your child feels safe? You think your child's learning? What do you think those parents are going to think when they hear about this bill? I don't think they could just leave the chambers. I think they'll probably want to come to a school board meeting. Maybe the FBI will investigate them for terrorism because they care about their children's safety. One-party rule in 1 year has brought America to this. Our children's education and lives are being interrupted nearly 50 times in just a few months. That's in America. When personnel and resources are pulled from one area to another along our border community, it leaves families like Russell Johnson's in danger. You see, Russell lives on a ranch with his family in New Mexico, just miles from the border. I'm proud of my family. My family immigrated from Ireland and Italy. They worked on a railroad, and they became a cattle rancher. It was a tough life. My grandfather got married, lived with his brother on the ranch, but the ranch didn't make enough to pay for both. So he went back to working on the railroad. To make money as a rancher, they never had to worry about a cartel. They just had to worry if it rained enough or if the cattle price was high enough. Russell Johnson, it's remote, and it gets little service where he lives, making it a prime place to illegally enter the country. This is what Russell told us. With the way things are right now, we don't let our kids play outside by themselves. They can't play outside by themselves. This isn't Chicago. This is on a cattle ranch. There's no telling who they might encounter while they're out there. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to invite Russell Johnson to come to D.C. And I want to invite anybody on the other side of the aisle that votes for this bill. And I would ask you to take his questions. I would ask that you point out in this bill, where does it protect his children? As an American, I don't think he'll argue that you're going to cost him more. You see, the interesting thing is, I'm okay paying taxes if they go to something. Richard Neal says it's going to build a bigger bureaucracy. Not along the border, it's not. It's tearing down walls. Schools are closing. You know, for the first time in the country, Mr. Speaker, this generation doesn't believe they'll be better off than the generation before them. And this bill almost guarantees it. They're guaranteed they're going to have to pay more and get less. I'll be sure and let you all know of that date. You're celebrating the bill. Celebrate with Russell and tell him where he's better off. Just think for a moment that in America, children can't play outside on their own property for fear of their safety from cartels and traffickers. I'm not talking about the cities where you defunded the police. I'm talking about remote cattle ranches. In a place I think every American dreams they could retire one day, on a ranch. Build back. You're going all the way back to the Westerns, I guess. People have to fend for themselves. I can't believe that's America. I don't accept it. I know we're better than that. I know some of you are mad at me, think I spoke too long. But I've had enough. America has had enough. Not only do communities at the border deserve protection, the selfless men and women of our Border Patrol deserve more support to do their jobs. I don't know if you've been down to tour with them. If any of you are going, you want to make it bipartisan, I'll go. I know a lot of people on this side of the aisle will go with you. Because we think it's an American problem, that we want to solve it together. But when someone comes across the border, and you have the children, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, when it became one party with 1 year, you changed the definition. They're no longer cages. Still the same place. But it's the border agents who have to go off the border and inside to care for them. So the border's less secure. And now you're providing more money for them to come, less agents there, and it's just a spiraling effect. You know, between inflation, gas prices, the border, crime, there's a common denominator. One-party rule in Washington for 1 year. U.S. Border Patrol members from the Southwest Division of the border alone saved 4,920 lives in 2019. 5,071 lives in FY20. 12,833 lives in 21. And 836 in 22 so far. Why don't we pass a bill to honor our Border Patrol agents? Why don't we bring them here to Washington? Better yet, why don't we go to them? It's our job to secure the border. You're spending trillions of dollars. You know what you're spending money on? Not to build the wall. You're taking taxpayer money on material they already have there and paying them not to build it. So Russell Johnson's children can't play. That's what you're taking taxpayers' money for. That's why you're hiring more IRS agents to audit more Americans to get more at them, because you don't trust that they're honest. There's not a day that doesn't go by. Just this week, of a 5-year-old child all by himself. You know, one of the trips down the border, I was talking to this Border Patrol agent. And I was asking her about her job. You could tell the stress that she has felt. To work under these conditions, the threat of the cartel, the crime coming across, the families, the children. And she told a story of 3 young children she saw out in the distance. The oldest was 5, the next was 3, and the other was 11 months. I said, where was the parent? There was no parent. Well, what crowd was she with? No, they were all alone. If she had not found them, they would not have lived. So let this sink in. You're encouraging more of the to come. People don't make it all the time. People are raped. Human trafficking happens because they don't have the money to pay the cartel. Then when they come to America, they have to work to keep paying them. You're incentivizing that. And while you incentivize that, you make Americans unsafe. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, it's something that the just administration does in the cabinet or everywhere when they're asked a question. I know what the Secretary of Energy did when she asked about how to lower prices. She just laughed. But I remember, Mr. Speaker, when Vice President Kamala Harris was asked about the border. She has a very definite laugh. You know what her answer was? Well, I haven't been to Europe either. Well, she could go to Europe because people from Europe are coming across that border too. She'd go to Russia, Egypt, Yemen. She'd go around the world. Now, speaking of safety and security, these hardworking Americans being ignored by Democrat politicians. Let's talk about law enforcement. Because, Mr. Speaker, I remember on this floor in the last Congress of the chant, defund the police. I remember what the city looked like. I remember one night looking out and the rioters. I remember the speaker yelling about having the National Guard at the Lincoln Memorial. That spread across America. I can't keep count of how many people die in Chicago in one weekend. In Minneapolis, where George Floyd was murdered and shouldn't have been. When they decided to defund the police, it was on the ballot 2 weeks ago on Tuesday. It failed. Mr. Speaker, you and I have known each other a long time. We're competitive. I know you didn't get to Congress your first time out. We beat you that first time, but you came back. You're competitive. You work hard. It's not my job to give you political advice. But I don't know if you've seen the numbers. It's nothing we're doing. You know, 110 polls have been taken since 1981. Never have they reflected what they reflect today. But it's just not that. You see, we all have the pleasure and the honor. Less than 13,000 people have ever had this honor to represent in this chamber. The debates that have taken place here. And on the biggest of items, it's always bipartisan. The president promised he'd bring that back. There hasn't been one time. Not one time. Tonight is not bipartisan. You didn't work with anybody. You're spending the most money ever spent on a single bill in the history of America, the greatest nation ever on the face of the earth. And your children's children will read, it was one party, rule for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, I watched the American voter in states that are blue states overwhelmingly reject, from Seattle to Minneapolis to New York to New Jersey to Virginia, to reject exactly what's in this bill. Look, it would be beneficial to me to cheer you on. I care too much about this country. If you turn back now, you might be able to survive. But I know what will be more important. America could survive. But I know you're down on this floor, just 10 minutes debate on each side, and the bill just came. I know my friends on the other side of the aisle are mad. I know some of them got to get to Puerto Rico for a fundraiser. I'm sorry. That may be one of them. Sounds like a couple of them. This is too important to America. It is a moment in time. At a time when violent crime is spiking nationally, cities under Democratic rule are seeking to defund their police departments. It's just another move lacking common sense, logic, or leadership. In Los Angeles, I represent a little of it. I don't think you have any of it, right? Just outside. You're to the east of it. The LAPD budget is set to be cut by $150 million. A decision triggered by widespread protests. My son just moved to San Francisco with his new wife. You know what he told me? He said, Dad, he had to buy a car, moved up there. Dad, I'm excited. I got car insurance. I didn't think that was a big deal. But my street is the safest street in San Francisco. I got a little saving. You know what people put on their windows in San Francisco on the cars? Please don't break the window again. Nothing's inside. You know, if you want to walk to a Walgreens in San Francisco, it's closed. Because it can't make money. Because people just come in and take. That's how you build up bureaucracy. That's how you cut police. In Austin, the city council voted to cut up $150 million from its police department. You know, Mr. Speaker, you and I have seen a lot of business in California leave and go to the city of Austin. A good friend of mine, Elon Musk. He built a car company when others were already developed. Said he couldn't do it. He risked his wealth to do it. It's pretty dang successful. A state rep in California, I can't use the language they used on the floor, it started with an F, tweeted at Elon because he wanted to expand his business. So he left. You know what California does? They raise their price. They make you tax more. They cut their police. When Elon got to Austin, he said if you cut the police and you make crime like the place he just left, he won't stay. In Baltimore, the city council eliminated $22 million from the police department. New York City wants to take $1 billion from the police budget. And here's the kicker. Many Democrats don't think that goes far enough. These efforts to defund the police to send a dangerous message that public safety is not a priority in Democrat-run cities. Worse, these attacks on law enforcement demoralize officers, dismantle police departments. Retirements are surging. recruitment is sinking. My father was a first responder. He wasn't a police officer. He was a fireman. My uncle was a fireman too. I did 3 years as a seasonal firefighter. I wanted to be a first responder, but there was a nepotism clause. I don't think my mom's successful because I wasn't a firefighter. These are people that 1 year ago we celebrated on this floor. We touted them. We touted the first responders to the medical community, to the checkers. Why? Because they went to work in the middle of a pandemic. They looked after people. And after we got one party with one rule in Washington, a lot of them are now fired. They're no longer heroes. President Biden and Democratic leaders in Congress can send a message to local officers that lawlessness is unacceptable. Instead, you're enabling it. The Biden Justice Department dropped nearly half of the cases against rioters in Portland. Can you imagine that? Half the cases. We all watched it. Burning buildings. I remember one of my constituents. She came to testify. Nadler and Jim Jordan were there. You know why she had to testify? Because her brother was killed protecting a federal courthouse. He was protecting a federal courthouse on a riot. You know what's worse? There are people in the administration at the highest of offices that gave money to bail these people out. I wonder why Russell Johnson worries about his kids playing outside. Biden also supports a bill passed by the House Democrats, which would cost police departments hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not a Democrat, Green Party, Republican. America, people want safe streets. I don't care if you live in the poorest neighborhood to the wealthiest. You want your kids to be able to walk down that street. I can't forget that video of those two young kids in New York walking while another man is shooting another man. They want law and order. Is it any surprise that overwhelmingly rejected defunding the police when it was on the ballot? The only place it passes defunding police is on this floor. But if you let the people vote, they say no. Why? They want to be safe. That's not rocket science. In the liberal enclave of Seattle, former home of the so-called Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. Remember that? Where they took over an entire street. Why'd they do it? Because they were building a bigger bureaucracy. You see, they didn't believe in private property. They celebrated it, just like you celebrate this bill. The voters elected a Republican as the city attorney over a self-described police abolitionist. Think about that. Seattle. Look, we're in the only occupation on a given day we learn how many people like and dislike us. Come next November, we'll know. That's 435 seats. We're all competitive. We'll work in all sorts of districts trying to capture that majority. I don't spend much money in Seattle. There's not a lot of Republicans there. But it doesn't matter when it comes to safety. Every American wants it, except Mr. Speaker in this House. In Minneapolis, where violent crime has surged over the past year, voters resoundingly rejected a ballot initiative to defund the police. In Minneapolis. These results give me hope. I want the American people to know one-party rule will not be in 1 year. It's clear to most Americans that defunding the police is wrong. The American public is getting this issue right, despite the Democrats' best efforts. While our inflation rises, chaos engulfs our southern border, and crime overruns our cities. Xi Jinping is watching us and laughing. China is being rewarded with the Olympics. I didn't get to get on the Zoom with President Biden and Xi Jinping. But did any of us hear? Did he ask China why wouldn't they be more open or let our scientists in to see where COVID started? Did he ask Xi Jinping about his promise to stop producing fentanyl because it's increased by 300%? Did he ask Xi Jinping why does he continue to fly his jets over Taiwan? And how much technology have you stolen from us today? Just this August, we were reminded of the seriousness of the China threat after Beijing launched an advanced hypersonic missile into orbit. I know you all don't serve on armed services, I don't, and you're not on intel. But hypersonic is a first strike weapon. You see, the last time President Biden was vice president, they cut R&D for hypersonics for America. You see, China has tested more than 200 hypersonics. America, about 9. We have a missile defense. But you see, hypersonics doesn't go high. It goes 5 times the speed and low. You don't have 30 minutes to calculate where it is. You know what China does too? They build replicas of American aircraft carriers in the desert. I don't think it's to teach their sailors. I think it's to teach their Air Force how to bomb them. I'm not sure President Biden, if you ask Xi Jinping, why did you lie to President Obama when you built those islands and said you wouldn't weaponize them? I don't know if you watched the reports of the number of nuclear weapons and silos that China is building. Not far from Afghanistan. I'm not sure we could keep track of it anymore because we don't have Bagram. We don't have Afghanistan. But we're going to look over the horizon. I don't know how. We don't even have light goggles anymore. We left them for the Taliban. Hypersonics are unpredictable. They're fast and they're nuclear capable. If deployed correctly, they could beat our missile defenses. Now, earlier in this conversation, I told you what, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister or the Chief of Staff of the White House said. This is bigger than a bill we spent on the New Deal. So there must be some money in here for hypersonics. I know you don't want to protect the border, but you surely want to protect us for our defense, do you not? Because it's going to lose $800 billion in 5 years. But you could tell your children's children the reason why you borrowed the money so they could be alive in America and not in China. But that's not in here. So, Mr. Speaker, what are you going to tell the children's children? You got a really big bill, and we can't protect you. But you got a lot of good products you can buy made in China. General Milley described the launch as a near Sputnik moment. Mr. Speaker, I imagine you and I weren't alive with Sputnik. But you know what happened after that? America acted as one. They knew the threat of the future. So when someone on the floor that night that focused, they said our children's children would remember this night. We thank them for that. We won the Cold War. Not because we rewarded people who came here illegally with $450,000. We won that war because we invested in the future. We won that war not because we built up bureaucracy, because we unshackled our private sector. We won that war not because we kept having inflation. We ended one-party rule and had the biggest economy we've had since the last time Republicans were in power and passed the tax cuts. The sad part, Mr. Speaker, President Biden could have done nothing. Part of me feels sorry, Mr. Speaker, for all of you. Because had he done nothing, I don't know if we could have won in a year. But because of his actions, America's weaker. When Russia launched Sputnik, the United States responded with a sense of urgency and a show of industrial force. So when China did this hypersonic, what did we do? You're passing a bill that is incentivizing companies to leave America to be in China. The global minimum tax. Ooh, you make more, go to China. That's what your children's children will learn. But don't worry, you can celebrate. You're going to have a big bureaucracy in America. Remember, that's what the Soviet Union had. But today, the Biden administration has responded with weakness, not strength. They actually said that stiff competition between China and America is welcome. Look, I would like competition, but why don't we have it on a level playing field? Why is China given an advantage? Now, I was in a classroom a little while back, and we were talking about how did California, the Golden State, where everybody wanted to be, why is Toyota? Why is Tesla? Why is everybody leaving California? Then they got into the aspect of America. How did China rise? Well, a student asked me, and I asked her if she played a sport. She said she was a swimmer. I said, well, let me try to answer your question in an analogy of swimming. Picture America at a swim meet after World War II against every other country. We jump into the water. Not only do we win, we dry off before second and third arrive. So in the next year, we think, that's a little unfair. The other countries got destroyed a little more than America. Why don't we put a tax on ourselves to help the others? So we put a little weight belt on. We still win, but we don't swim as fast. As the years progress, last time we had one-party rule in 2010, you made this stimulus bill. So you put a 50-pound weight on. So now when we jump into the pool after this bill, we don't win. Everybody says, why don't you swim like you used to? But the real answer is, why don't you take off the weight belt and let us compete? You're adding another 50 pounds of weight to America. And you're enhancing China, because I promise you this. China's not adding 87,000 IRS agents to go after their people. All you have to do as an American is spend $28, and the IRS is going to knock on your door. Don't think it's only going to happen to those millionaires. You're a family struggling, making $75,000. You used to take that vacation every year, but with inflation and gas price and heating oil going up, you tell your kids you can't. But we built the bureaucracy, so they're going to knock on your door. This bill, if you measure all the things it does in it, it rewards millionaires. It adds 1.2 million new audits by the IRS, and half of that goes after people making $75,000 or less. I know so many people like that. I worship with them, play sports, our kids interact. I don't know how. I tell them I work in a body that celebrated doing that to them. I know what their struggles are. You know, it's interesting. These people work hard. They dream of the American dream. And you just put hurdles in front of them. You put struggles. Families are going to have to move in together. But I'm going to tell them what you did. You helped everybody making $800,000 to get that electric car, that Tesla. You know, I still live in the very first house I ever bought. I can't afford a Tesla. The people on my street I work with, somebody's car breaks down, we work on it together. We help one another. I remember driving home just the other day. There was a young family. It was the grandma, the mom, and the daughter. And she was pulled over at the side of the entrance to my neighborhood. Her hood was up. Her car was overheating. I pulled up. I asked her if she needed help. She wasn't sure what was happening. I said, wait, I'm going to go right over to my house. It's a block away. I'll get some antifreeze. I'll get a towel. We'll open this up. We'll fix this. I come back. As I go to work in that car, another neighbor comes by. She's a grandmother. I've known her for years. She gets out with water bottles to give to the family. My daughter had made cookies. I brought cookies to the young child in the back. My other neighbor who works in the oil business. But you know what? He won't be my neighbor long. You see, you shut down his business. He told me he has to move. He doesn't live alone. His brother lives with him. He has roommates and young kids just to afford to live there. He pulls up. He gets some antifreeze. And everybody works together to get her back on her way. That's the American way. It's not building up big bureaucracies or raising the gas price, because the White House will tell you that's a good thing because you can afford a Tesla. We're going to take taxes from you. So somebody who makes $800,000 can get a tax break to buy a Tesla. I can't even afford to test drive a Tesla, and Elon's one of my best friends. And how is this competition going? For the Chinese Communist Party, it's not much of a fight. You see, Xi Jinping is not going to abide by the term limits of his Constitution. But we should trust him. We should just compete together. Because when he told President Biden he wouldn't weaponize those islands, and he did, oh, Xi Jinping, you old friend, you. When he builds those aircraft carriers in the desert that look just like the American aircraft carriers, that's Xi Jinping. He just likes the Navy. When he tells Australia, when Australia asks, just to ask, where did COVID come from? We're sending our nuclear weapons right down to you. When Lithuania put a consulate for Taiwan this week. You see, Lithuania has a long history of big controlling countries next to them that try to push them around. But they know what freedom is. You know what Taiwan is? Taiwan is that young man who stood in front of that tank 32 years ago, who craved the freedom of speech, who understood America's more than a country. You know, when I look at this bill, it angers me. We are so better than this. You are spending so much money, never before. Think in our history books. Think of how we honor the honor flight. Think about the greatest generation that sacrificed so much. We spent less defeating Hitler, Mussolini, and Japan than you're spending tonight. We spent less, but it cost us lives. And you're celebrating it. You're celebrating it when inflation is at a 31% height. Gas prices, Thanksgiving, a border that in a few months breaks every record of the last 3 years combined. And not $1 is going to protect the border or make our children's children safer for the next generation. You know, I admired everybody with a job. My first job was at the Quick and Handy Market. And people brought bottles back for a deposit. And my job in 110-degree temperature was to sort those bottles. It gave me a sense of worth. You may all admire Europe. You may admire building big bureaucracies. I know you even thought of a plan in here to tax people just on what you thought their world was worth. France did that and it failed. Mr. Speaker, we cannot become a socialist country. They have all failed. There's a reason America should lead, but we cannot lead if we're weakened. You know, a lot of you have been to my office. In my office, I keep portraits. I don't know if you know this, but I wasn't born a Republican. My family were all Democrats. If anybody questions me about my beliefs, I left what I heard at home because I knew there was something better. There are two leaders in this nation that still inspire me to this day, that I'm proud of who they are and what they did. And if you come to my office, you're welcome. We can disagree, but we should sit and talk. The problems of America are too big. We can find common ground. We would have found common ground here if we were welcomed. You see, I have this portrait of Abraham Lincoln. It's in black and white. A friend of mine painted it. His name's Penley. It's large, too. It's in black and white for a reason. The greatest challenge ever to our Constitution was the Civil War. While you're celebrating this bill tonight, you're doing it on the exact same floor we debated the 13th Amendment, or the day that will live in infamy, or the civil rights. And Mr. Speaker, the best thing you say is, we're going to build a bureaucracy. You know, it's the anniversary just this week of the Gettysburg Address. Can you imagine being President of the United States? You're not the keynote speaker. The keynote speaker speaks for 2 hours. I think I've already broken that record. I'm sorry if you're missing Puerto Rico's fundraiser. There weren't a lot of words. But this is what Lincoln said. Believe in the exceptionalism of America. Why? Because we're conceived in liberty and we're dedicated to the proposition that we're all equal. He goes on to say, but if we fail, government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from earth. We were not the world power at that moment. But he knew that America was more than a country. That when we work for and by and of the people, we will always lead. There is no other nation in the world that's conceived in liberty and dedicated that everybody's equal. So when you spend this new Green Deal money and you send it to China to buy the solar panels and the batteries, look at the slaves they make work there. Look at the slaves they make work there. I'm proud Abraham Lincoln was the first Republican president. And I'll tell you, at night, I look at these two paintings, and I wonder in moments in time, what if Abraham Lincoln was not assassinated? Malice towards none. There would be no Jim Crow laws. Mr. Speaker, I'd love to debate Jim Crow one day, because another portrait just hanging down from Lincoln is Joseph Rainey, the first black American to get elected to Congress. He was a Republican. Mr. Speaker, 60 years later, the first black Democrat was elected to Congress. You see, Joseph Rainey was a slave and broke free and came back after the Civil War and got elected in Charleston, South Carolina. We defeated that original sin. But Joseph Rainey wasn't the only black Republican elected. More started getting elected. And in the South, we had a competitive presidential election. The Democrats said they would recognize the Republican if they moved the federal troops out of the South. And when they did, Democrat won the states. And they enacted Jim Crow laws. One of the darkest moments in our history. Had Abraham Lincoln not been assassinated, we would not have had to wait till the 50s for the civil rights. Abraham Lincoln, if he was here today, he would tell you. And Mr. Speaker, I believe he would look to your side of the aisle. He would say, be fearless when it comes to votes. Don't blame others. You see, when Lincoln was elected in November 1860, he wasn't sworn in until March 1861. It's late, so I'm not sure if my math is right, if it was 7 or 9 states that left the Union before he was sworn in. Never once did he blame Buchanan. Today, Mr. Speaker, I heard our border czar blame Trump for the border. I don't know, in the short months of one-party rule, they've broken all records. He would tell you this, though. Your children's children, do not put off tomorrow what you could do today. The debate of slavery didn't start in the 1850s. That original sin started at the creation of our country. Our forefathers thought it was too divisive, so they said, put it to the side. Hundreds of thousands of their grandchildren had to die. We don't have that same debate today. But you got a big debate on this floor. Do not blame others when inflation is higher. Do not blame others when your children ask you, why did you make the bureaucracy so big but keep the borders open and empower China? Why did my father and mother lose their jobs? Why can we not go downtown? Because there's no police to protect us. Or to that Russell Johnson grandson, our granddaughter, who can't carry on the legacy of a generation of a rancher. They'll point to this night, this time, and this moment. The other portrait that hangs behind my desk is Ronald Reagan. You see, Ronald Reagan was a Democrat too. But taxes became so high. You know what he did? He stopped working. It took the incentive away. Sound familiar? If you pay people more to stay home, they'll stay home. If you take away the work requirement, this bill now creates 90% of all Americans qualify for the child tax credit. But what'd you do? You took away the requirement to work, hurting the small business, then you took away the Social Security. You might as well take more American taxpayer money because you got all these IRS agents, but you're giving it to people who are not Americans. Reagan would tell us this. Reagan's in color and Reagan is smiling. And Mr. Speaker, I think at moments at times Reagan would talk to my party. We're not perfect by any means. He would tell us, if you believe your principles bring people more freedom, be happy about it. People will wonder what you're drinking. I'm a happy conservative, but not tonight. Reagan would tell us this, and he would talk to this entire body. And he would tell us, Mr. Speaker, peace without freedom is meaningless. Think about that for one moment. Peace without freedom is meaningless. It is human nature that we crave peace, but we only attain it with freedom. Reagan came into office after Jimmy Carter made inflation high. Americans held hostage. Gas prices, you can only go to the station on odd and even days. He was happy and honored to be able to do it. People had written us off. There were two Germanys. I remember in my high school, they had one of those Hallmark shows about the Soviet Union invading us, or Red Dawn. People on my street built bomb shelters because there was a Sputnik moment, much like a moment we just had. That's what our top military agents tell us, Mr. Speaker. You know, Reagan had the same dilemma. He was in his second term. I believe he was in Iceland, sitting directly across from Gorbachev. They didn't take staff into the room. And Mr. Speaker, he started negotiating a nuclear reduction. And he was getting most everything he wanted. Then Gorbachev asked him one thing. Would Reagan end the SDI program? And remember what the SDI program at that one moment, it was made fun of, Mr. Speaker, by the Democrats. It was called Star Wars. Today, it's part of the Iron Dome. Mr. Speaker, you might remember the Iron Dome. Your party actually defunded that along with the police. Reagan didn't hesitate. He didn't ask Congress. He didn't ask the Senate. He said, no, I will not end the SDI. But what I'll do is I'll share with you so the world could be safe. Gorbachev declined. And Reagan looked at everything in there and he thought, it's a pretty good agreement. But he paused for a moment. It did nothing to those who were in the gulags. It did nothing for Lech Wałęsa in the shipyards of Poland. So he did something that most politicians couldn't do. He got up and walked away. Had Reagan not had that moment walked away, the Berlin Wall would have never collapsed in the Soviet Union. I tell you that story because I hope 5 of you listen. I hope 5 of you walk away from this bill. It doesn't bring more freedom. You cannot have peace without freedom. You know what's interesting? In modern history, there's been 2 U.S. presidents to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Not Ronald Reagan and not Donald Trump after the Abraham Accords. Every elite press criticized Reagan, but he knew his principles. You know, Reagan didn't have one-party rule. The speaker, Tip O'Neill, would spend time with him, would talk about the challenges. And when they talked about the challenges, they invested. Not for more illegals coming across the border, but to compete against Russia. Mr. Speaker, inside my conference room, I have another portrait. It's a big one. 8 feet by 16. It's a portrait of Washington crossing the Delaware. You all know that painting, do you not? This is a replica. Do you know who painted that painting? You know, it happened Christmas 1776. The person who painted it wasn't there that day. He painted in 1850, 1851. He wasn't even an American. He was a German immigrant who lived in America, Emanuel Lenz. He lived here for about 10 years, I believe, and then he went back to Germany. And he knew the same thing that Lincoln knew about America. That America's more than a country, that we're an idea. An idea not of more bureaucracy, but of more freedom. And his talent was art, so he thought, I'll paint this painting to inspire my country to have a revolution based upon the freedoms of American democracy. He gets it historically incorrect. If you look at the painting, it doesn't look like the Delaware, it looks like the Rhine, but he's German. We give him a break, right? He puts Washington in a rowboat. Historians will tell you he probably crossed in a Durham boat. He puts 13 people in the rowboat. Why? 13 colonies. He only shows you 12 faces. If you ever look at the painting, and please come to the office, you could bring your constituents. I don't have to be there. But he has Washington in his ceremonial uniform, standing up in a rowboat in the middle of winter with his hand on his chest. You look at our founding father, and you would say that man is bigger in life. He's so stoic. I bet he's never lost a battle. But you know what history tells us? At that moment in time, Washington had only been a loser. He'd never won a fight. But if you Google this painting to see if I'm right, and you got your phones, you're welcome to do it. I don't want you to look at Washington. I want you to look at who's in the boat. The second person's wearing a beret. He's Scottish. The person in the green directly across from him, rowing in the exact same cadence, is African American. You come down the boat, in the middle is this person in the red. They look like they're the strongest. It's a woman. And in the very back is a Native American. Now, Mr. Speaker, I cannot tell you if that diversity was in the boat that night. But to this young immigrant who had lived in America, that's who he believed would be in the boat. Now, the second person to the last was a rancher, a farmer. I don't know if he was related to Russell Johnson or not, but the same occupation. And he has his hand across his face. You see, it's the hand of the 13th person nobody sees. But what this artist was saying, here we are, not a country, but an idea. Having lost every battle before us, but willing to risk everything on our holiest of nights for the idea of freedom. Here's a hand, would you get in and join us? I wish we hung that portrait in here. I wish we would look at that portrait. That when we brought bills to the floor, that we were all rowing together. Because I will tell you, the challenge Washington faced that night, our two biggest challenges for the future are the debt and China. And this bill makes us a loser on both. Mr. Speaker, it spends more money than we spent for the entire World War II. It sends our jobs to China. It does nothing to stand up to them. But I know this. It's not too late. It might be late into the night. Mr. Speaker, members on your side of the aisle, they got staff. They could get a new plane to Puerto Rico. This is too important. There are moments in time that history that change the course of this country. And they've happened on this floor. The 13th Amendment. A day that'll live in infamy. We were bombed by Japan, almost wiped out our Navy. That Congress didn't turn around and say, let's take away work requirements. Let's give incentives to people who are coming illegally. And let's spend nothing on our defense. But let's make it bigger than any other bill we've ever had. And let's make sure nobody on the other side works with us. Now we're going into war. So we should send a letter to OPEC and to Putin. Because he could lower our gas price, help us out. This is that moment. We can have that courage. We can have that ability. It's not too late. Aside from hypersonics, the Pentagon is estimating China could have 1,000 nuclear warheads by the end of the decade. And last year they built 38 gigawatts of coal power plants. That one large coal plant every week. I know a lot of members on both sides of the aisle went overseas. Mr. Speaker, I know Speaker Pelosi has been able to be to Europe 3 times in the last 3 months. I don't know if it's a farewell tour. But if it is, I want a t-shirt. Mr. Speaker, we've been limited on what we can build nuclearly because of our agreement with Russia. China makes no qualms about what they want to do with Taiwan. And if you wonder, look at Hong Kong. My first trip ever to China was back in 1995. Some of you have probably gone, American Council of Young Political Leaders. They picked 5 Republicans and 5 Democrats under the age of 40 to go to China to interact, to find their leaders. I remember sitting in a room with a former UN ambassador. And he told me they became communist because they'd always been conquered by somebody else. That there used to be signs, no children's or dogs in Tiananmen Square. He says, we have no fear of being conquered now. So I don't know what binds us together. When I went to Tiananmen Square, it was moving for me because I remember that moment in time. There's 2 parts in history I wish I could have been a part of. I wish I could have been in Tiananmen Square, and I wish I could have been there knocking down that Berlin Wall. There was a sign there, Mr. Speaker. It had two moments. The number of days and the number of minutes to Hong Kong came under their control. They said for 50 years nothing would change. Mr. Speaker, after unleashing COVID on the world, it all changed. But you know what happened prior to that, Mr. Speaker? I'm not sure. I think Hong Kong had about 8 million people. Even on rainy Saturdays, 3 million of them would show up and bring umbrellas. You know what else they would bring? American flags. They knew the exact same thing Abraham Lincoln, Joseph Rainey, Frederick Douglass, and America's more than a country. And it's an idea. They stood out in the rain knowing what China would do for the freedom of speech, not for more bureaucracy. And the moment China came in, did we do anything? We're going to buy more batteries from them. They use slave labor to create it. If you question where COVID came, they say they're going to send their nuclear weapons to you. Look, I don't know if we know how many nuclear weapons they have because we can't fly over them much anymore. But do you ever wonder and start to think, if you have these nuclear weapons, you have hypersonics, and then you invade Taiwan, you think that may keep more people at bay? I don't know. When Putin took Crimea, he said he took it because no one said he couldn't. He's built up along the row of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, does it make you wonder after Afghanistan, where Americans were left behind, that China flies more of their aircraft over Taiwan? That China did not show up at the global warming party? There's so many things to be proud of our country. I'm worried about the environment. I wish every country was like America. We lowered our CO2 emissions. We didn't mandate. You know what we did while we lowered them? We became energy independent. But you know what happens when you shut down an American pipeline and you allow a Russian pipeline to go? You make the air dirtier. American natural gas is 42% cleaner. You know what else comes with American natural gas? American jobs. American kids can pay for college. They can buy a car. They can buy a house. I don't know in today's America if they can afford to fill it up. But you're going to restrict America. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot of people brag about this bill. Really happy about the Green New Deal. I don't know if many of you read the Chinese paper. They're happier. Because that's where you're sending the hard-earned working taxpayers of Americans. And if you don't get enough, the IRS agents are going to pound on their door. Meanwhile, President Biden is acting like there's no competition at all. To name a few important issues Biden has folded on, he bailed out Huawei and refuses to investigate the origins of coronavirus or hold China accountable for its action. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you another story. This is a personal story with your leadership and ours. Many of us had the pleasure and the honor of going to the 75th anniversary of D-Day. I think every American should go. Read the headstones. The ages. The thousands upon thousands of America who all died in a short time frame. You look at the stars of David and the crosses. And I traveled with our speaker, Nancy Pelosi. And as we flew in a helicopter and we went down the path with the doors open, you wonder about those brave men. You still saw the guns of the Germans. They had to land and they were shooting ducks. And they had to climb up and they were just being shot one after the other. So young. But their children's are proud of them. And when I looked at those headstones, I looked at the speaker and I wondered, what could America have done before then that would not have lost their lives? What could we have done before the rise of Hitler or Mussolini? Where could we have made that investment? Then I thought to the future as us as policymakers. History repeats itself. I watch China steal our technology. I watch them test hypersonics. I watch them build a new coal plant and shut us down. This isn't like the Soviet Union. We're not going to outspend them. And I asked the speaker, could we create a committee? Equal number of Republicans, equal number of Democrats, to just focus on China. She thought it was an interesting idea. I called Steny, the majority leader. I put the same idea to him. I spent 8 months on this. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? They agreed. We agreed. We picked the number of members. And then they came back to me and said, no, we had to shrink it. That's okay, that's okay. I just really want to have this happen. Because you know, Xi Jinping isn't going to abide by the term limits. He tries to wait everybody out, Mr. Speaker. We got so close, we invited the Washington Post reporter in to interview the members who are going to be on this committee. They pre-interviewed it so we would be able to introduce it. The night before, that moment, like the time in the boat, I was proud of Congress. We're going to do this together in one of our greatest challenges. I got a phone call. So we're not doing the committee. So what are you talking about? We spent 8 months at this. You see, COVID had hit. And they thought it might give a political advantage. We focused on China. I went ahead anyways and chart the China Task Force. And in that China Task Force, all the ideas that came up with, 2/3 of them were bipartisan. Mr. Speaker, we talk a lot about the future. If this body changes power, we will have a committee that focuses on the future of America and China. We need to plan. This is going to do a lot of damage to us. I'm hoping 5 of you change your mind. And you know what? I'm going to welcome you to serve on it too. I want one American policy. I don't want to look out in California and see all those ships anymore. I want to look at California and see all those ships leaving with American product going to other countries. We need to hold them accountable. Why would the world stay silent after the millions upon millions who have died from COVID? Would it not raise a question if China shut down their domestic flights but kept their international open? Welcome, Madam Speaker. I'm just getting geared up. Good, you sit. Now, Republicans are offering a better approach. Instead of cooperating with China from a position of weakness, We need to compete from a position of strength. Madam Speaker, you're new, and I'm not sure you've been listening. I hope you were. I would think, Madam Speaker, why don't we have a full Congress briefing on China's hypersonics? Why don't we do one thing? Why don't we pause this bill? If this bill is going to spend $5 trillion, more than any other bill we've ever spent, more than what we spent to win World War II, why don't we pause this bill, have a briefing of all of us together about that Sputnik moment that our top military tells us? And why don't we rise to the occasion? Why don't we do what America did at that moment? Where their children witness one Germany. Why don't we pause? And let's see if we ought to spend the money there. You see, with one-party rule, the last time you had it, you cut the funding for hypersonics. Now, I don't remember the debate, and I don't know, Madam Speaker, if somebody on the other side said by this cut our children's children will be excited about this night. But I do know where we stand today, more than 12 years later, in a weaker position, more dependent, and more vulnerable. You know what that means if we want to do something different? That means strengthening our military, rebuilding our economy, and regaining our position of leadership in the world. I don't know how many of you are historians, but if you study the entire world, there's only been two nations that had the largest economy: China and America. You know, in the last year, ours grew faster than them. They were catching us. After this bill, you put a weight belt on us. You gave an advantage to them. What if we did this too? What if we paused? And what if we together inspired the rest of the nations in the world and said, let's not reward China with the Olympics? Do you want to reward them? I'll guarantee you their economy will be stronger after this bill. We can't keep being nice. We can't let them continue to lie, to steal. It also means delivering truth and accountability when it comes to the coronavirus. There's not one in this chamber that does not know somebody who died from COVID. I was talking to a friend last night. He's about my age, but he had these two mentors. They're older men. They're farmers. He's a farmer. And he'd been calling them. He was down looking at them. Couldn't find them. Never heard this friend of mine get emotional. He said he just got a call back. One of them died from COVID. His father's no longer alive, but he felt he lost his father that night. You know who he's most mad at? China. I never heard him cuss until that night. He just felt it was so unfair. Don't we all? Don't we remember being in these chambers, struggling in our own community, trying to find PPE just for our hospitals? You know, some of the brightest moments of America happened at that. We watch people risk their lives. But we watch what America does best: ingenuity, invest. We don't have one vaccine, we have 3. You ask anybody in the world, do they want a vaccine from Russia, China? They want America's. We did that. We did it faster than Fauci ever said we could. You know what else we could do? We could do hypersonics too. We're not going to gain on China if they tested it 200 times and we're at 9. Madam Speaker, hypersonics is a first strike weapon. Look, I was a smart aleck growing up, and I got in a few fights. But the one thing I would tell you in a schoolyard, I never won one that someone got to punch me 5 times before I could swing. But that's what your children are going to learn tonight. They could strike us before we could defend us. Are we weaker based upon what happened in Afghanistan? Oh, yes, we are. If you don't read China's papers, you know what they told Taiwan the next day? See, America won't be there for you. I'm speaking soft, Madam Speaker, but I wasn't imitating President Biden. I imagine the papers in China will read soon after this bill passes that America is going to ask them, the Chinese, to buy our bonds so they have greater control over us. That America is going to be weaker. That they did nothing to stop the flow of fentanyl made in China coming to America. We cannot lose sight of the ultimate goal. We will not allow America to fall further behind like the Biden administration has. Madam Speaker, when they study history, our children's children, I'm sure the chapter will read one-party control for one term. The damage that was done. There'll be college courses. There'll be people who are nominated to the Fed simply because they just studied that inflation that came back today. I don't know about you, but if you study history, there's no easy way getting out of inflation. There's only pain. Don't take my word for it. Just pick up the Wall Street Journal and read the story of Turkey today. Madam Speaker, I know my friend, Mr. Neal, has been here 33 years. He's got to remember what inflation looked like in the 70s. Interest rates in double digits. But Madam Speaker, it's different today. You see, for all those Democrats, Madam Speaker, that would not vote for the bill unless they got the CBO report that told them it paid for itself. I watched some of them on TV. I feel sorry for them. I don't know how they face their constituents again. Or what about those 21 members, Madam Speaker, in your conference that sent a letter to the Speaker that said, take out the IRS agents? I guess if you send a letter, it's okay to vote the opposite. I don't know. Where I grow up, in my family, that's not what we were taught. CBO came back. In 5 years, it cost $800 billion. And that's after you played all the tricks of all the dials where you don't pay for everything. You see the difference today. Our debt is larger than our GDP. You see, when that happened before, we weren't fighting for a Green New Deal. We were fighting to save America and the world. And the minute World War II was over, it dropped. Madam Speaker, I think you're fighting to make this country a socialist country. Margaret Thatcher said it well. You're going to run out of everybody else's money. The difference now, though, you've got inflation. And what's so sad is you were warned that would happen. And I know you don't want to listen to me. I know you don't like me. That's okay. But Larry Summers worked in 2 Democrat administrations. He serves in one of the prestigious universities in America. He is partisan, but he's an economist. And before you pass that $2 trillion, and remember what happened, it's similar to this bill. It's not bipartisan. And what's so unusual, when COVID hit, all those bills we did it together. But when January 20th hit, when it was one-party rule, all changed. We were no longer welcome. So we warned you, but you may have thought it was politics. But then Larry Summers warned you in February. You passed it anyways. 9% went to COVID. The school money, a lot of it didn't last 2-3 years later. Then we read all about these schools. They had too much money. They're giving bonuses if people don't even work. On January 20th, you passed rules that said bills didn't have to go through committee. You made proxy voting. I remember in the negotiation on proxy. I remember, Madam Speaker, talking to the Speaker and the Majority Leader at the very beginning. They said, we'll never do proxy. It'll destroy the body of Congress. Historians will tell you that. Even when the Confederacy wasn't that far away, we still met. August 24th, 1814, 1816, when the British burned this building down, we still met. Through every pandemic, we still met. But what we thought, and I disagreed, it's only those few people who has respiratory problems. We're going to make it tough. Only a few people are going to do it for a short time. And they're going to sign a letter that said they just can't make it there. Madam Speaker, I was shocked when I saw a member on your side of the aisle. He must have been really fearful of COVID because he was on a boat. Looked like a vacation to me. Madam Speaker, today I got my booster shot, my 3rd shot. I've had COVID. I've had 3 shots. I went down to see Dr. Monahan. I said, would I have any side effects? You see, I got my 2nd shot the morning of January 6th. And I got the chills, I got the shakes that day for a lot of reasons. And I wondered if it was the best idea to get that shot today. I took it anyways. I don't know if I was going to be too tired. I might have a little headache now. But this is too important. This is just too important. This is a turning point in our country. We are at a tipping point. Because let me tell you what happens. You cannot curb inflation without devaluing the dollar or raising the interest rate. We raised it high after the last time the Democrats had one party, one control in the late 70s. But you know what? It'll cut all the economy, but we won't be able to pay our bills. We have too big a debt now. You know, Wharton School is an amazing school. They'd never accept me. They studied this bill. You didn't have to wait to the CBO. You know it costs $4 trillion. It also tells you it's going to lower our growth. Only 2 countries in the world have had the largest economy. If our currency is not the world currency, If our debt is too big, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, what the majority leader said to start this out, our children's children will remember this night. Oh, they will remember this night. We are a great nation. We are exceptional. This body has risen to so many occasions. But in the occasions they rose before, they didn't do it with one party. If America asked me what went wrong, one party rule for one term. Divided government makes you have to find compromise. Madam Speaker, when I came to this body, I came in a time of 2006. Republicans lost the majority for a lot of different reasons. There was only 13 Republicans, the smallest freshman class since 1914, and that's when they enlarged this body. And I've made friends on both sides of the aisle. I believe in competition. I believe in debate, but I believe in respect. 4 years later, there was a big night in Virginia, New Jersey. You see, if you study history, Virginia and New Jersey are all off-elections. You know, Madam Speaker, your party had power for a long time in Congress, for 40 years. And before 1994, there was an election in 93. And it was a shock in Virginia and New Jersey. And in 94, something unheard of happened. Republicans won the majority. I should have known in 2006 that was going to happen, because in 2005, there was an election in Virginia and New Jersey. Democrats won, and it flipped. In 2009, I was in my second term. I was a deputy whip. I remember certain moments. I didn't know Steny Hoyer at that moment. I respected him. I respected his years of service. I respected the leadership in which he portrayed. And I remember it like it was slow motion. It's back when you could speak in the well. President Obama had just become president. We invited him to our conference. He wanted to do a stimulus bill. And I was proud of our conference that day. President Obama treated us with respect. We even met in HC5, where you meet now. And we got up one by one. I remember Kevin Brady. And the president said, I want to hear your ideas. We didn't play political games. We gave him ideas. And to the respect of President Obama, you know what he said? You know, that's a good one. No, I'm not going to do that one. I like that. He said, we're going to work together. As he walked out, we thought we were going to work together that day. Henry Waxman was a chairman at the time. He dropped the stimulus bill as the president left us, saying he was going to work with us. I used to spend my time down on the floor. I thank you for being here. I know it's late. But I'd spend my time on the floor because most Democrats didn't know who I was, and sometimes I'd sit over there. And I would listen so I could learn. It's like slow motion what Steny Hoyer was saying. When that stimulus came to the floor, it was a lot of money. It was a lot of money. He said, I don't know if this will work, but I do know you're going to have to go home and tell your constituents why you voted no, why you wouldn't help them. I didn't want to be the party of no. So I remember sitting up in Eric Cantor's office, and we would bring people. Brady was there and Camp and a lot. We said, the president meant well, but his own party won't let him work with us. So let's make our own bill. Let's compete on the power of the idea. So we produced our own bill. We had the outside score it, created jobs with less money. And 30 seconds before that gavel went down, I remember talking to two Republicans right here. President Obama thought he was going to get 60 Republicans to vote for it. He was literally calling members back in the chambers. That bill passed. It was popular. It's kind of like your COVID bill when it first passed. I don't know if you looked at the polling today. This was early on in that majority. And I remembered the whole time what Steny Hoyer said. And right before that election, after Virginia, New Jersey, do you realize more people in America thought Elvis was alive than the stimulus created a job? If you look at your COVID bill, the $2 trillion, there's other moments I've had in here. You know, I came in, and one of the most moving votes we've ever had. I wasn't here to vote on whether we went to Iraq or Afghanistan. But I was here to vote about the surge. And I came in when we lost the majority, and a lot of that had to do with the continuing war. And I want to do something different. So I invited anybody that had an opinion, that was opposed, that was for it, from foreign ambassadors. And I remember the ambassadors telling us, we did not agree with you coming, but you better not leave it this way. And for anyone who serves in a body, and I served in the legislature before I came, nobody can prepare you for a vote like that. You know, when you take a vote like that, you're going to look a mother and a father, or a husband or a wife, in the eye, and you're going to have to explain why their loved one gave their life. So I did not want the administration to tell me anything. I was going to come to this conclusion because I had to make the decision myself. I had to look people in the eye. I voted for the surge that night. It was packed. One of the first times I spoke on the floor. I remember calling home. I was nervous. That April, I went to Iraq, Afghanistan. A group of us, bipartisan, we spent Christmas morning with General Petraeus in one of the little amazing houses in there. And I remember that was bipartisan. I remember respecting the other side. I remember America coming together. It was tough. You had just won the majority. The debate was about war. Men and women were losing their lives. But we didn't think America should leave that way. There were people on both sides of the aisle. You were in the majority. President Bush was still president. And we came to what was best for the future together. And then I remember the financial collapse. I remember being on this floor with TARP. For any of you that were here, it was all packed. Do you remember the chant? 100, 200, 300, 400. The Dow Jones going down. The Dow Jones, I think, went past 1,000. And ever since my days as deputy whip, I have this philosophy. The first one to 200 wins. on any big bill. Now that proxy's here, it doesn't work. But for those who are voting in here, if you get to 200, first, that's usually where it's going to go. At that moment, more than 1,000 down. The no's were at 200. And it collapsed, and the market went up a little more, only down maybe 800. Do you remember how big that was? The world's largest economy on a financial meltdown that we both came together? Because it was a big vote, right? Do you know how much we spent then? $800 billion. $800 billion. You're spending $5 trillion while we have inflation. $800 billion was enough to save the financial markets of America. We got 10 million jobs out there for people to work on. You're doing nothing for the border, nothing for the children's future when it comes to China. No incentive to go to work. You're incentivizing people to come here illegally. You're incentivizing people to stay home and get a check. I like to study history. Every great society that have overextended themselves has collapsed. Madam Speaker, I don't mean to go back to what my friend Steny Hoyer said, but tonight will be the night that our children's children, oh, I apologize, I didn't see you back in the chair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I ask you a question? Did you get to take a bathroom break? And I didn't, but I understand, that's okay. Tonight will be the night of that tipping point. Tonight will be the night. Have you looked at the market? Have you looked at the numbers that just came back this week on retails? You know what happens? Please talk to economists. If you supply all this money in a tight economy, you're going to create more inflation. Mr. Speaker, when I served at that time, 4 years later we became the majority. I had the honor and privilege my conference to elect me majority whip and majority leader. And I will know the frustration that I had when you would do your motions to recommit. But I never once said I wanted so much control to take that away from you. I respect that you run for this office. I respect that your constituents elect you. And what your constituents do is they lend you power. They lend you their voice. So their voice needs to be heard. When you shut out the minority, you're shutting out millions of Americans. Now, I don't know what the case was, but I remember talking to my freshman class in 2011, and I put up every 63 names of every Democrat that lost, Mr. Speaker, and I said they had two things in common. They all voted for a motion to recommit, and they all lost. In the 8 years that we were in the majority, we never lost one motion to recommit. Why would you change the course of the history of this body to take away the voice of the minority? You're not hurting me. You're hurting millions of Americans who participate in the electoral system. Is that about control? I know our tempers flare, but I promise you this, Mr. Speaker. I will never tell one of you can't look at me. Even if you're saying something bad about me. You have a right to do it. We're in America. I don't want control over you. I want to participate with you. I want to work with you. I want to solve problems with you. You know, people ask me, what has gone wrong? And I'll be honest with you. I spent a lot of time thinking about the next Congress. How do we heal this place? Mr. Speaker, if you're all thinking of running again, for those who win, no more proxy voting. You're going to have to show up to work. Mr. Speaker, America is more than a country. We're an idea. Every single one here, except a few that are Native American, came as immigrants. I've told you about the paintings in my office. I also have the papers of Ellis Island, of my grandfather. 100 years ago this year, came at the age of 10 from Italy. Giuseppe Palladino. He dreamt of a new world. He knew America would be better with each generation. He came like many of your ancestors. Some of the greatest strength in this country is the rule of law. Even in the financial meltdown, people still invested in America. So many times when I was in graduate school, I would do a SWOT analysis. Strength, weakness, opportunities, threats. You start with your strengths to see if they're big enough to overcome your weaknesses. Are there opportunities big enough to overcome the future threats? We are still the largest economy in this world. But it won't stay if this passes. We have the greatest fighting force that volunteers. If you are wealthy and you live in another country and you're sick, you still want to come here for your health care. You still want to send your kids here to go to school. They admire who we are and what we've been. I talk about what made me a Republican. I was in the 6th grade. I turn on the TV. I watch Jimmy Carter have a sweater on and tell me to turn the heater down, that the best days were behind us. That as an American, I had to accept less. That wasn't how I was raised. Then I watched this other man, Mr. Speaker, that came from our home state of California. He went to the podium. He said, no pastels. Fly that bold color and go to that shiny city on the hill. I knew what he meant when he talked about that shiny city. That was America. That was more than a country. That was an idea of freedom. Going away from oppression. It went beyond Maine, beyond California. I know you all believe that's America. But under one-party rule, under 1 year, that light has been dimmed. Our task should be joined together, climb that mountain, recharge that light. 5 of you should rise up, put the country first, and say no. 21 of you signed a letter that said take the 87 IRS agents out of the bill. It's still in it. Does your name matter? Does the letter matter? You sent it to the Speaker. You told her she had to. Or what about those members that said they could not vote on this bill until the Congressional Budget Office proved to them what President Biden was saying, that it didn't cost anything? Well, you know what? That letter's back. And no, it costs. In 5 years, it's going to cost you $800 billion. It's going to cost us much more. It's going to cost us the rule of law. You're incentivizing people to come across this border illegally. We believe in the rule of law, but if you start a generation that breaks the rule of law, you break down society. You're taking this money. How you brag about you pay for the bill, you hire 87 IRS agents. You're saying to America, we don't trust you. You're adding 1.2 million more audits. 1/2 of all those audits are going after Americans who only make $75,000 or less. And you know what those $75,000 Americans are doing right now? They're wondering if they could pay for their gas this winter that goes up 50-some%. They're traveling less because gasoline is the highest it's been. And for our president that says he doesn't know anybody worried about inflation, Mr. President, come to the grocery store with me. Because I'll show you the price is rising every day. Just walk the streets. Or what's even worse, you are spending more money than we spent to solve World War II, to win it. And you're proud of it. You're championing it. You do nothing for the Russell Johnson, the rancher on the border, whose kids can't go in outside to play. From February to October, more people have come across that border illegally than 2018, 2019, and 2020 combined. That's the numbers. Americans are dying at unbelievable levels because of fentanyl. Where do you think that comes from? China through Mexico. You heard from the mayors in these border cities. Just in the last year, 46 times the school had to be on a shutdown because of cartels and the car chases. You do nothing in this bill for that. You have the top military general tell you it was a Sputnik moment with China when they did a hypersonic. Something we don't have, because the last time we had one-party rule with all of you in charge, you cut hypersonic funding. You got a chief of staff at the White House, Mr. Speaker, that many refer to as the Prime Minister. He says this is twice as big in real dollars as the New Deal. You got members of your own conference that said President Biden wasn't elected to be FDR. We are better than this. How can you spend so much? When the financial markets were melting down, when thousands of people were losing their job, when we didn't know if we could still be the world currency, this body came together and thought $800 billion was enough to do the trick. We weren't in inflation. You already know, Mr. Speaker, from your past of passing trillions of dollars, you created inflation. Now you're doubling down. Mr. Speaker, the American people have said it in so many ways. Enough. We don't need more waste. Mr. Speaker, when you have inflation, you either devalue the currency or you raise interest rates. You're going to break America. We can't afford to pay our debt. We're going to have to cut. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you this, and I'll make this promise to you, Mr. Speaker. If we are fortunate enough for the American public to trust us for a new direction, we'll change the course. We'll focus on small business. We'll focus on the border. We won't let runaway spending create inflation. Mr. Speaker, and we will trust you. We won't fine you to walk into your place of work because there won't be a magnetometer out there. We believe we're going to work together. We believe bills will have to go through committee. One-party rule for 1 year has done so much damage. We will not let America fall further behind. like the Biden administration has. In a sense, falling further behind has been the theme of Joe Biden's presidency in the first 10 months. As leaders, it's our responsibility to understand the position and condition our country is in. When it's not providing Americans the opportunity to meet their daily needs, we must fix it. Mr. Speaker, we trust parents. I don't know if you heard, we introduced a Parents' Bill of Rights. I never thought there'd be a day that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, would go after parents simply because they went to a school board meeting and lie to Congress about it. It took a whistleblower to come forward. Mr. Speaker, I never thought there'd be a day with gas prices so high that the Secretary of the Energy, when asked for a plan of how to bring the prices down, to laugh. Or Mr. Speaker, the Vice President of the United States that was given the job by the President to be the border czar. I understand why he moved it to her, because in his 42 years of elected office, the closest he came to the border was driving by El Paso. But when she was asked, she laughed as well. Mr. Speaker, these are serious issues, not one to laugh at. The American public's not laughing. When it's not providing Americans the opportunity to meet their daily needs, we must fix it. But that's not what President Biden has done for the last 10 months. And it's not what Democrats have done with this bill. Mr. Speaker, one-party rule in 1 year has given us the highest inflation in 31 years. And I know I said it before, Mr. Speaker, yes, we warned you from the other side, but your own side warned you as well. Larry Summers, serving 2 Democrat administrations, begged you, told you not to do it in February, but here we are. Mr. Speaker, the President, even in a town hall meeting on CNN, says he doesn't know anybody who's worried about inflation. I want to invite the President to so many meetings. I want him to go to the border with us. You know, I know we come from different parties. And I know we fight in campaigns, but when the election's over, America expects us to govern. There's many times, I know the President has been to the border, but we send him letters, we've been there, we'll tell him what's happening. We'll sit down and we'll talk. He doesn't want to meet. I want to work with this President. These problems are too big. I took President Biden at his word when he said if he became president, he'd work with the other side. Mr. Speaker, the American people sent Washington, D.C. an unmistakable message on Election Day earlier this month. Our country has drifted too far to the left. Mr. Speaker, if you study history, there was a moment in time like this. Mr. Speaker, it was back in 1994. Again, it was one-party rule. You controlled it all. And when you controlled it all, Mr. Speaker, your party wanted more control. They wanted Clinton care. The country rose up. And at that moment in time, I remember watching President Clinton tell American public, the era of big government is over. Mr. Speaker, where is that Democrat today? Because many of these members, Mr. Speaker, they served 30, 40 years. They've been there with them. And they just champion, we got to make the bureaucracy bigger. Mr. Clinton, listen to the American public. You know, this last election was driven by intense disapproval of Democrats' radical policies. Absolute chaos on the southern border. Out-of-control crime. record-breaking gas prices and inflation, a broken supply chain. Mr. Speaker, I know you care about the environment, and I know you're not far from Southern California. I know you've seen those ships. You see them sitting there for a month. You see the pollution. You know what they're doing? They're dropping off products from China and going back empty. We got a failing education system where, Mr. Speaker, some of the strongest leaders in your party say parents have no right in their children's education. I just can't imagine that. And of course, the surrender in Afghanistan. I know, Mr. Speaker, you cannot be proud of that moment either. There's still Americans there. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, and I could be wrong, but I don't know of one hearing we've had in the last month to help those Americans come home. I don't even know if someone would give us the number. But this is what I do know, Mr. Speaker. Republicans are not sitting back. There's a number of members who served in the military, who sacrificed in the military, who are still helping their constituents and others come home. And Mr. Speaker, the saddest part about it is we have to work with other countries. We have to go around our own State Department. This isn't an image of a thriving nation. It's the image of a country that is clearly on the wrong track and on the wrong side of history. Are we better off today than we were 10 months ago? No. Mr. Speaker, I remember Steny Hoyer. I listened to him. He started off, he said, we don't want to go back. He doesn't want to go back when we didn't have inflation, when gas prices was $2, when we were energy independent, when in the last 16 months, not one casualty in Afghanistan, when North Korea was not testing missiles, when China hadn't sent a hypersonic around the world, when we had the strongest economy in the last 50 years. I know, Mr. Speaker, there are people who got upset with President Trump's personalities. But as I travel the country today, Mr. Speaker, I hear of a lot of people who want to take that vote back, who like his policies, who understand policy matters. We are not better off than we were 10 months ago. You know the difference? 10 months ago, we didn't have one-party rule in this city. That is why the voters who can vote earlier this month overwhelmingly voted to send Democrats a message. Mr. Speaker, that message was one word: stop. In 2010, you didn't listen. You proved Obamacare in 4 days. You're just doing the exact same thing. Mr. Speaker, I don't know. I don't know if Speaker Pelosi, if she finishes out this term. I know she made everybody vote on Obamacare, and 63 Democrats lost. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if she'll be here after people here vote for it. Could be the last time, last term for them. But the problem will be the damage will be done. Stop overspending. Stop the war on working families. Work gives you a purpose. I don't care what job you have. And stop giving those who run our country more control over the lives of those who make our country run. The election on November 2nd this year in Virginia, New Jersey, and across the country, that should have been a wake-up call. Why did President Clinton hear it, but not these Democrats? I don't know. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want to give political advice, but when President Clinton heard it and he changed the course, and he said the era of big government's over, he got reelected. But Washington Democrats obviously aren't listening to the American people. Instead, in a desperate attempt to save face and appease their extremists, left-wing base, Speaker Pelosi has crammed even more radical policies into a partisan bill that costs trillions in dollars we don't have, for government-run programs that nobody wants, not even Democrat voters. What the Democrats are proposing is out of touch in the extreme. What we have before us isn't a social spending bill. It's a pathway to socialism. If you don't believe me, Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the majority leader and you listen to the chair of Ways and Means, what a prestigious committee that is. You know, Mr. Speaker, Article 1, Section 7 says all tax reform starts in the House. And our rules say it all starts with Ways and Means. And it's interesting that your own member, Jared Golden, talks about what you do in this bill. You go after people who are just making ends meet to give it to people who are making 800,000s and millionaires. These are radical policies in a partisan bill that cost trillions of dollars we don't have, for government programs that nobody wants. It doesn't work now, and it won't work in the future. In fact, as I said earlier, it will make the problems we face as a nation much, much worse. Now, here's how. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if your other side left to eat, but I'll buy dinner if they want to stay. I think it's important. I don't know that any have had time to read the bill. Consider the energy crisis Americans are facing today. High gas prices and budget-breaking heating costs. Instead of relying on American energy to increase production and lower costs, the answer from Democrats seems to be to beg OPEC to produce more. Gather wood for the fireplace and put on a sweater. You know what happens when OPEC produces more? American dollars go to the Middle East. You know what happens when you shut down American pipelines? American workers lose their job. But Putin gets more. Mr. Speaker, winter is coming. And this bill will make our energy crisis worse. Consider the heat, your home tax bill, the Democrats have included in this bill. By imposing a fee on methane gas, this bill will penalize the very resource that helps produce the electricity that keeps the lights on and heat running. Mr. Speaker, I think I owe an apology, because I understand the Democrats have left and they want to recess when I'm done. I don't know if they can get to the airlines this time to change the flights to Puerto Rico later tomorrow for the fundraiser. I'm sorry for that, but this is just too important. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know if they think they left, I'm going to stop. I'm not. It's too important. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm really not talking to them. I'm talking to the American people. You know, I don't have so much here, but I got a couple other binders. Because I think it's important for the American people to know how this bill worked. So when I got done with this speech, I was able to collect all the amendments that Republicans offered that were denied. The American public should see what could have been in the bill. What could have helped them. And it's probably healthy, Mr. Speaker, for all the constituents to know who voted how. I think that would be important. The effect of this Heat Your Home tax would increase family heating bills by as much as $242 per year. I don't know if you think that sounds like a lot, but put in perspective, how much more does it cost them to fill up their tank of gas? How much more does it cost them at the grocery store? How much less is their paycheck worth because of inflation? It's not just this. As many as 90,000 jobs could be lost as a result. But you know what it won't do? Reduce global temperatures by 1 degree. $242 doesn't seem like a lot of money for the elite liberals. For all those who make $800,000, you'll love this bill because you'll get a tax break for buying a Tesla, but only if it's built in a union shop and if your kids go to the most expensive colleges. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I went to junior college. I was fortunate enough to start a small business. I sold it to pay my way through college. You see, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know my story. I grew up in Bakersfield, California. I was the youngest of 3 kids. My father was a firefighter, and he moved furniture on his days off. My mom worked in a dental office, and they raised an unbelievable life for us. You see, when I got out of high school, I didn't have the athletic ability or the grades to get a scholarship. So I went to community college, and I'm proud of it. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I met this guy. He has a car dealer's license, but he owned a liquor store. I'll let you figure out how I met him. But I asked him if he would take me to Los Angeles, because it's not far from Bakersfield. And it's where all the car dealers would bring their trade-ins. And I went there. You had to be a dealer to get in. And I started buying and selling cars and flipping them to pay my way through college. I found out later it was illegal, but I didn't know it while I was doing it. And when I went to community college, I had a lot of good friends that were away at college. One of my best friends was up at Stanford. I had some friends at SC, and I had a lot of friends down at San Diego State. So on the weekends, I'd go visit them. So this one weekend, I was going to go to San Diego State to visit my buddies. So I stopped off at Foodtown Market, my neighborhood grocery store that's no longer there. That at one time I worked at the meat counter to cash a check. And I stood in line. Something interesting that happened in California the day before. The lotto started. You see, in the last election we passed, so the schools could win too, we passed the lottery. It wasn't the big lotto, it was just a scratch-off. So as I cashed this check, I bought 2 lottery tickets. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I was a lucky Irishman that day. I won the lottery. $5,000, the most you could win. And think about that for one moment. 1985. I don't know, I'm 19 or 20. It's Friday night. I just won $5,000 back when we didn't have inflation. I ended up in San Diego, 10 minutes from Tijuana. I came home. I took my whole family to dinner. We went to the new hotel, the Red Lion. I was so proud of myself, I bought dinner. I could still tell you what people ordered. Steak Diane. My brother ordered dessert just to make the price higher. I gave my brother and sister each $100. And you know what I did with the majority of the rest of the money? I put it all into one stock because I believe in risk. But I also believed if I failed, government shouldn't bail me out. But if I was successful, they shouldn't tax all my money. It wasn't because I was bright, but I made 30% on my money in 6 weeks. Not bad for the market back then. We're coming to the end of the semester. So I decided I was going to take a break from school. So I refinanced the current cars I was selling. I took my money out of the market. I went to the bank. They weren't going to loan me anything. I wanted to buy a franchise, but no one would sell one to a 20-year-old. Another thing you'll learn about me, maybe you'll learn about this speech, I never give up. So I opened Kevin O's Deli. I even built the counter in my dad's garage. There were good days, there were bad days. But at the end of a year and a half, I was pretty successful. If you rate success based upon my family. I now had enough money saved that I could pay my way through college just as long as I went to Cal State Bakersfield, though. I want to finish with my degree. At that moment in time, I don't believe any of my family had finished that 4-year degree. So I sold my business. I was a much better student at this time. And my local paper, the Bakersfield Californian, had an article to be a summer intern in Washington, D.C. with my local congressman. I had never met this man, but boy, I thought he'd be lucky to have me. So I applied. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? He turned me down. You want to know the end of the story, Mr. Speaker? I'm now elected to the seat I couldn't get an internship for to work in. Only in America could that happen. But I'm fearful, Mr. Speaker, if this bill passes, incentive. You're doing the opposite. You're giving an incentive not to work. And you know what? This especially hurts our seniors. Listen to what Claudette Duff, President and CEO of Integrity Senior Services, told us about the implications. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, "I'm concerned that vulnerable seniors are not being considered. While I believe we must battle climate change, I'm also painfully aware that most seniors have little financial wiggle room. Any possibility of an added cost to seniors must be seriously considered." How many of us have a senior person, a family member? And I've been privileged to meet a lot of your mothers, fathers, uncles, and aunts. That we care for them, but we know what they live on, a fixed income. Those are the people that get hurt the most. Those are the people you're going to have to answer to. So when the Speaker talks about elder care, we now know it is nothing but empty words, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this process, the Democrats made it clear they wanted to freeze the American people out from knowing what their government has in store for them. Now it seems they also want to freeze them out of their own homes this winter. In addition to higher home heating costs, consider higher gas prices in our near future, even higher than they are today. Mr. Speaker, I like to take risks. And I don't know if you want to make a wager. Let's wager dinner. Let's wager dinner. After this bill, if gas prices are lower, I'll buy you dinner. If they're not, you buy me dinner. You believe in the bill. You believe in the economics. I know what President Biden recently did. I know our state's not far from New Mexico. New Mexico is an amazing state. Congresswoman Harrell, she represents. New Mexico fights hard. New Mexico's schools get almost half of their money from the royalties of the energy they produce there on federal land. So it's not just the workers in the field that got laid off. The schools, I don't know how they're going to survive. Maybe OPEC will send them some money. They're making a lot more. We should ask them. Americans need relief at the pump. As I said, in this past year, the price of gasoline has reached its highest point in over a decade. The good news is that we know what it takes to lower gasoline prices. Let's embrace innovation and American resources. You know, we lowered our CO2 when we became energy independent. We lowered coal when we offered more natural gas. We're the Saudi Arabia of natural gas, but the president looks to OPEC. Do we really think Putin wants the second pipeline because he loves Europe so much? It couldn't be that he wants more control. That couldn't be the case, would it? I don't know, ask the people in Crimea. That's what America has been doing for nearly a decade. And at least that's what we were doing. And the results completely shifted the energy landscape in our favor. But it wasn't just energy. I don't believe we'd ever get the Abraham Accords if we weren't able to do that. The world became safer. The world is a safer place when America is stronger. The only thing you have to look to in history is why does Putin have all those troops along the border? Why does China say they could take Taiwan? One-party rule in 1 year. That's what it's accomplished. Just a few years ago, the United States, while it was lowering CO2, produced more oil and gas than any other country in the world. And guess what? Our gasoline prices reflected it. So not only did it help business produce more and hire more, the energy industry was hiring more people at a high wage. More people working. You watch that every day in your district. But you also watch what happened. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to Kevin Brady. What happened to Houston after that pipeline was closed? You had to look them in their eye. You know the sad part about all of this? I remember speaking to this man who worked on the pipeline. He wasn't of the Republican Party. He was in the Union. And he voted for Biden. It was like a punch to his gut. He was told not just to vote for him, but work for him. Because he believed in good American jobs, union jobs. And they just cut it. Then he goes in to stand up next to Putin. And he gives him his pipeline. I don't know if Putin did anything to help elect him, but I guess we should ask Schiff. It doesn't have to be the truth. You just have to say it. There were no lines at the gas stations like we saw earlier this year, and no anxiety that you would blow out your budget just by filling up your car. And by the way, when America is producing the energy that powers our lives, we do it safer and cleaner than any other country in the world. I'm proud of that. You know, I come from an energy-producing district. I don't know if my children's children can do it, because the same policy that Biden has, Gavin Newsom has. See, there was a moment in time in my county, we produced the second most amount of oil in the entire country. We're top in wind, we're top in solar. All the above. But China's economy is growing as they shut down. And you know, a lot of those wells are owned by people just like Russell Johnson. They're called stripper wells. A lot of regulation on them. But they produce. For more than 100 years. They were there when America needed us when we were in World War II. And it wasn't government who invested in them. But they're the people you're going to take the tax from. So people who make $800,000 a year can buy an electric car. But only if it's built in a union shop. I guess that's what the president meant when he said fair. I don't know if Abraham Lincoln, when he said we were conceived in liberty that everybody's equal, really thought that a union worker and a non-union worker were different. I think he looked at them just as Americans. And by the way, when America is producing the energy that powers our lives, it is safer. If the Biden administration was truly interested in reducing emissions, they'd be looking towards American oil and gas, not away from it. Instead, their methane tax, the methane tax will make it harder for those companies to invest in technology, like carbon capture, that reduces emissions. Technology will help us in the environment. There are so many members behind me that have championed this. We should be building pipelines here in America. It is safer than a tanker. Instead, Joe Biden blocked the Keystone Pipeline. I just listened, Mr. Speaker. So Biden's press secretary said they're looking at another pipeline too. I don't know. They better get to a gas station. Mr. Speaker, I don't know. You know what you and I should do? Why don't we go on a Codell? Fact-finding. You invite any Democrat you want, I'll invite Republicans. Let's first go to the Keystone Pipeline. And then let's go to Nord Stream 2. And let's see why America should allow Nord Stream but not Keystone. It'd probably help our constituents if we could explain it. I don't know if Putin would let us near it. We'll have to wear a mask because the natural gas from Russia is much dirtier than the American natural gas. And this makes it clear Democrats in Congress want to double down on his costly extreme agenda. This bill bans drilling for oil and gas development on federal land. What does it mean when you drill on federal land? You pay taxes. Who do you pay them to? The government and the schools. Kids win too. You know, in my community, there's a place called Taft. At Taft Junior College, they have a whole program for people who want to go in the energy business. There are more women in that program than there are men. They're the brightest people I've seen. I was just out there. You have this old Ronald days. Taft has been through boom busts. When they first discovered oil back in the day, it's not far from Elk Hills, the Teapot Dome scandal. Oil flowed freely, made a lake. I don't know if America understands. Oil doesn't just go into your cars, your phones, almost everything you buy. You know, California, under the esteemed leadership of Gavin Newsom, has more homeless. He's shutting down the oil. He's pledged we won't have any combustion motors. Of where to go. And we pay 40% higher than other states. But I guess it makes you feel good. But what happens when you pay 40% higher for your electricity? You move. Mr. Speaker, you and I are both from California. I'm sure we both look at the commission to see where the lines are. They'll be different this year. For people here who aren't from California, 12% of the nation's population lives in California. For the entire history of California, they always gained seats. They always gained seats. Last time they broke even. We have 53 seats. This year we're losing one. When they asked Governor Newsom, why did the population go down? You know what his answer was? President Biden secured the border. That's exactly what he said. I was shocked. I was shocked. I worry about if my children can stay in California. Why is it that Texas and Florida are gaining seats? Why is it in this body you refer to them as red states? Does it have anything to do with freedom? Why is it the tax policy in Florida has no state tax? California has the highest. Florida's got great roads. They got an old population. They provide for them. I guess they believe in accountability. They don't spend money on things people don't want. They don't tax you or try to control you. You know, when you banned oil and gas, I mean, think about that, Mr. Speaker. One party rule, 1 year. What has happened to make the gasoline prices so high? One party rule, 1 year. They banned drilling for oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, I know I didn't go to Stanford. I didn't go to Yale. I didn't go to Princeton. I went to Bakersfield College. Got my undergrad at Cal State Bakersfield and got my MBA at Cal State Bakersfield. I'm proud of where I'm from. But the one thing I do know, you have to have a bridge between fuel and a solar panel. I watched President Biden up in Michigan with the other members from Democrat driving that electric truck so fast and so excited. You know how much that truck cost? $125,000. Huh. Who do you think is going to get the tax break for that? I guess it's the people Jared was talking about, the millionaires. Maybe we could have debated that if we had time on the floor. There is a direct correlation to the price of gas to January 20th. And it's just getting worse. We heard earlier from Scott Daniel what these dangerous policies will do to customers. I want you to think for one moment. What if you're a truck driver? There's many of them in my district. I have agriculture, I have others. They take a risk and they buy their own truck. They got to fill it up. I imagine it probably takes 300 gallons. Would you think? The price of gas is what, increased by more than 60%? Do you know how much more it takes that small businessman or woman to fill up that tank? Almost $500. Where do they pass that on to? So when you wonder, do we have more truck drivers? They got to park the truck. Could you pay $500 more every single day? Because inflation is rising so fast. You're not passing that on. I got this dear friend. He's the mayor of Taft. His name's Dave Knorr. He's like John Wayne. This guy worked in the oil business and he created his own business. He runs a meeting and he'll listen to anybody in there. He'll respect him. He won't tell them they can't look at him. I didn't know it was that scary. But this is what he told us. Only as recently as 1988, the state of California only imported 4.5% of all the oil we consumed in our state. Think about that. 1988, 4.5%. California, the biggest economy. You know California's economy is bigger than Russia? 4.5%. But after the esteemed leadership of Gavin Newsom, last year, because they're shutting it all down, because they're going to end oil production, because they're going to save the environment, we import over 70%. We import over 70%. And Mr. Speaker, I believe you agree with me, because all the stats say it. Name me one country that produces oil and gas more environmentally safe than America. Have any of you been up to Alaska? I went up to the North Slope as a freshman. A group of us all went. Jim Jordan was with me. We all went up there. If you park your truck, you have to put like a diaper underneath it. It's not oil from the ground. You can't even let oil drop out of your car. Do you think they do that in Ecuador or Venezuela? I'm sure they probably do. You know, it's interesting. I like to study history and beyond America. It wasn't that long ago that Venezuela was the jewel of Latin America. Had oil, had wealth, had a strong economy. Hugo Chavez, they had a democracy. Hugo Chavez ran for president and won. And how did he win? He stood up and he said, we're going to build our bureaucracies. We're going to give you free health care, free education. He had a lot of oil. He could do it, right? So he got into office. You know what he found out? You run out of other people's money. So he decided to capture businesses. But the Supreme Court said he couldn't do that. So what was his answer? I don't know if he started with the commission, but he tried to pack the Supreme Court. Sound familiar? When that didn't happen, he changed the Constitution. You know, I went to Codell down there. We're in Colombia. And we went on the border of Venezuela. 20,000 people came across that day. And I would interview them, right? Husband, wife, and young child. I thought all these people they didn't work hard enough. No one was a doctor. You know what he showed me a picture of? That free health care get in the hospital. No electricity, and when the baby is born, they put him in a shoebox. They used the iPhone for a light. And they were coming to get milk. And they went an hour and a half to do it. I pulled out my pocket. Had a $50 bill. I handed it to the kid. I didn't realize that could be how much his father made for 6 months. They got hyperinflation. They tried to change the courts. They promised you everything's free. I'm sure Hugo Chavez said somewhere on the day of his inaugural that this is the day the children's will remember. I'm sure somewhere in a speech he said he needed to build the bureaucracies. I'm sure he probably wrote a bill like this. But to be honest, I don't even think Hugo Chavez would spend this much. Or what about Robinson Oil Corporation? Erin's the president. She's in California. She says, we've already seen refineries move out of the state or reduce production. And that increased costs and causes a fair amount of supply issues, pushing oil extraction or field production outside the U.S. It's going to only exaggerate the problem. But what's worse is our money's going to another country to get stronger. And I hate to tell you this, Madam Speaker, most of these countries don't have the same policies that we do. They're not democracies. Madam Speaker, it was only a few years ago that women in Saudi Arabia got the right to drive. But that's where our president asked to produce more oil. But he looks in the face of Americans and says no. Eamon Yates, Vice President of New Mexico Oil and Gas Company, the jalapeno crop. A lot of what I'm seeing in these bills is that these are things that will raise cost. We all know that. But the real effects of them aren't going to be seen until the next 2 to 3 years. Maybe that's when our children realize. Our colleague, Stephanie Bice, she noted that many Western states greatly rely on oil and gas for their state budgets. Stephanie is an amazing congresswoman. She's from Oklahoma. What's interesting, Madam Speaker, that great Chamber of Commerce endorsed the Democrat. I wonder what they think now. I wonder why. But I remember watching the commercials of Stephanie Bice, and they caught my eye. And it was this guy who worked in the oil fields, and he was on a couple different commercials. He was concerned about what would happen if there was one-party rule. His name wasn't Nostradamus, but he was close. In 10 months. I don't know if he's lost his job yet from Joe Biden. But Stephanie Bice says approximately 25% of our state's revenue comes from the oil and gas industry. The fees, the taxes, the regulations that this administration is looking to levy will impact every single piece of Oklahoma. If you vote for this bill, I want you to go back to your districts. I want to look families in the eye and tell them why you voted to make it more expensive to heat their homes, turn on their lights, and fill up their cars. If you're doing a town hall and you want me to come, I'll come with you. That would be healthy. Madam Speaker, the Speaker's from California, right? Madam Speaker, we're from the same state. I don't mean to interrupt. I'll wait. Madam Speaker, I know we're from the same state. You know what would be healthy? Now, I made a lot of promises to the last speaker. I want to make them for you too. We're both from California. Why don't we travel? I'll come to your district, you come to mine. Okay? And we'll do a town hall. You could explain why you're going to vote for this bill, and I'll explain why I did not want to. Would that be healthy? And you know what? You can look at me when you talk. I won't interrupt you. And we'll have a very cordial debate. I think that'd be healthy. The power of the idea should win. Now let's talk about Americans spending their hard-earned money. The one thing you ought to know, I tell the Americans, it's your money. What do you do with your money is for you to decide, not Washington bureaucrats. But get this, Washington Democrats not only want you to pay more in taxes, they also want to spy on what you spend your money on. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if you're the one, but there were 21 Democrats who signed a letter to Speaker Pelosi asking for the 87 new IRS agents not to be in the bill. I'm not sure if you were one of them. But I wonder why we need those IRS agents. I always thought the IRS was supposed to be there to help me. Right? What's interesting, too, a number of Democrats, why we're here late tonight. Now, why we're here tonight, not tomorrow, I know some people got to get to Puerto Rico for a fundraiser. And I screwed that all up, and I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. But they asked the CBO, because there was an argument with the White House and with the members. How much money could those 87 IRS agents get? And it got you to thinking, right? Well, these IRS agents, are they going to pay more taxes or something? No, they're going to go after Americans. Oh. So you have to start with the premise for this whole bill that you don't trust Americans. So the premise is you're guilty until we audit you. Now, what's interesting, they've done some statistics on this. Because there's a lot of things that have been said. And at times it doesn't pan out. So there's a new analysis of this that just came out. You know what you get when you get 87,000 new agents? You get to have 1.2 million more audits. Now, I don't know. Bernie's probably excited by that. But you know, Bernie wants to tax you whether you spend your money or not, because he doesn't want you to invest it. But I would think it's probably just going to go after really wealthy people, wouldn't you think? Do you know where 600,000 of those new 1.2 are going to go? After people who make $75,000 or less. Madam Speaker, I know your district is in San Diego. It's probably much wealthier than mine. But this would probably encompass my entire district. You know, a quarter of those 1.2 million new audits are going after people who make $25,000 or less. You know what we should do? In this town hall, let's do it by segments. Let's do an IRS town hall first. And if you want, I'll do it right before the election. Whenever you want. Madam Speaker, I've met your family before. Your family pretty remarkable. They made America proud, innovated. And they did that because they made investments. When I met some of your older family, they're not afraid to pay taxes. They want to see it go to something. But if they have less to give, they have less to invest. And your business is a pretty competitive business now. It's not that America dominates it. China's on the rise. Democrats told us what they want to do is to spy on every American bank account for spending as little as $28 a day. Now, I know if I asked my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, if I asked you, you said, no, we don't want to do that. You know what's interesting, Madam Speaker? That's the exact same answer the Attorney General gave us when we said, are you spying on the parents? No, we're not doing that. But if it wasn't for an American whistleblower, we'd never know that. Why would we empower the Attorney General to make parents terrorists and let terrorists on the watch list come into America? That is backwards. Now, how tough is it to spend $28 a day? You go to Starbucks? What can you do? Can you do 3 gallons of gas? Does the McDonald's still have the dollar meal? Yeah. You're still going to hit it. That's less than $200 a week. But you know what? I was fearful when I heard about this. But I remember reading 21 really tough Democrats, Madam Speaker. They signed a letter, and they told the Speaker, you get that out of there. You know what would be nice? Now, I don't know if it's the rules. I don't know if you'll kick me off committee, but good thing I'm not on any committee. It's only me, Gozar, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's right. But don't worry, there'll be many more next time. I never liked this new policy, but it's kind of grown on me. But just $200 a week. We should get a poster. Because there's a lot going on in your life when you're a member of Congress. Maybe those 21 don't remember if they signed the letter. Or maybe they haven't read the bill. Or maybe that's why they left. I'm not sure. But you know what I can do too? Maybe we should send that letter to their constituents and just put up how they vote. Because if they vote no, I want to tell all their constituents they kept their word. They're fighting for them. Would that be helpful, Madam Speaker? I think it might. And that's what they do through audits, regulation, and all the power that comes from doubling the size of the most intrusive bureaucracy in the federal government. Madam Speaker, the one thing I wonder, with one-party rule, is that absolute power corrupts absolutely? I mean, I wonder, General King, what an amazing patriot he is, right? He served his nation time and again, Republican and Democrat presidents. The last president appointed him to one of the academies, advisory board. We'd be so fortunate to have him on the advisory board, would we not? But one party, one rule doesn't only give us inflation, doesn't give us higher taxes, doesn't give us higher gas prices. You know what else it does? It picks and chooses. See, there's a reason, Madam Speaker, that somebody on your side of the aisle said I couldn't look at them. They thought they had the power. Can't we respect someone that risked their lives for the freedom of America, that led men and women into battle, did it brilliantly, and could train the next generation, the children of children? Oh, no. Oh, no. We have the power now. You're not allowed to serve. You're not allowed to serve because President Trump appointed you. He's an American. Been in battle his whole life. Did it when many millions of Americans never would. Risked his life for people they never know. Did he really want to spend more time? But he was going to do it because he cared about what he spent his life on. Is that what Joe Biden said when he was going to work with the other side of the aisle? When did the military become political? What do you think China said about that? All right. I don't think the Taliban cared of the pronouns in the military. I don't understand. One party, one rule, 1 year. It's just like Jared said, Madam Speaker. He never thought if somebody asked him, they were going to produce their biggest bill that just goes to millionaires, that it'd be a Democrat bill. Oh my God. We're so much better than this. If you or your family spends $28 a day, prepare to be under a constant audit of the IRS. I don't know. We walk into these chambers. The public can't come into these chambers. And Madam Speaker, we start by not trusting each other. We start by saying, you can't come in unless you come through a magnetometer because we don't trust you. I remember when we were in the majority, John Lewis and others took down the floor. John Lewis I respect greatly. John Lewis was a dear friend. He took me across that bridge a couple times. You know what John Lewis did? For any of you who made that trek, you should do it. I wish you could have done it through John Lewis's eyes. I was so excited about the opportunity. I took my entire family, my son's girlfriend, who's now his wife. We were excited. And what happens, it was in a presidential year, and it gets so big as you walk out of that church the first time. And the crowd comes around, and everybody else. And John Lewis grabbed me at the very beginning. He said, I want you to walk next to me. And I'm walking, but I'm getting crowded out by everybody else, right? And I fall behind. There's thousands of people. You know what John Lewis did? He stopped. He stopped and said, where's Kevin? And there was Hillary Clinton. There was every big name you could see there. We didn't agree on certain things, but we had respect for one another. I will tell you this. Tim Scott and I were down there on the 50th anniversary. And I've told the story earlier about how proud I am. You walk in, the portraits, the first one you're going to see is Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass had every reason to hate this nation, but he did not. He did not. He knew it could be a more perfect union, not perfect, but could strive. When Abraham Lincoln, he didn't even vote for Lincoln, but he was Lincoln's friend because he wanted Lincoln to move faster. He pushed. When Lincoln died and down at this park, when they put the statue that they wanted to remove, Mary Todd was there. She had a cane of Abraham Lincoln. You know what she did? She gave it to Frederick Douglass. She gave it to Frederick Douglass. Respect. You go down, you see Joseph Rainey, the first black American ever elected to Congress in 1870, from Charleston, South Carolina. You know your history, that's where the Civil War started. You know, this day, there's only one black American elected to Congress and to the Senate, Tim Scott, from Charleston, South Carolina. And Tim would tell me the story. You know, his mother and father got divorced early, and he lived with his parents. And just recently, he took people on a tour. The little house they lived in, I think it's only 700 square feet, has been torn down. Tim gets his faith from his grandmother and his mother. If you ever met his mother, what an amazing lady. But every morning, he made his brother and Tim, his grandfather, to sit at that table and have breakfast. And his grandfather had that newspaper in front of him. He wanted those boys to see that. Do you know, Tim didn't find out till after high school his grandfather couldn't read. But he wanted more for his boys. He wanted them to participate in the current events. Tim and I went down there on the 50th anniversary. President Obama was president. And John Lewis introduced him. I was emotional that day. Because when you think for one moment, 50 years before, John Lewis was beaten almost to his death, where when he tells you the story, he'll say, that Woolworth counter over there, I got arrested because I tried to eat. I got this far on the bridge beside that coat he had. He goes, I can't remember anymore. But they carried me back to this church. And 50 years later, he was nominating and introducing Barack Obama as President of the United States. I'm proud of the fact that Abraham Lincoln was president in the most dire time to our Constitution, the Civil War, and brought that nation together. I'm fearful of the division that's being created in this house. Madam Speaker, it almost feels like the Speaker's burning it down on her way out the door. I made the promise to the last Speaker, and I'll make it to you too, ma'am. We'll run it different. But there are some things we'll keep. I may not agree with you, but I respect you. You have a right to your opinion. But you also have a responsibility to show up to work. You also should bring a bill through a committee. You also shouldn't debate a bill all day long and leave 20 minutes before you do the manager's amendment. I know you want to get to Puerto Rico. I know your donors are down there. But the American people are out there. Warren Huddick runs a small business accounting firm in Pennsylvania. Like many small business owners, he knows how tough it is to succeed. Even in the best of times, this new proposal will make it much worse. He recently told me small businesses in Pennsylvania and throughout the country are struggling with labor shortage, rising inflation, and supply chain disruptions. Given these challenges, the Biden administration proposal to require annual IRS reporting of inflows, outflows from small businesses and individuals' accounts would just add insult to injury. Democrats say the IRS needs to spy on every American bank account because otherwise billionaires will cheat on their taxes. That's just nonsense. Where'd the speaker go? Did you fall? I'll wait. Can I be speaker? I can finish my speech up there. Eric Bruin, another friend of mine. He runs a small credit union in Ridgecrest, California. He also happens to be the mayor. He said this: look at what it's going to do in the long run. Individuals are already beginning to withdraw savings from our credit unions. We don't want to go back to the cash under the mattress approach. We obviously will see liquidity issues and our ability to lend to the community. This is going to hit the middle class in America families the hardest, especially those two-income families. I know a lot of members here did a lot of things before they're members of Congress. I remember when I first started out, we were both working. We had to live on a budget. We had to cut. When we bought that first house, we still live in today, we were living in an apartment. I remember a lady was coming by and she was collecting cans out of our trash can at the apartment complex. And I asked her if she needed some furniture. Because what I wanted to do when I bought the new house, I wanted to buy all new furniture. So I loaded it all up, loaded on the car, the couches and everything else. And we got in the new house, we had to paint, we had to get carpet. Had to get new shades. I ran out of money. So we had a TV on a box, and Connor had a little couch. And we'd lay our heads on both sides of the couch. But you know what we didn't have? We didn't have gasoline this high. We didn't have inflation. We didn't have an unsecure border. I worry about those two-income families. It's not just what you're taking from them at the gas pump. Now they have to be fearful that they're going to get audited. Madam Speaker, why can't you trust Americans? I firmly believe Americans are good people. They love this country. But when you start an entire bill to pay for it, and Madam Speaker, you promised the American public this would be paid for, and it's not. I didn't believe you when you said it. Do you realize you debated the majority of this bill before it was out here? You left 20 minutes of 10 minutes on each side for debate on a bill that's the largest in our history. You're breaking so many records. Just last week, you left 2 votes open longer than in the history of this Congress. I never thought I would serve in a body that absolute power would corrupt absolutely. I've said it. I don't know if Speaker Pelosi stays around. Well, the damage that she's doing is a lot. Personally, I hope she stays. I want her to hand that gavel to me. I want her to be here. Now, the Democrats have had 3 chances to remove the intrusiveness, abusive, and indefensible policy in response to the public outrage and opposition. When pressed, they just adjust their rhetoric. They thought they would fool the American public. Now, I don't know if this happened, but you can envision it, right? Because they're listening to what the Democrats are saying. So you got Congresswoman Spanberger saying, Biden was not elected to be FDR. So, what they're probably thinking in the White House, let's tell the American public it doesn't cost anything. Just tell them, they'll believe it. Just say it a lot of times. It's kind of like if you like your doctor, you can keep it, right? Or you got to pass the bill to know what's in it. Then, when the public found out about this IRS, and it was $600, everybody got mad. Said, oh, no, it's not. No, $600. Not $600. It's $10,000. They didn't think the public would figure out $28 a day hits it. And then they wouldn't allow the ability at the end of the day to find out how many audits was to the last day. Remember when the president was asked of whether they were going to give 450,000 to illegal immigrants that came over the border? He got so mad at that Fox reporter. No way, no way. The next day, it was a whole other story. But telling they've never abandoned the policy. Even after we learned about it, it would not pay for their new social programs. They said this is how they're going to pay for it. The White House told everybody, oh, it's 400. They tried to press so many times. Madam Speaker, I felt so sorry for Josh. All those times he was promised they were going to have a vote. And they wanted to press you before you could read it, before the CBO score would come back. Well, I don't even know why people waited for it or asked for it. It didn't change the outcome. I thought, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I thought when I listened to him on TV said we cannot vote for this until we get the CBO score to prove that it pays for itself. I guess that last part was kind of like the 21 people who wrote that said the IRS has to be out of it. I guess it didn't matter. You just need a CBO. It doesn't matter what it says. You just want the paper. Think of the fabric of this country that is going to tear. Everyone in the country knows what COVID-19 pandemic did to families and local businesses. Almost immediately, the Trump administration and the last Congress took action to provide immediate relief. We got a reliever in.
Kevin, another Kevin.
We only could put Kevins in here. As we pulled ourselves out of the pandemic, the wind should have been at our backs, especially for small businesses. Americans were eager to go back to restaurants with their families and friends. We're eager to shop at our local stores after being forced to live by delivery services and online shopping. Those people were heroes. But not this year. Even people in the medical community. Do you remember how there were proposals that you even had to pay more to grocery workers? Or to nurses? But once you got that one-party rule, you determine if you can look at somebody, of what they got to put in their body. They don't even care if they had COVID. We don't care that you were a hero a year ago. We don't care if the response rate for firefighters and police officers are going to be longer. Why? Because we have power. We have power and we're going to use it. But we only use it on people we want to. You see, Madam Speaker, I watched in the last Congress, Speaker Pelosi on the floor here. She was giving a speech. And we all live under the same rules. But she said something she shouldn't. She broke the rule. So somebody challenged her on it. You got to take down your words. Now all she could do is yield back. She didn't want to. So the parliamentarian makes the determination. I don't know if you were here. It was one of those other times we set a record. Nobody would read what the parliamentarian said. And Speaker Pelosi left the floor. Left the floor. And we're going round and round. So I come to the floor. I'm talking to Stinny. So what are we going to do? Oh my God. Speaker Pelosi might have to live under the same rules. That can't be. Can't be. So it took a couple hours. Every member that was supposed to stand up there backed out. They walked up there, the Parles gave them, ooh, I'm not saying that, and walked. They were all afraid. Then Steny Hoyer had to do it. You know what the rules say? If you won't take it back, and you push it, and you're wrong, you can't speak anymore that day. But Madam Speaker, that wasn't for Speaker Pelosi. That wasn't going to happen. So the Parles made a decision. Speaker, I don't know if you were here at that time, but you know what your party did? Rules for thee, not for me. They changed it. Because I don't know. She's from my state. We have about the same amount of constituents. She said they have a higher standard. But everybody on that side said we can't do it to her. She's different. She's special. She's special. See? Yes, she is. So, when you put magnetometers up here, and she walked around them, you know what the answer was, Speaker, why she didn't get a letter? And why she didn't have to pay? The Capitol Police, they determined they didn't send her one. Ooh, I guess she's different. I guess she's special. When Jim Clyburn, with his detail, walked around, he was shocked he got a letter. I'm Jim Clyburn. I got a detail. I'm not like all of you. But the only way you can get out of it, if somebody on the other side in ethics will say it's okay. You know what Republicans said? Yeah. But that didn't happen to you. Didn't happen to Louis. I wonder why you would do that. But when I read this bill that you don't even trust Americans, why would you trust us? Why would you trust us? You know, we are eager to be there for the businesses that are usually there for us. But instead of businesses experience new opportunities, they are again facing the threat of closure. And it's not because of the pandemic. The threat comes primarily from a historic labor shortage, which, as I described, is driven by Democratic policies passed earlier this year. You see, I've been in the room many times. Not since you had one-party rule. You see, when Republicans were in power, they invited the Democrat leadership in. We worked together. One thing the Democrats would always say, they started, we need to give people $15 an hour more than what the unemployment pays. I remember sitting on the other side of the aisle. Yeah. Now you know where the labor shortage comes from and inflation. I don't think America's cheering that. The economists told you, we told you. I remember being in the Oval Office. I asked the president about that. They were encouraging after small business after small business. I invited him to go on to businesses with me. He said, that's not happening. That's not happening. I said, Mr. President, with all due respect, you've got to get out of the White House. Then I talked about the border. He said, oh, no, we're making it better. I wondered, what's his definition of better? You take away the work requirement in child credit. You know that's going to hurt small businesses. It's not large. Gives the incentive. You are now going to be facing the majority of Americans are going to get a paycheck for doing nothing. I wondered why when I first came in, and I listened to Congressman Neal and Steny Hoyer. I don't know who wrote their speech. But man, sound like it was from Europe. And they celebrated it. The sad part about this is we've confronted this before. Objection to this proposal isn't about being anti-family. Republicans believe the family is the foundation of a strong society, which is why we have supported expanding the child tax credit in the past. But we also know work established purpose, and there's no government substitute for a job and an earned income. We have proven that time and again. I remember back when President Clinton, when Democrats believed in work, when we did welfare reform, and there was a work requirement. It gave people purpose. It gave them training. We all know people. When you fall, we want to build you up. But that should be a trampoline, not a lazy boy. And you know what happens? The family gets prouder. You get prouder. By removing the work requirement, the government is putting itself in competition with small businesses. Larry Allison, owner of Allison Crane and Rigging, told us, "We are concerned about where we are going to get the employees. What are the costs of the employees going to be?" I'm trying to get more and more diversified today, getting ready for the next time the governor tries to shut us down here in Pennsylvania. Andy Ray, owner of Bright Star Care in Mesa, Arizona, he echoed a similar concern. I find myself emerging from the pandemic, heading right into another one that is very clear. This legislation is very clear. I'm extremely worried that if this legislation goes through and the disincentives to work continue, where am I going to get the team to do this? And what are my options? This bill raises taxes right when I am going to go out on the pandemic. And for a government that has proven so incompetent this year, do we honestly expect an expansion of welfare programs not to be overwhelmed with fraud? Madam Speaker, I have some facts about our state. I don't know if you're taking notes. I can send them to you if you're not. Madam Speaker, last month, it was reported that unemployment fraud in California, that's where we represent, reached $20 billion. Do you know how many audits of $75,000 people you have to do to get $20 billion? Now, that's 10% of the state's entire budget. 10% of the state's entire budget. Fraud. You think there'll be any fraud in this $5 trillion? Oh, no. They're going to have a lot of accountability in there. Andrew Gruel, founder and executive chef of Slapfish Restaurants. Nobody had it harder than restaurants. He's down in Long Beach. He's an entrepreneur. He illustrated how this isn't just a line item issue on a ledger. When they shut down outdoor dining, 90% of the restaurants in Southern California closed. I had people come to me and say they lost their job. And now the government is telling me there's no government benefits available because they misappropriated upwards of $50 billion in unemployment funds. So government misappropriated. You know what Andrew did? He started a GoFundMe. He had just opened another restaurant, a pizza, and he let everybody come in and eat for free. And he struggled, but he kept people on. Madam Speaker, I cannot believe this body, which was so quick to provide local businesses with what they needed to survive in the pandemic. And if there's something our children should learn, when we had divided government and a pandemic hit us, I think PPP was one of the most amazing things we did. We kept people working instead of off. You know how we did it? We didn't build the bureaucracy, we actually tore it down. We loaned more money in 14 days than the SBA has loaned in 14 years. Why? First, we trusted Americans. We said you could go to your bank, your credit union, your fintech. They know you. We gave them a little money for their effort. And we all know how many, they already weren't qualified yet, but they worked overnight. We had problems at the beginning. And we said you could take this money as a loan, but if you pay rent, you pay your employees, you pay your electricity, it's a grant. We had to modify it along the way because it was so successful. But you know one of the saddest moments, because we really worked together on that. And this was so successful. But not all the businesses got in at the beginning. You know, some are small. They were having problems. So it ran out of money. So we wanted to put more money in something we all voted for. And I remember seeing Speaker Pelosi on that late night TV. I don't know the name of the refrigerator. I can't afford one. I like ice cream, but I don't buy that kind. That's expensive. I wonder how much it costs now with inflation. It's probably much more. But she picked up that ice cream. She smiled into the camera to America and said, "No. How could you do that? How could you do that?" We're in a pandemic. It was working. It was bipartisan. The power of the speaker. But let's talk about another idea in this bill that is so unbelievably out of touch with reality and flat out dangerous to our citizens: amnesty for illegal immigrants. Madam Speaker, you're a little closer to the border than I am. I know this is an issue for you too. I'm not sure how many times you've been to the border. I'm not sure if you were down there when they caught those different people on different day. They came into California, those on the terrorist watch list from Yemen. Your counterpart, who serves on Intel, said I wasn't telling the truth. He says he gets all the intel. I don't know how much intel he gets, but Madam Speaker, I remember seeing him and Swalwell in the Middle East with their shirts off on a camel. So maybe that was the time the paper came through and they didn't have a chance to read it. I'm not sure. I thought he'd apologize. Or at the very least, call and say, how can we work together? I don't know what advice I'd give him. Maybe just keep your shirt on. During the worst border crisis in our nation's history, Democrats want to make it even more attractive to cross the border illegally and break our laws. According to its supporters, this bill grants amnesty for millions of illegal immigrants. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't know. There's a lot on your side. They weren't able to stay. They need to get their rest. They've got a long weekend in Puerto Rico after this. And I understand that. But there are a lot of members behind me. And if I was to guess, if you asked every single one of these members if they've been to the border this year, they'd tell you yes. Some would tell you more than once. And anybody on your side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, that has not been, we'll take you. We'll take you. And when you sit and you interview people, and you ask them why they come, many of them have Joe Biden shirts on. They said he told us to. Told us to. I remember early on, I was down in Augustus district. It was one of the first big rushes. August Pfluger, amazing member. I don't know if you met him, Madam Speaker, but he served our country proudly. He flew F-22s in battle. Do you know what he did? At 20 years, you get a retirement. He left right before that. He gave that up to serve in this body, not knowing that he would win. That's how much he respects this body. And I remember I was with him that day, and we were in this event, and the mayor came. And August looked fraught. Because you know what the Biden administration did? It had moved 1,000 illegals that they have caught into a city without even calling them. You know why they went to a city? Because Joe Biden became president, shut down oil production, and they had little oil cities there. So all those people who lost their jobs, that had to leave, moved them in. And not one of them were tested for COVID. Not one. And it was going rampant. And when you would talk to the doctors there on the border, they said more than 10% have COVID. And when you'd walk, and this is interesting to me, Madam Speaker. I know when President Trump was president, the other side of the aisle called where people were stored cages. I don't know if Webster took that away, but I don't hear that anymore. But they're exact same place where they are. And it's overcrowded. But you know what's even worse? They've expanded the cages. It now hangs under freeways. They just walk right on across. But you know what happened? A news agency went down and started filming it. 10,000 people. Just there. So what did the Biden administration do? They used that Machiavellian approach, right? They banned the news agency from using a drone so America couldn't see it. That's how they'll fix the problem. Well, that didn't work, but you know, with one party rule in 1 year, you could try anything. So then the secretary came out and said, "Oh, we hear you, we hear you. We're moving them all back. They're all going back to their country." And lo and behold, everybody was moved out. And what did we find just a few days, weeks later? I don't know what training it is for the cabinet. But first, the Attorney General comes to Congress and says he's not spying on parents, and the whistleblower says he is. Then we got Homeland Security cabinet member, says he's sending them all back. And then a whistleblower shows us late at night, they're not sending them back. They're sending them all around. All around. All expense paid trip. I won the lottery, but I didn't win $450,000. Where's the trust and respect for the American public? And here's the kicker. According to supporters, this bill grants amnesty for millions of illegal immigrants who will be able to attain a government-issued ID. But it doesn't have a single cent for more border security. Madam Speaker, I made a little wager to the last speaker. And I think it would be a fun wager. We've really never spent much time together, and we should. We come from the same state. So let's make a wager on dinner, okay? Let's say if this bill passes, I believe more people will be attracted to come here illegally. And I assume, if I listen to the talking points, you think it'll be different. So let's look at this in a year. If you're right, I'll buy you dinner. If I'm right, you buy me dinner. Is that good? We could talk all about it. All right. I'll take you as it. But this is the unbelievable kicker. Many Democrats think this doesn't go far enough. You know, what's interesting, and Madam Speaker, you should find these Democrats, because some of them are from California. They signed a letter to the Speaker and said they would not vote for it unless this was in the bill. They got it in the bill. So I think Josh and those 21 and everybody signed that CBO, they should talk to these people. Their letters worked. I don't know about the other ones. The winners of this mass amnesty are going to be the smugglers and the criminal cartels who get a government-provided advertisement for new customers. They don't even have to advertise anymore. I seriously would request, let's all go to the border together. Let's span it all the way through. Let's do Republican and Democrat together. And I don't care how you feel about immigration, but I know in your hearts you're opposed to human trafficking. And I want to sit with the children and let's talk to them. Let's hear what has happened to them on their journey. Because they're going to need more help than you can imagine. Let's talk to the ones who do make it, that are now going to be trafficked in our country because they didn't have enough to pay. Of what they're going to have to do for the cartel. Can you imagine who's getting across we don't know? I fear greatly that someone from that prison in Bagram finds their way. They found their way in a suicide vest that took 13 American lives. While 16 months prior, not one casualty. Why should America, Madam Speaker, trust the Biden administration with $5 trillion after how he handled Afghanistan? Why should we trust him if he looked in the eyes of the American public and said he would not leave till every American's out? Why should we trust him if he said we could do nothing better? Why should we trust him if he treated our allies the way he did? He treated the Taliban better than the UK or France. Madam Speaker, it's reported that Boris Johnson learns of America going to pull out. He calls the president, who we all watched in that lonely photo in Camp David. Didn't return his call for 36 hours. This is an ally we have fought side by side from World War I to World War II, who has sacrificed lives in Afghanistan not because their country got attacked, but because America got attacked. That the President of the United States accepted a deadline from the Taliban when our allies asked for a little longer. That same president promised America no one would be left behind. Madam Speaker, never in my life did I believe a man, woman, Republican, Democrat, whoever had the honor to serve as President of the United States would knowingly make that decision. I know, Madam Speaker, people thought the issue would leave. Unfortunately, it's here for decades. I'm sure it put in the calculation of why Putin has thousands of his military next to Ukraine, or China, pushes on Taiwan every day. We've seen it time and time again. Allowing illegal immigration fuels more illegal immigration. Talking about amnesty is a public relations coup for the coyotes. We've seen this before. The losers, however, would be the rule of law, legal immigration, and most importantly, American citizens. Madam Speaker, I know your district, like mine, has a lot of first-generation Americans. I go to naturalization services. The look on these young Americans. So they raise their hand. You know what I tell them? Because they struggle. When my grandfather came here, Giuseppe, his father was already here. He and his mother had to stay back in Italy. If you walk into my office, right there, you get the Ellis Island. They had to say, where were you going to live? Who are your sponsors? His father, my grandfather, was working an ammunition factory in Connecticut. When I look at the faces, and they take that oath, you know what I tell them? Valley Forge is now their struggle. George Washington is their founding father. Abraham Lincoln was their emancipator. Martin Luther King spoke of their dreams. And the flag that flies on the moon is their flag. They have as much rights as I do, who was born here. But they also have a responsibility. And Madam Speaker, when I hear from my constituents who are here and waiting for their family for 10 years to be reunited, and they watch what is happening, they get the most upset. You see, they left what they knew. They risked everything because they believed in the rule of law. They believed in America. I saw Victoria back here earlier. She knows what it's like to immigrate here. She knows what it's right to take a risk. She knows what it's right to live up to the rule of law. As this crisis gets worse, it will creep further into American cities. We know now that the Biden administration isn't sending illegal immigrants back. They are flying them into cities across the country in the dead of night. Madam Speaker, I don't get to see the president much. When I asked him about the border, he's telling me he's making it so much better. Can you ask him why they fly him in the dead of night? Do they get a discount? Or is that so people don't see it? You know, it's interesting to me, the word respect. I know many times I travel the country. See my friend across the aisle here. The flood in Houston. I remember us all going down to the facility, the families that are needed. We worked together. You were there, the mayor was there, everybody else was there. Why? Because we told each other we were coming. We served together, we worked together. Why would we fly people into the city and not talk to the mayors? We hold them responsible for the public security and safety in COVID. Why do they have to find out? Is it because you're not telling the American public the truth? Every American city is set to become a border city and a sanctuary city. You know, Madam Speaker, you live towards San Diego, and I think San Diego is a beautiful place. I loved San Francisco. I thought San Francisco was the only East Coast city California had. Now, I still remember, I was in the 6th grade, and I saved up $400. And that year was tough. My family didn't have money for a vacation. Well, I told my mom and dad I would give them the $400 if we could go to San Francisco and we could go tour Alcatraz. Some of my fondest memories. My dad driving the van, my sister, my brother, my mom. My dad was a fire chief. He was straight-laced. We were yelling at him because we were hungry. We want McDonald's. We told him to get off. He cuts across all these lanes and he gets pulled over. He's never had a ticket in his life. You know how your father can punish you just with the look of your eye? Oh, I've never forgotten that moment. We went to San Francisco. We went down to the wharf. We went to Lombard Street, drove all the way the curves down. My mom went and got tickets for Alcatraz, but she bought the wrong tickets. She bought a boat that just went around Alcatraz, didn't get to go into Alcatraz. Then we went to Lake Tahoe and we went back home. It wasn't until my children were born, till they were in elementary school, did I get to go to Alcatraz. My son just moved to San Francisco with his new wife. He had to buy a car. He was living in D.C. I had an uncle pass away last week, and he was home. They were home for the funeral. And I'm worried about him living in San Francisco. I read about the Walgreens. I was worried about getting a car. Because last time I was up there, the signs on every door was, please don't break in, I got nothing inside. He says, Dad, I just got insurance. I didn't know that was a big deal. But he said, I found out I live on the safest street in the whole place. But it still costs him 3 times what mine does. I watched the policies of San Francisco change that city. I watched people like Chuck Schwab, the second his house to start a business that allows Americans to invest at the lowest possible. He's changed so many lives. You know what his greatest love was? San Francisco. There's not a museum, a homeless center that Chuck Schwab hasn't funded. He doesn't live there anymore. You know what my son told me? I was kind of excited. He said he lived in a safe place. He's got a little dog, Otis. He said, but I can't wear my AirPods when I take him for a walk because you got to be looking. You got to be looking. I remember another family a few years back was strolling out on the pier. Beautiful place to go. This family watched their daughter dead, get shot. Got shot. The person who shot her, somebody who came across the border illegally, took her life. The defunding of police has destroyed our cities. Destroyed our cities. It's interesting. The first time I ever heard that phrase was in this chamber. Madam Speaker, it was from your side of the aisle. The first time, Madam Speaker, it was this year, I watched your party defund the Iron Dome for Israel. I never thought that would happen. Never thought that would happen. The first time I watched $5 trillion, bigger than the New Deal, and not $1 to protect Americans. Russell Johnson. I don't care how you feel about immigration. The drugs that are coming across the aisle are coming to your district. I don't care if you live in New York or Maine. Call your coroner, call your sheriff, ask them. It comes across Mexico, but it's made in China. We heard from Mayor Don McLaughlin about the effects of this dangerous policy will have on American cities, especially those who are near the border. I don't know if I get this right. You may want to tell me, August. Cochise County? Yeah? You don't know. Sheriff Mark Daniels told us, the rule of law is being destroyed here. The violent behavior we're seeing from the cartels. Listen to this. The cartels call my office saying they're going to kill my deputies. They're going to kill my deputies. And the things we've seen, our quality of life, not just on our borders, but in America, is being diminished. Maybe you haven't heard that before, but now you have. So, Madam Speaker, could 5 Democrats pause this bill and put some money in there to protect these deputies from being killed? Or protect the children in the schools? It just takes 5. That's all. Just 5. You got $5 trillion. $5 trillion. No one's ever seen this type of money. I can't believe it. Who gave you the right to sacrifice those lives, those dreams, those futures? You know what gets to me? I've told you my father was a firefighter. And it's interesting, if you have a first responder job, it's not a job, it's a family. The firefighters, the police officers, you're together on Christmas, you're together all the time. If one of them needs work at the house, we're over there pouring concrete. We're fixing the roof. It's a way of life. I cannot imagine a deputy coming home, a mom, a deputy, being threatened with their own life and looking at the children. Because I know they don't sit back and say it won't happen to me because they see it every day. They see it every day. I can't walk by with one without saying thank you. But you know what's happening? They're retiring. They're not appreciated. So they're only making it worse. Just 5. Just 5 is all it takes. Pause the bill. Look, I promise. If 5 would pause this bill, I'll pay for your plane to Puerto Rico later if you just help those along the border. I will pay for your air ticket. I promise you'll get there. Now let me be clear. Objections to mass amnesty are not anti-immigrant. Republicans recognize the value that immigrants bring to American society, American culture, and America's economy. You know what's so sad? The public doesn't realize there's a lot of us talk together. When I was majority leader, I would bring members in, and we'd talk a lot about this broken immigration system. And I understand we have a government that you got to find compromise. If you don't find compromise, you're going to end up just like we are today. One-party rule in 1 year. we brought 2 immigration bills to the floor. And not one Democrat would vote for it. And you know the sad thing, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure you're here yet. I went to a number of members in the Democratic Party that said they wanted it, it was so important, they wanted to vote for it. But the minority leader at the time, now the Speaker, told them no. They needed it an issue for the campaign. They needed an issue for the campaign. So, when Steny Hoyer talked about the children's children to learn about it, I hope they read about that too. We know that America is a nation of immigrants. We honor this tradition in history. As I often say in naturalization ceremonies, as I told you earlier, we're the only nation in the world, and we have members on both sides of the aisle that were born in other countries. And Lady Liberty does what she does best. She opened up her arms. She brought you into America. You became a citizen. George Washington, right there. Even if you weren't born in this country, is your founding father. Abraham Lincoln is your liberator. When Martin Luther King spoke down at the Lincoln Memorial, he spoke of your dreams. Right, Juan? He spoke of your dreams. And now you have the opportunity that less than 13,000 Americans have ever had to serve in this body. But, Madam Speaker, why at times do I feel the rhetoric that I hear from some? They almost dislike this country. They want to tear down the founding fathers. They want to rename the schools. No one ever said we were perfect, but we strive to be in a more perfect union. I would hope those members would come to my office, see the paintings, see how far we've come. Frederick Douglass had every reason to hate this nation. Born into slavery, sold from his parents, taught to read, but was beaten for it. Gave Bible studies to the other slaves. Was beaten, escaped, became a free man, became an advisor and one of the best friends to Abraham Lincoln. He had as much to do about America bonding together, of healing and driving where everybody would be equal. So yes, we are a nation of immigrants, but we're also a nation of laws. Amnesty is unfair to everyone who plays by the rules, whether they are American citizens or legal immigrants. It depressed wages, reward lawbreaking, and strain public resources. That is why Republicans reject the growing calls by Democrats to defund ICE and open our borders to everyone. You know, Madam Speaker, I said the first time I ever heard the phrase the defund police was on this floor. The first time I ever heard the phrase defund ICE. I thought they just wanted to drink water without ice at first. I wasn't sure what they were talking about. How could that possibly be? Juan, you could not want to defund ICE. Just for the American public to know. Madam Speaker, I have the utmost respect for Juan Vargas. He and I have served together in the state legislature, and we serve here. We vote differently. I respect your character. I respect your faith. You know what I respect as well? Your respect of other people who have difference of opinion. You weren't here earlier, I don't think. Amen. I couldn't believe, Madam Speaker, I couldn't believe there was a person in this body that told me I couldn't look at him when I talked. I've never heard that before. I'm sure people on that side of the aisle might look at me as being unworthy, not equal. That's unfortunate. We're all Americans. I didn't disrupt one word they said. I didn't agree with it. I thought this place was a place of debate, a place of ideas, Madam Speaker, where the best idea could win. Without the rule of law, we could not have a fair, functioning, or secure immigration system. Without the rule of law, we could not have a free society. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to discuss an issue that has sparked a parents' movement across this country: education. Every parent in every community in every corner of this country has a right to know what their children are being taught and what they are actually learning. And no politician or government bureaucrat should have the power to deny you that right. I got a lot of hope 2 weeks ago. There's so many times in American society you get down. But we are the best form of government. At any moment, our power is not driven from here, but from people. And they spoke loudly. Republicans respect the right of parents. After all, these are your children. It's their future. And Madam Speaker, these are the children that Majority Leader Steny Hoyer talked about, the children's children learning about today. I hope they're not denied to hear what went on the floor tonight. That would be a travesty. Over the last year, everyone has listened to passionate parents speak out when out-of-touch politicians and ineffective school boards keep their children's school closed for months on end. Madam Speaker, I know you must have had your heart torn when we watched that father. The father go to a school board. And I didn't quite grasp it at first. I just watched. He was being wrestled down. He was trying to talk. And it depends what station you listen to. In one station, they said he was like a terrorist. You know what you found out? He was handcuffed and removed. Why would he do that? Why would he fight so hard? The same reason all of us would. His child. You see? He went to that school board meeting. His daughter got raped. Got raped by an individual that was not of the same gender that went into that bathroom. He notified the school board. The school board, they didn't know about it. But lo and behold, we found out later, oh, they knew about it. And the emails were there. Why? Why would they arrest him? I'm shocked he didn't do more. But you know what happened? That's not the end of the story. They just transferred that student to another school to do the exact same thing. I think every parent in that school should have known that took place on that campus. And every student, every parent should have known in the next school that student was there. They have a right to know it. And Madam Speaker, we introduced a bill to do just that, the Parents' Bill of Rights. I tell the American public, if it gets denied by this Democratic majority, It'll be passed 1 year from now. It'll be one of the first bills we take up. We have seen and heard parents and children speaking out at school board meetings, frustrated by the government knows best approach to education. You know what's interesting? There was an election in Virginia, and it was pretty big in Virginia, this issue. You had a Democrat running for governor that's a former governor. And he made a statement, parents don't have a right to know what happens in their children's school. I think he lost the election over it. But parents rose up. What did the Biden administration do? Well, the Attorney General stopped looking at those who were killing people in Chicago on the weekend, or why Walgreens was shutting down in San Francisco. He started looking at the parents. They were terrorists. But when he came before this body, you've got to understand who this person is. He's the top law enforcement officer of this country. Look, we're not far from the Supreme Court. I'm not sure, a lawyer can correct me. What's the name of the statue out there? Is that Lady of Justice? She's blindfolded with a scale on her hands. It's supposed to weigh equally. This same Attorney General came this close to being on the Supreme Court. He looked at the members on both sides of the aisle and says he wasn't investigating them. Could you imagine what it took for somebody working in that body to risk their job as a whistleblower to put forth the information that he lied? Madam Speaker, I heard the Speaker just yesterday tell me they're at a higher standard. Madam Speaker, I know your body knows how to impeach. You've done it twice. You even have now a special investigator Durham tell you the first time you did it was all lies. If you believe in the rule of law, if you believe in these parents, where's Adam Schiff when you need him, Madam Speaker? We write law. The Attorney General is the highest person in this administration that represents. He's supposed to be fair on both sides. He promised us he wasn't going to play politics. But now we found that he lied there. Now they even go further. They use it for intimidation. Do you know? No subpoena in Congress in 1983 have the Attorney General's done anything with. For those that are held in contempt in here, nothing ever happened. It was interesting, Madam Speaker, I don't know if you caught this, but Adam Schiff said, but now it's different. We have an Attorney General who will do what we want. Madam Speaker, Adam Schiff was right. He's become the most political Attorney General in the history of this nation. Now I worry greatly. If he lies about spying on parents, what else does he lie about? If he picks who he's going to go after based upon your political affiliation, he's not wearing a blindfold. He's got binoculars looking right at you. Madam Speaker, if we're going to hold this body to a higher level, I would think we could work together on this. Wouldn't you at least want to have a hearing on it? Now you got the facts. Wouldn't you want to call them back? Not for me, but for the parents. What about that father? I wonder if he was investigated. You know what's interesting? The Attorney General said he based this all on an organization that sent him one letter. One letter. Now, then that was put out publicly. You know what that organization did? Ooh, I'm sorry, I'll take it back. But the Attorney General never took it back. I wonder, if we had to question, did anybody in the Attorney General office call that organization and ask for that letter so they could take that action? I don't know. I don't know this. I'd feel better if that didn't happen. But it's interesting to me. If they acted so fast on that letter, is he opening all of his mail that quick? Because we've sent a lot of things to him. It's almost like he was already prepared. And it was interesting. You know, he had like a deadline. Had to get done before 2 weeks ago last Tuesday. Huh. Yeah. I don't know what happened back then or what the deadline would be. But why wouldn't he back away? You know what's interesting with those who sent the letter? Once it was made public, they didn't want any part of it. Didn't want any part of it. I would hope that organization would change their leadership. They should change their leadership. Rightfully so. Over the last year, parents has become the teacher, the coach, the music teacher, the science teacher. They had to do almost all. But you never would have thought they would have become the terrorist. You never would have thought they would become the terrorist. You wonder why. Why all of a sudden are more parents coming out to the school board? Could it be because of the pandemic, in the Zoom meetings where the parents are having to teach, they're beginning to hear what is being taught? And it's interesting. One party, one control, 1 year, and the federal government can come after you in a school board meeting. Now in this bill, they can dictate what your children can do. But nowhere in this bill does it say the parents have a right to know. Nowhere. Nowhere in this bill does it deny the Attorney General to spy on a parent. Now that you know this information, Madam Speaker, would 5 Democrats hold this bill up? Don't do it for me, but do it for the parents. Simply say, we don't need credit for this, a parent's Bill of Rights. They have the right to know of the curriculum. They have a right to know what's being taught. They have a right to know what's being spent. And they have a right to know if there's a violent incident in the campus. Just 5. Just 5, that's all it takes. I promise you this. You'll be the most popular 5 Democrats in the nation. You will. I could tell you which 5 are in the toughest races. Listen. Far be it from me, but it would be smart of you. Because I'll tell you this, 2 of them, Madam Speaker, are in Virginia. And Madam Speaker, Governor-elect Youngkin won one by 11 points, and another by 8. Biden had won that state by 10. He won New Jersey by 16. Listen, President Clinton realized after losing all those seats in '94 that he needed to listen to America, that the era of big government is over. In 2010, this exact same thing happened. 2009, Virginia and New Jersey, Republicans won. And 4 days later, Speaker Pelosi said you have to pass the bill to find out what's in it. So if you ask me, why am I still speaking? Because I want America to know what's in the bill before it gets passed. Because I trust you enough. If you stayed and heard what's in the bill, you wouldn't vote for it. I don't know, my political team would probably get mad at me for saving some of you. But I don't care. I want to save America. But let me tell you what I never hear from families: hopelessness. As any parent can relate, our children are the most important people in our lives. And we will do anything to protect them and make sure they have the best opportunities available. That is why, despite being targeted by President Biden's Department of Justice, parents are speaking out louder than ever. Madam Speaker, maybe you and I can go down to the White House and see the President. You see, he picked the Attorney General. So I don't want to judge the President based upon the actions of the Attorney General. But now that the President knows what the Attorney General did, I would hope the President didn't know he did this before the whistleblower came forward. Because I know, Madam Speaker, Adam Schiff would hold that for impeachment. But Madam Speaker, now that the President knows the Attorney General of the United States of America lied to Congress and spied on parents saying they were terrorists, you know what we could do? Just 5 Democrats vote with us, and we'll hold the Attorney General in contempt. Yeah. I'm sure the Attorney General now will base his policy like no other Attorney General has done since '83 and go after himself. Because I'm sure he's very fair. It's the rule of law. Parents nationwide refuse to accept lower expectation for their kids. And this month, we heard Virginia parents say enough. Madam Speaker, I hope your side of the aisle heard it. I know many had to go home. It's okay, they still get paid whether they're here or not. You can vote proxy. You know, Madam Speaker, I'm worried about some on your side of the aisle. You know, some of them haven't been back since the vote for Speaker. But they'll probably still vote for this bill. I'm sure they read it. Maybe they're watching. Madam Speaker, I believe Puerto Rico is on the same time zone. It's not a long flight, just past Florida. You know, after the hurricane in Puerto Rico, I went to the minority whip at the time, Steny Hoyer, and we went to Codell together down there. Went all through it, the struggles. We came up to Florida, toured there as well. You see, I was in the majority. I could have had one party rule in this house. I could have gone myself and said, no Democrat can go with me. But I don't think that's good for the House. So I reached out to Steny. You know, Steny will lead a group of freshman Democrats to Israel, and I lead a group of Republicans. We've done it for a number of years. And I know on my first trip, I went to my friend, Madam Speaker, Steny Hoyer. I said, let's don't go on separate weeks. let's spend a couple times where we overlap. Because I don't think our greatest ally should be a partisan issue. And you know when we did this? I may get the number wrong. It's late into the morning. But I think we had 25% of the Congress there. We did a press conference together with Steny and I talking, showing the entire world of our commitment to Israel. We broke up in groups of Republicans and Democrats alike, and we went and toured different parts of Israel. But you know the one place we went all together? The Iron Dome. The Iron Dome. You see, the Iron Dome is not hypersonics. It's not a first strike weapon. It's a defensive weapon. You see, what the Iron Dome will do, it'll look when a missile is shot from Gaza and it's coming. It'll take it and it'll calculate. Is it going to hit in a populated area and it shoots up and blows it up? But if the calculation means it goes in non-populated, let it go. This technology worked on by both countries. We were so proud of this 25% of this body, we took a picture in front of the Iron Dome. If you looked at each other's faces, we were with pride. We fist bumped each other. We went back to the King David, did our press conference. We were united. But Madam Speaker, when thousands upon rockets were shot at Israel just this year, never before have we seen these numbers. When it was time for our greatest ally in the Middle East not to provide them with a weapon to attack anybody, but to save that exact same weapon that we all stood beside each other on. Madam Speaker, your party took it out. Your party took it out. Even today, with one-party rule in 1 year, Israel is now political. The Hyde Amendment, the millions of lives that has saved. I know the debate of abortion is controversial. But what has been around for 20, 30 years? We agreed both. Whether you support abortion or not, don't take American taxpayer money and make them spend on it. That was fair. That was where we came. That's where we found compromise. That's what America looks at when they look at this body. Year after year. It wouldn't matter if you were in power or we were in power. We all kept our word. If you've been here longer than one term, you have voted for the Hyde Amendment. Your leadership, Speaker Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, Clyburn, years upon years they've been here, they supported it. One-party rule, 1 year. It's wiped away. It's wiped away. So, Madam Speaker, when Steny Hoyer said, our children's children will learn about today, there's going to be a lot of children that don't learn anything because they won't be here. They won't be here. There's so many reasons why this bill is wrong. But, Madam Speaker, if just 5 Democrats put a hold on this bill, I know there's more than 5 over there that think it's wrong because you told me so. I'll never question anyone's faith. I've witnessed the faithfulness of people on both sides of the aisle. I prayed with them. We wept together. We prayed for other members. We break bread. I've seen your heart. I know what you believe. Of all the politics, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. For decades, this body has upheld From people who are the biggest pro-choice people I know to those who are the biggest pro-life, would look each other in the eye in doing appropriation bills and keep their word. And I know it was difficult. I know it was very difficult on the other side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, that they would get attacked from some people in their own party. But we knew this is where we came together. That's the history that's being made. That's the history that's taking place. That's the history we can't afford. You cannot put a price on the life of a child. You can't. What's worse, Madam Speaker, I don't mean to highlight Juan Vargas, but those in America that don't know him, he's a faithful man. If I'm correct, Mr. Speaker, you were going to be a priest at one time. When we're in Sacramento, we'd pray together. I've watched your servant heart. I just wish, of all the things, and I want to tell our members, if the American public will trust us with the majority, we will bring it back. I know, Madam Speaker, people laugh at that. But Madam Speaker, I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. So I tell America, don't get down. It may be your religious belief, but now big government is going to take your taxpayer money and spend on it. We all know people. There's people we serve with who their own life, a doctor told their mother to abort, but she didn't. And they put them up for adoption. This is so personal to them. Technology today in medicine, child can live so early. In America, the land of opportunity. The opportunity just to live. But how can we? Why is it one party, one rule, that you're going to go after people? You're going to have to go people who work in the faith community, who have dedicated their life, who just fundamentally disagree with this. And now you hired 87,000 agents going to grab it out of their hands. Why would you do that to them? Can't we disagree? You know how tough it was to come to that agreement? I don't know why it's changed so greatly. I don't know why there's one set of rules for you and a different for us. I don't know why there's a whole other set for the speaker and nobody else. That's not a proud moment for this floor. It's not a proud moment for the country. You know, Madam Speaker, it's almost with fear when you say it. I don't know, next week there may be a $5,000 fine if I raise her name. Never, when we were in the majority, did I ever think a way to take away the minority right for amendment. Never in the majority. When my own conference was as mad as can be because the Democrats overtook this body, I let you express yourself. They wanted to come back. They said they wanted to fine you. They broke every rule around. They put it online. They did all that. I took arrows for not doing something. But you want to know why I didn't? Because I believe in this institution. I did not want to destroy it. I did not want to burn it down. It kills me to watch what's happening in this Congress. Just because you're leaving, don't burn it down because you're not going to be here to pick up the pieces. That's wrong. That is wrong. Enough of elected officials who pay more attention to the head of a national teachers union, Randy Weingartner, than to the needs of the nation's children. Madam Speaker, I watched that Virginia race. I watched Governor-elect Youngkin, never elected to anything before. We all know what it's like to run. It's difficult. You're scared. They say things about you that aren't true. Running in a state that people said he didn't have a chance. Learning as he went. I'm sure his political team said, oh, you should bring in all these elected officials. He knew where he stood. He said, no. The people of Virginia are my heroes. They're my stars. That's who I want. He watched and challenged where everybody made fun. I remember reading on Twitter right after the primary, David Wasserman, who works for the Cook Report, he tweeted. He got this one right. He got the last election wrong. He said we'd lose 15 seats. He got the number right, the party wrong. But he said there's a chance Youngkin can win. And you've watched Twitter. Oh, my God, they attacked this poor man. And it looked like he would be wrong throughout this parliament. Because here you are, Madam Speaker, Terry McAuliffe, a former speaker, a former governor, the right hand to the Clintons. Terry McAuliffe is the guy who loaned the money to Bill Clinton when he left the White House to buy his house. He's won it before. He knows what to do. Biden had just won it by 10 points 1 year ago. Less than a year. And I watched all the people they brought in. President Obama, Kamala Harris. I believed what Kamala Harris said. She said, this is a bellwether. What happens in Virginia is an indicator of what's going to happen in the future. She's right. But you know what? I love to study history. I watched the closing days of a campaign. Because people would ask me, could Youngkin win? I said, yeah, I can, but man, that's so difficult. But it's going to be close. And boy, he put a good fight in there, right? I know Terry McAuliffe, so I watched him. How was he going to close? After everything that was going on. You know that Washington Post, they are so smart in politics. You know what they wrote, Madam Speaker, after the last debate? This is the debate where Terry McAuliffe said parents don't have a right in their children's education. He said, Terry McAuliffe put this race away. He turned the campaign around. This is it. It's over. So every time they write an editorial about me, they never wrote a good one. I know I'm on the right path. But Terry McAuliffe, with all that was going on in the schools, brings in Randy to tell the parents, you don't have a say, she does. What did Governor-elect Youngkin do? He held a rally. He didn't take his talking points from the White House that says, nobody cares about inflation, that it's good for you. You know what he said? I'm going to lower the tax because I'm going to help you. Then you know what he said? He didn't say, this bill is so great. If I get in, I'm going to build up the bureaucracy so the children's children can learn about it. He said he's going to make the DMV answer the phone and say, how can I help you? He was going to break the barriers, make it smaller, hold them accountable, and make them more efficient. Do you know how many people I know in Virginia that would never vote for me, never vote for a Republican, not only did they vote for Glenn, they walked for him. They called for him. The point is, you're doing the exact same thing Terry McAuliffe did in this bill. Listen, Madam Speaker, 1 year from now, if you lose your majority, don't blame me. I've warned you. America has warned you. They sent you every sign possible. Shoot, a truck driver less than $200 spending 60 of it in Dunkin' Donuts beat the president of the Senate of New Jersey. Enough of politicians who tell them they don't deserve to have a say in their own kids' education. Enough of local school boards who listen to divisive activists, who want children to judge each other on the color of their skin, but who ignore the parents who try to explain the devastating and long-term effects of a year of lost learning. The message sent by Virginia parents on November 2nd was loud, clear, and inspirational. You see, they didn't have some political organization giving money and training. All they had was love for their children. Much more powerful. These are our kids, and we will have a say in what they learn in the classrooms. A few of these parents joined me earlier this month for a discussion on the harmful policies in this bill. Jenny, a Northern Virginia mom and school choice advocate, she said it perfectly. Many parents are frustrated with their K-12 public schools. We experienced over a year of closed schools, disastrous remote learning, misspent emergency federal money, refusal to meet the needs of children with disabilities, lower academic standards, and classrooms focused on woke agendas rather than addressing learning loss and essential academic instructions. We are fed up. You know, one parent told me, the school board said, the kids aren't doing well in testing, so we're going to lower the standards. We're going to lower the standards. Do you think they say that in China? No. This is America. We want to raise our standards. And if the kids aren't learning, it's not their fault. Fix it. Republicans hear their concerns. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Democrats in Congress are choosing to ignore them. They rather appease teachers' unions than listen to parents and students. Madam Speaker, I wonder what would have happened in that campaign if Terry McAuliffe could have said no to the union and yes to the parents. If he had on stage parents and teachers. But I guess they didn't write a big enough check. Here's how, in this bill, Democrats want the federal government to dictate education standards. Make no mistake, nationalized education means less control for parents and more control for Washington politicians who want to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on unionized universal pre-K. I listened to the President, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Money can only go if it's a union. There's a lot of states that are right to work. If you look at the data, the right to work states grow faster in their economy. It means that secretaries of HHS and education have the final say in what our children will learn. I wonder if these cabinet members will be different than the other cabinet members. I wonder, Madam Speaker, if we ask them, what will be the curriculum? Will they laugh at us? Democrats describe their policies as investments. But the truth is, these are not the kind of investments that pay dividends. In fact, it's the opposite. Will they improve education performance for children? No. Will they keep child care costs down and give parents better choices? No. I'm not sure in the new provision, but you know what you do to child care? If you want to be in a child care, you got to have a college degree. You know how many people you're going to knock out? You're going to make it more difficult, more expensive. Some of the greatest child care are your neighbors down the street that open up their house, that probably lost their job if you're from Bakersfield in the energy industry and tried to do something else and cared for the children. But in your bill, it won't let them do it. Will they create new opportunities? No. Instead, it will inevitably result in lower standards, limited choice, and more indoctrination. That is the path that would quickly transform society. The great equalizer into its greatest failure. I don't believe anybody in this body doesn't believe education is a great equalizer. You know, I was visited the other day by Condi Rice. What an amazing woman. Such talent. Such a heart. Grew up in a country that judged her. Wouldn't give her equal. Concert pianist. Fluent in Russia. To the highest office advising our presidents. I watched her on a show, The View. She has reasons to be mad at the country. I've never seen Condi mad. She loves this country. You know the interesting thing she told me? Here she is growing up 60s, 50s. She's not the first PhD woman in her family. Her aunt was. Because they knew what it meant for education. She grew up in the South. And when she watched and she got this question, critical race theory, with all that she went through, she could not understand why in today's education they'll judge these innocent children based upon the color of their skin. To move some to the other side to other. Because she witnessed that. She knew what happened to her. We're better. I know we're better. Education gives everybody an opportunity. Now, what you do with it, there's no guarantee. I'm fearful that in this bill, you guarantee an income. You take away the incentive. Education is not the same. I know you go to your schools in your district. Just in your district, the schools are different. My district is unique. It comes from every walk of life. I'm a product of public school. When I go back to my elementary, it's more than 90% Hispanic. A lot of first generation. A lot of school lunches. I give out certificates for those who reach the criteria of a GPA. I watch the grandparents, the parents gleam. Why? Because their greatest investment is their grandchild or that child and how well they're doing. Because they know that that generation can do better than their generation. And this bill tells them they don't get to have a say in it. I will tell you this, a school on one side of my district on the other needs difference. And it doesn't matter if you come from the wealthiest. Just outside my district in David Valadeos is a charter school. Barbara Grimm. The Grimm family are major entrepreneurs. You see, in my district, there's 2 families that grow 50% of all the carrots in the country. You ever eaten one of these baby carrots? I'll lead you in a little secret. There's no such thing. They're just big carrots. They chop them. They charge you more and you buy them. They have a workforce of like 7,000. Many immigrants from all different parts. They love education. They put together a fund to pay for the college of the children of their workers. That's how much they care. And you know what? They just don't put it together and leave it. They started to wonder, because their projections were they'd be spending more and they're not. They could have easily said, oh, we saved money. But no, then they went and listened. Why aren't the kids going to college? You know what they found out? The local school wasn't preparing them. So they said, you know what, we'll put up the money. We'll put a charter school in. You know who fought them the hardest? The teachers' union. But that didn't stop Barbara Grimm. The school has uniforms, does another period of school, and the parents have the biggest say in it. You know that school on the outskirts of this farming community, in less than a couple years, has better scores than the wealthiest schools in my district. It doesn't matter where you come from. They just need opportunity. This takes it away. We have a better vision. And I don't want it just to be ours. I welcome you to join us. We believe that parents matter. Madam Speaker, anybody on your side of the aisle believes that parents matter, join us. We put the Parents' Bill of Rights in. You could co-sponsor it. The parents know best, and the parents belong at the center of their child's education. They have not only the responsibility, but the right to know what their kids learn in the classroom. Madam Speaker, I was shocked. Do you realize in Virginia, if a parent went to a certain school and wanted to know what was being taught, they said you can, but you first have to sign an NDA. What? An NDA? You can't talk about it? You know, that kind of goes back to the 87,000 IRS agents. If you start with the premise that you don't trust somebody and you know best and you want control, that's the policy you write. That is why Republicans have unveiled the Parents' Bill of Rights. It doesn't matter your wealth or the color of your skin. You have the right to know what is being taught in school. You have a right to have a seat at the table. Our children have a right to have a seat at the table too. Education is the great equalizer. We're all created equal in God's eyes. And we're going to make sure we make that happen across this country, so all students have a bright future. Madam Speaker, over 10 years ago, this body rushed to pass a government takeover of our health care system, now known as Obamacare. You know, it's interesting, Madam Speaker. When they passed it, there was a member in the Senate that offered an amendment. It said members in Congress have to be in Obamacare. My health care is Obamacare. But they wrote it in a way that the staff of leadership doesn't have to be in Obamacare. Rules for thee, but not for me. I remember talking to a leader on your side of the aisle. Boy, was he mad. He was not putting his staff in Obamacare, and he wasn't going to be in Obamacare. But he was going to control it and put it in everybody else. I wonder. I got fact-checked from the Washington Post on whether I won the lottery and whether I had a deli. They actually said it wasn't true. I was on a trip overseas. Just so happens, Nick McCarthy's was a friend of mine. He was traveling with me to San Diego that day. And he was in line with me when I bought the ticket. And I literally said to Nick, hey, Nick, if I win the lottery, I'll give you $100. You know what? I kept my word. But this fact checker at Washington Post called Nick 25 years later. Did he really win it? He called the food critic for the Bakersfield, California, that wrote an editorial about my deli. But he said it really wasn't. He wanted to know which door opened first. I can't believe how far people will go to try to have control or take somebody down. I think he called a few of my employees. I don't know who was paying them. It's interesting. One of my top-selling sandwiches still sells in some of the delis back home. They literally call it the McCarthy sandwich. But that fact checker says it's not true. I wonder if that fact checker, he's still there. Remember what he did to poor Tim Scott? Tim Scott got up, gave a tremendous speech. I may get it wrong. We're late into the morning. I believe his grandfather picked cotton. So he said he went from cotton to Congress. This fact checker said that wasn't true. Does he despise Republicans that much? Interesting. But did that fact checker ever check President Obama? If you like your doctor, you can keep it? Because I'd like him to talk to a few of my constituents. There's a family, husband and wife, that have a beautiful family. And one of their sons has little movement. He's confined to a wheelchair and needs a lot of help. They lost their doctor. They lost their health care and they had to pay more. That's what happens. I wonder if he checked Nancy Pelosi, Madam Speaker, when you said you had to pass it to know what's in it. After, I've said this before, Virginia and New Jersey came just 3 days after American in Virginia and New Jersey elected Republican governors, sending a loud and clear message to Democrats in Washington to stop what they were doing. When the Speaker was talking about the bill before it passed, that's when she famously said, "We have to pass to know what's in it." I remember that day. There were crowds out in front. I remember walking out to the balcony over here, watching the people concerned. They remind me of those parents who went to the school board meetings just a couple weeks ago. The majority in here just wanted to rush through the bill. It was thousands of pages too. I didn't have a magic minute, so I couldn't talk this long. I wish I could have. I don't know if this speech is going to make a difference. But in my heart, I know America will know more about it. I hope, Madam Speaker, your members know this isn't the last time you're voting on this bill. Because, Madam Speaker, I know when that poor Josh made that incredible deal-making, that he was not going to vote to start reconciliation until he got the biff. And he was going to have to get an agreement that it has to be conference before you vote on it. In less than 24 hours, it was true he didn't vote on it, he deemed it. And he was promised a biff vote only to feel like he was Charlie Brown with the football being pulled out from him every couple weeks. You see, this bill was supposed to be conference with the Senate. But you couldn't pass it off this floor because a group of members said they wouldn't vote for it unless it had amnesty. So you're all going to vote for that. It's interesting. Madam Speaker, I don't know. You need to correct me. But it seems to me from this side of the aisle, the members in the Democratic Party are not equal. You see, those who ask for amnesty get it. Those who ask for the IRS, and they're a larger number, said it had to be kicked out of the bill. They don't get it, and they still vote for it. Then there's those whole group that stay tough. They are not voting on this until the CBO scoring, the Congressional Budget Office, the independent, affirms what President Biden has told us, this pays for itself. Madam Speaker, did you listen to some of their quotes before the CBO came back? Well, it doesn't really have to pay for itself anymore. I don't know how you go home to your constituents. Because if you tell them one thing and you vote for another, what are they going to believe you on? And I don't know, maybe they're home. I don't know. You know, there could be members here who didn't want to change their airline ticket, Madam Speaker, and already are in Puerto Rico. Because they can vote proxy. Maybe they're down there. I don't know. I mean, you don't want to make the lobbyist wait, do you? But I wish we had a debate longer than 10 minutes on each side with a final bill. How long do you think they debated the New Deal? You think it came in the end of night? You think they gave 10 minutes to each side? You know, that was one-party rule with a much bigger majority. We have to pass it to know what's in it. Sound familiar? It should. It's almost what's happening on the floor today, only much worse. It's the Green New Deal, historic tax hikes, historic borrowing, and spending. A government takeover of our education system, open borders for illegal immigration, and incentives to make products anywhere in the world but here in America. You know what's interesting? When we passed the tax cut bill, I remember watching television. I remember people coming up and shaking my hand and said, I got a raise. The company saved money, so they gave me more money. And now that they have to pay more, I wonder if they take it back. You know what's interesting too? Since that passed, there has not been an inversion. Just so you understand what that is, an American company domiciling in another country to get the tax benefit. Why? Because they no longer got a benefit to be somewhere else. It was beneficial to be in America. A lot of people made big decisions to move back to America. I've had a few of them call me and say, if this passes, they're staying in the other country. They say I have a responsibility to the shareholders. They could be sued because it's beneficial. Bad tax. I guess Jared Golden is right when he says so much, the second biggest item in here is to millionaires. But you did not leave out those who make $75,000, $25,000. They won't get salt, but they'll still get a knock on the door of their house from the IRS. I don't know, with that many agents, they probably come to your home. And if I needed to, I must remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle what was awaiting the Democratic Party nearly a year after that vote. Americans across the country stood and sent a historic message to Washington. 63 new Republicans were elected to that next year. Madam Speaker, I study history, but I haven't counted the numbers yet. Speaker Pelosi lost 63 there. She said, though, I remember doing a press interview with the DCCC chair. They were going to win and keep the majority. Remember when we invaded Iraq and they had Iraqi spokesperson as we're landing on the runway and saying, oh, nothing's happening here. Kind of felt like that. So if she lost 63 there, I don't know how many she's going to lose after this vote. But I need to get that data. Could she be the speaker in modern history, one of the few to lose the majority twice and lose the most seats? I don't know. Maybe I got some time tomorrow. I'll look that up. You know what's interesting? I remember, I don't know, some people in the press stayed, but I remember all these press people coming to interview me before the last election. You know what they asked me every time, Madam Speaker? Can you still be leader after losing 20 seats? And I was dumbfounded. I said, did the election already happen? Well, no, Pelosi and Steny Hoyer. Everybody, the Cook report. Oh, man. You're going to lose. You know what was interesting that night? That was the first night since 1994 not one Republican incumbent lost. Not one. Since 94. Madam Speaker, you know what else happened? That number they put out there about 15 Republicans losing, they were right on the number. They're just wrong on the party. You know what was interesting too? Every single Democrat incumbent who lost to a Republican woman or a Republican minority. I remember after that, it was a sad day. And in Statuary Hall there, Steny Hoyer, he's a good man. He felt bad for everybody. So he got them all a resolution. And he took a photo of all of them. And he put it up on Twitter. Well, he was the majority leader, and I'm the minority leader. Well, I thought that's rude to all my members who lost. So I went out there and took a picture of myself. Because nobody lost. Madam Speaker, you probably know the answer to this one. You know which state was the best for the Republicans in Congress? Our state. Wasn't that great? Do you know, we didn't win the majority, but we elected more Republican women to Congress than any time in history. Isn't that amazing? In California, now there was a presidential election going on. President Trump lost California by 5 million votes. But I bet you're probably thinking he probably picked up these seats. Oh, no. The 4 seats, he lost all 4, 3 of them by 10 points. You know what's interesting? When you think about that in California, and you think about what happened in Virginia, and you think about what happened in New Jersey, where Biden won by 10 and Biden won by 16, it almost seems like there's no seat that's safe. After the vote on this bill, I imagine it's going to be much higher. You know, there's going to be some people who still get reelected on the other side. Madam Speaker, and those people went along with all the rule changes. They vote for the rule package that took away the MTR. They voted in ethics to find members on the other side. They voted to remove a freshman congresswoman from her committees based upon something she said before she ever got here. She just voted and spoke on this floor of higher standards. But what was interesting, Madam Speaker, be it a California member with a Chinese spy, another California member that uses a dossier to take a country through something very difficult, Madam Speaker, that on today the world has learned was not true. Created the Intel Committee, Madam Speaker, to be an impeachment committee. So when we were shocked that China had this hypersonics, or that Afghanistan would collapse so quickly, did anybody ask the Intel Committee chair? They probably didn't have many hearings on that, did they? But they had a lot of other hearings. Madam Speaker, I remember watching the chairman of the Intel on a Sunday show. And he was really excited because this whistleblower came forth. He was shocked by it. And I asked them, do you know this whistleblower? You could see his body language. I don't know. But then you know what we found out? Oh, he knew the whistleblower. They already met with the staff. He's already been directed where to go. But it's a little like the Attorney General today. He doesn't live by the same standards and the rule of law. Madam Speaker, a lot of these changes that have been made are hard to change. They're going to be hard to change. We will change proxies. We believe in science. You won't have to wear a mask. I don't know what happens in that rotunda, but the science shifts. I'm not sure. But once you get halfway past, I'm not sure how the doctor writes that. Maybe they have better filtration. You think that's what it is? I think they might be more susceptible. They're older. No, not disrespectful. You know, this is history. No, it's the average. We will trust you. You won't need to walk through a magnetometer. We won't fine you. We'll respect what you say. We won't tell you you can't look at us when you talk. But the one thing we will do, we will tackle inflation. We'll make America energy independent again. And we will make sure parents have a say in their kids' education. And we will secure the border. If you vote for the bill, I hope you know is wrong. If you hand your voting card over to Speaker Pelosi, if you put partisanship above people, that same fate awaits in 355 days. But that future is not set yet in stone. You have a chance to make a choice. And don't worry, you all don't have to do it. Just 5. That's all, just 5. That choice is not the Speaker's choice, because I can almost certainly promise you there's a good chance she won't be here to face the consequences before voting for this bill. Madam Speaker, I don't know. I don't know in history, has there been a speaker that in 3 months, when you're working on the most important bill, the culmination of your career, that you've been able to go to Europe 3 times in 3 months? I'm not sure if there are shirts with cities on it and a tour. But the only thing I would say, Madam Speaker, if the floor and the rules are going to change like this, people should stay for the consequences if they believe in them. That is, in her own words, the culmination of her career. That's what she said at the press conference. Now the question, Madam Speaker, for all of you, do you want it to be the culmination of yours? When your constituents call for help to secure benefits at the VA, where do you want them to be? When a crisis hits your community, such as a hurricane, a wildfire, or earthquake, where do you want to be? Or when they are hurting, when they are suffering, when they are in need of your help, where do you want them to be? I trust that answer here. That's why you ran for the position in the first place. But if you vote for this bill, I can promise that many of you will not be serving in this body after the midterms. Today is not just about saving your seat. It's about saving our country. It's about showing your constituents and the American people. The members of Congress still vote their conscience. That members of Congress still put country before party. Your vote is precious. Your vote is sacred. Your vote is yours. Not Pelosi's and not Biden's. Cast it accordingly to your conviction and your faith in what is right. So I ask you, is it right to raise taxes on small businesses whose only crime is making their product in America? Is it right to ignore the dire, desperate pleas of our border agents and pass a colossal amnesty for illegal immigrants during the middle of the largest wave of illegal immigration in human history? Is it right to cast a vote that will bring more drugs, more crime, more job losses into your communities? Is it right to destroy safety to accommodate open borders? Is it right to tax the energy our seniors need to heat their homes in the winter? Is it right to cut taxes for the wealthiest Americans simply because they live in Nancy Pelosi's district or Senator Schumer's backyard? Is it right that $200 million goes to the Speaker's district for a park? Who's going to protect it? It's in San Francisco. Today is a day to make your choice. To make a choice for your community. Your community aren't hives of hyperpartisanship. They overflow with proud Americans who work hard today so that tomorrow can be brighter. But what the radical left is trying to do today is crushing. It's callous. It's cruel. It's craven. And a sign of colossal contempt for the law-abiding Americans. This is not about compassion. It's about control. Madam Speaker, we watched that. We watched that from the moment I got to talk. First, interrupted every couple words. To when I looked to the side out of respect for my friends across the aisle, I was told, as the leader of the Republicans, not to look that way. Has it gone so far that the Democrats think they control everything? This is not Pelosi's house. This is the people's house.
Yeah. Yes.
But what the radical left is trying to do today is crushing. It's worth saying again. Callous, cruel, craven, and a sign of colossal contempt. I want to know anybody on the other side, Madam Speaker, that thinks there's compassion in this bill. I want to know where the compassion is. Where's the compassion when you remove the Hyde Amendment? How can you? Madam Speaker, you've been here longer than one term, right? No? Just your first term? You're doing a great job. That's probably why they made you take the midnight hour. It's good for you because it's 3 hour difference. People in California are still watching. You know, somewhere along the way this year, the voices of the American people vanished from this chamber. And when you think about it, you know, they didn't have the chairs like this. Now, I know we all give tours of the Capitol, but we can't do that now because control says we can't. But you know where my favorite place to go? Statuary Hall. You know, they have the little tiles for anyone who became president but was a member of Congress. I like to go back to Father Sierra from California. And right in front of that tile is where Abraham Lincoln served. He only served one term. There's a great new book I just read about his mentors. You know who some of his mentors were? His political enemies. I don't know if people would say that today. But what I like to do, I like to stand right on that tile. I take the constituent, I say, I want you to stand right here. This is where Abraham Lincoln, a young congressman, the country was not so big. They were in chairs. And he sat right there. And then I ask you, I want you to look over your shoulder. I want you to look at the clock. It's a muse there. If you look at that artwork, she's supposed to be inscribing what's being said on that floor. And I ask them, what time is it? If they look now, they would say 3:40 in the morning. And I ask them twice, 3:40. I said, you know what? You know why I asked you to do that? Because that's the exact same view, the exact same clock that Abraham Lincoln looked at. That's what this house means. It doesn't mean what has happened with one-party rule in 1 year to destroy so much. And you know, you can go up. You take a door by my office, and you go up in the pillars up above. And when you look down, that floor looks really clean. It wasn't at that time. They had spittoons. They fought. They fought. Democrats fought because they wanted to maintain slavery. Republicans said no. Divided the nation. Divided the nation. You know, I can only imagine in a war, family against family, more lives lost as Americans you can ever imagine. But Abraham Lincoln says malice towards none. It's the anniversary of the Gettysburg Address. Can you imagine being invited to be a speaker and you're the President of the United States? And you're not the main speaker? The person before him went for 2 hours. I'll give $100 to anyone who can quote what that person said. Abraham Lincoln just spoke a few words. You know, if you go to the Library of Congress, every 5 years, they'll put out this exhibit of what was in Abraham Lincoln's pockets that day when he was assassinated. He had 2 pair of glasses. Some had a little rubber band put together. He had some Confederate money because he had just been down to Richmond. But he scribbled, and he wrote a couple. You know, Abraham Lincoln, they didn't think he could become president. He didn't run again because he was going to lose. He didn't win on the first ballot to be the nominee. He gets elected November 1860. He's not sworn in to March, but he's sworn in right outside there on the east side. His own rivals he puts into his cabinet. You know why? Because he trusted Americans. He was so compassionate when a soldier wouldn't do what they wanted. We wanted to hang him many times, he said, and let him go. If you go to the Library of Congress, they have for the president, it's like his library card. They tell you what he checked out. Think about the time and place that he served. And he checked out this book. The best way to describe it, it's like Fighting Wars for Dummies. And he checked out this book because general after general was losing. It wasn't until that he hired Grant that he returned the book. At the same time war was going on, not knowing if we were win, just down the road, the Confederates. They had wealth. They had the South. He built the Intercontinental Railway. Because no matter how dire the country looked, in those words at Gettysburg, he said, "But if we fail, government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from earth." Think about the time and place. We were not the world power. But he knew where our power came from. The people. All I'm asking you tonight is to listen to them. They're trying to tell you 2 weeks ago. I don't know how clear they can be. He knew we could not fail. He knew that tomorrow would be better than today. He risked building an intercontinental railway to bring the country together. That's the first president of this party. That's the philosophy that's instilled in us. You know, we hang a portrait here. Lafayette, he's not an American. Well, we couldn't have been a country without him. Those two men. He loved George Washington so much, he only had one son, and he named him George. They came to our time of need when we weren't even a country but an idea. And what did we do to them just this year? When they had their soldiers once again in Afghanistan. When they had their own citizens, because they've been there for 20 years, side by side, just like they were when we tried to create a nation. And what'd we tell them? Sorry, the Taliban picked the day. I'm sure they have just as many of their citizens stuck there as we do. And what's interesting, their country has helped us get some Americans out. I never thought in my entire life I'd have to go to another country to help an American. That's your own State Department. If you told them of an American that wants out, they work against you to make sure they couldn't get there. That the Taliban literally told us they can leave if you get the Secretary of State to say it's okay. Inflation now is at the highest rate in years, which now impacting all Americans. Housing, food, furniture, groceries, and many other goods are more expensive and disproportionately higher burden on lower income families. The cost of home heating is projected to rise even as much as 50% in the coming months. That's reducing buying power for the household expenses is especially hard on the low-income households and seniors on fixed incomes. What do you think is going to happen when the big storm comes in? And somebody on a fixed income is going to make a determination on their prescriptions, their food, or heating. I'm scared about that. Because you know what compassion is going to be? There's some that are going to make the wrong decision and freeze to death. We haven't talked enough about how these massive increases in home heating costs are going to impact people. This winter, the poor and senior citizens will likely face a choice. You heat or eat. I don't have any of my grandparents left. I have my mother. My mother called me the other day. She was mad. She'd just gone to Costco. She fills up once a week. She could tell me exactly how much more she had to pay. She wasn't the only one. Literally, the threat of winter deaths are real when the high cost of heating homes forces them to live in homes that are too cold. Research has shown that energy insecurity is associated with poor sleep, quality, mental strain, respiratory illness. Others have found that cold stress is connected to cardiovascular risk and declines in neurological function. Our seniors in America struggle enough without having the policies of one-party rule in 1 year. Cost them so much. It's not just costing them money, it could cost their lives. In fact, it has been reported that excess winter deaths caused potentially by fuel poverty kill more from Vermont each year than car crashes. Think about that. Fuel poverty will kill more people in Vermont each year than a car crash. What do you think 50% increase will do this year? Oh, I sure hope OPEC helps us. Maybe if he sends another letter. The projected use increases for natural gas, propane, heating oil, and electricity, low-income families, and the elderly with pre-existing conditions are going to be in great danger this winter. Your bill marks this plight even worse. It is by no means an exaggeration to expect thousands of excess winter deaths as a result of President Biden's energy policies and what you have put in this bill. At least the elderly will suffer at home and not forced to suffer and die in a COVID-infected nursing home like thousands of senior citizens. Madam Speaker, I watched families who lived in New York, their loved ones get pushed in to a home affected. Madam Speaker, I watched that governor write a book, win an Emmy. I watched those families. I hope they get some of the royalties from that book. I don't think they'll get $450,000, but I think they need something. What my Republican colleagues and I want to know, what the American people have a right to know, is this. Did you fail to take these people into consideration when you wrote this bill? Or, Madam Speaker, do we just consider them collateral damage? Or are all they just part of the cost for ramming through your agenda? I'm wondering, how many hearings did we bring senior citizens in to tell us so we can listen? We have all been waiting on the CBO score, this bill. And they did. And they projected billions in dollars in deficit spending. But did you consider another CBO report that was released earlier this fall? Here's what that report says about the direction we are heading. And it kind of goes to the point that the majority leader brought up. On this day, in the future, our children's children, that would be 2051, America's debt to GDP ratio will be over 200%, twice the size of our entire economy. Madam Speaker, I got an MBA, but I'll tell you this. If we have a 200% debt to ratio, we will not be the world power. We will not have the next generation doing better than the generation before it. Every great society has collapsed when they overextended themselves. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Steny and Hoyer and I disagree. He thinks the children will love this day. I'm fearful. I'm just hope they taught it in school. I hope they could look at each other when they talk. That CBO report said a growing debt burden could increase the risk of a fiscal crisis and higher inflation, as well as undermining confidence in the U.S. dollar, making it more costly to finance public and private activity in the international markets. I'll guarantee you this, Madam Speaker, the dollar won't be the world currency then. The CBO report, it reported that with the growing debt and the rising interest rates, the net spending for interest more than triples the relative size of the economy over the last 2 decades of the projection period, accounting for most of the growth in total deficits. I guess you're going to have to hire more IRS agents. A New York Times article reported that the CBO warned that such high debt levels will lift borrowing costs, slow economic output, and raise the risk of a financial crisis. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, a fiscal watchdog group, warned after a preliminary forecast was released last month that the nation's long-term outlet was an air raid siren that can be heard for miles. It said that the mounting debt would make it harder to address income inequality and to make needed infrastructure improvements. I don't know if Buttigieg is going to solve all that. This is the second time tonight that I've quoted the New York Times. What I want to know is, does it concern you that even the New York Times is raising the alarm about your excessive spending? Madam Speaker, I don't know if you've had the opportunity, you're here a short time, but have you ever met Larry Summers? Larry Summers worked in the Clinton administration and the Obama administration. Highly respected on economic policy. He's a strong Democrat, works hard to elect Democrats. And he realized he had one party rule in this country again. He wants you to succeed. He wants the best for you. So he warned in February, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't take $2 trillion. Tell the American public it's about COVID when only 9% goes to it, because you'll get inflation. He knows his business. There was another. It's a long night for me. Starts with an R. Ratner? Steve Ratner. He just came out in a warning, did he not? You know, we have amazing people on this side of the aisle. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you ever had a chance to meet French Hill. This isn't the first job he ever had. This is the first time he served his country. He was in the Treasury Department. He was in the time that watched they had to clean up from the last time the Democrats had one-party rule. And then he went out. He made capital. He created capital for people to grow jobs. You know, I went to his district. He has a very unique district. A lot of history in that district and in that school. But you took me to those entrepreneurs. Young, they're all in this facility. They had such hope. They had great ideas. But I wonder if this bill passes, will they still take that risk? Or can they? I'm not sure. I fear that the majority, Madam Speaker, don't care. Time to wake up. Maybe the 21 who signed the letter to the Speaker, maybe they care. I guess we'll find out when we vote. Maybe 5 of them will have the moral courage to say no to this bill. Look, they said it in a letter. I respect them. I take them at their word. And you know what? I've talked a lot about this bill. I want to save this for later. Madam Speaker, I got a new binder. There's a couple pages. I want to save that one for the last. That's the closing. Pretty good. But Madam Speaker, I've just spent almost the full minute covering this bill's partisan, extreme, self-focused, and ultimately destructive policies. Every one of those policies is a reason to defeat this bill on the merits. Another reason is that Democrats kept bipartisan, common sense amendments out of the final text. You know what's interesting? How many of you grew up, and I'm much older than you, Madam Speaker, and I don't know if they had it, but Schoolhouse Rock. Didn't you love that conjunction, junction, what's your function? Hooking up phrases and cars and assumptions. Or the preamble, we the people in order to form a more perfect union. But my favorite was, I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. I sit here and wait. You know, that bill taught you a lot about Congress. In less than 1 year, with one-party rule, they changed all the rules. I don't know if we can show it anymore. But that bill says you got to have compromise. You got to be in committees. And I'm afraid that this House has been closed for so long that the public hasn't been able to be a part of it. Luckily, I talk fast and I can get this all in a minute. But I can show you and tell the American public, take them on the inside. What was offered? What was the offer, but what was rejected? Because maybe they'd end up liking the bill. And what would be good, Madam Speaker, when we do that town hall meeting, we could bring some of these too. Because everything I'm going to talk about is an amendment that was brought up in committee and House Democrats rejected, every one of them, because of the enthrallment of power. I'm not sure anyone was told not to look at each other. That may just be a rule for the floor. This is just another way Democrats aren't listening to the American people. But Republicans have listened. We are listening. And throughout this process, we offered a different path. We wanted to participate. Every amendment I will read offered by Republicans was rejected. This is a record of what's not in the bill. As I read this record, I want my colleagues on the other side to answer a simple question. when you're on the beach in Puerto Rico, when you said the House would consider the best ideas, no matter where they came from, did you really mean it? So let's start with Kevin Hearn's committee, the Ways and Means. What a powerful committee. I wanted to be on that committee. They never let me. You know, Article 1, Section 7 of the Constitution says all tax reform starts in the House. You know what our rules say? All taxes start in Ways and Means. So it doesn't matter the power of the Senate. Start right here. Now, this is an amendment offered by Congresswoman Jackie Jaworski. She's from Indiana, too. Boy, she works hard. You know, when she first got here, she made sure women in the military were not abused. She fought. But you know what she did? She worked across the aisle. She got something done. You see, when you work together, you can achieve so much. And I don't know. She's so optimistic. She probably thought this would pass. But let me read to you what she said. You know, she works in Indiana. In Indiana, too, they build a lot of RVs. And she talks to her businesses. I've been there many times with her. She's got Notre Dame in there, too. Touchdown Jesus. And when she talks to the families, what they tell her, they want flexibility. You know, in today's world, someone needs some money, they drive an Uber, buy the refrigerator. My kids need to do somewhere. Can I have flexibility? But the hard part, Madam Speaker, for your side of the aisle, that means you'd have to release control. So this is what it says. Defending workers' paycheck and family choice. Now, this would improve the existing 45S tax credit to better support employers in meeting the cost to provide paid leave benefits to employees. Sounds pretty good, right? This would allow employers and employees, you see, that's working together, employers and employees, to negotiate. It's not government telling you. It says, you guys work together, you work it out. What type of leave makes the best sense for them and their families? Boy, that's nice. Rather than impose a one-size-fits-all federal mandate that would reduce flexibility and hurt workers' ability to grow in their careers and provide for the families. That's reasonable. I actually think that could have been in Schoolhouse Rock, because it would illustrate how government wouldn't build these big bureaucracies, but would unshackle business, employers, and employees. It would empower the employee. You know, my daughter has practice here and there, so I'll work this hour instead of there because it's better for me. And you know what happens? When you have happy employees, the productivity goes up. And I will promise you this. I'm a former employer. Like Kevin Hearn, employed hundreds. You want to help your employee. But federal government is telling you no now. So she offered it as an amendment. You know what happened? It was rejected by the Democrats. This could have been in the bill. The American public has to understand, this could have been in the bill. All they had to do was vote for it. But that would have relinquished control. Okay, now this amendment's offered by Mike Kelly. I love to hear Mike Kelly talk. He's not from Indiana, but he went to Notre Dame. He's from Pennsylvania. Oh, he and Vicky. Beautiful family. Work hard, employ a lot of people. When he talks, what's it take to put you in this car today? He can get you. Okay, so his amendment, because he wanted to work with the other side of the aisle. Making government work more efficiently and effectively. Whoa. I bet you that statement is almost in every mailer of everybody who runs for Congress. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. So this is starting out pretty good. That would have changed the effective date to 6 months after the Treasury could certify they have expertise to stand up a new entitlement program. Now, I actually believe he's helping you. You know why? Because he's remembering what happened in Obamacare. Remember? Remember the website? Oh my God. Never been so embarrassed. I mean, when I read this, I think, whoa, why didn't the Democrats think of that? And here's Mike Kelly helping you out. But it's not over. Let's finish it. If the government plans to spend an enormous amount of money, the least one-party rule in Washington to do is make sure it has the capabilities to effectively spend the money. Boy, that's harsh. Harsh. You want to know what happened? The Democrats rejected it. So don't blame us if you make another website. All right, here's an amendment offered by our budget ranking member, Jason Smith. Is Jason still here? You know what? Somebody call Jason on his phone and wake him up. Not very often I talk about him. In a positive sense, too. He's a really nice guy, Madam Speaker. You need to meet him. Okay. He's from Missouri, works hard. Helping hardworking families. Well, who's opposed to that? That would means test. Means test. That's good, right? So you make sure, I mean, you would be embarrassed if you spent so much money in here and it just went to the millionaires. Because what would happen is, in the election, people would say, wait a minute, you said that wasn't going to happen. So here's Jason helping you out. It would means test the new paid leave benefit, limiting it to families with incomes under $100,000. I think that's pretty good, wouldn't you? I mean, I know, Madam Speaker, you raised the limit now to $800,000 for those people to be able to have taxpayers benefit them for buying a Tesla. So I don't know, you may be upset with this. It's just limiting it at $100,000. And guarantee a minimum benefit for lower income families. So what you're doing is you're guaranteeing the benefit for the lower families. Isn't that what we want to do? We want to help the need it, right? And if somebody doesn't need it, why should they get it? Under the bill is marked, as it was marked up, the Democrat program would benefit substantial benefits to families. Get this. Did you know this? Oh my God. The bill you're going to vote for? Listen to this. It's going to benefit families with incomes up to $500,000. Oh my God. So you're hiring the 87,000 IRS agents to go after that poor husband and wife working so hard, making $75,000 to give the benefit to them. Man, Jason was really trying to help you. But it wouldn't guarantee any minimum benefit to families on the low end. You're not even guaranteeing to those who need it. Man. It's anticipation, huh? You're wondering what happened. It was rejected. It was rejected. You know what's interesting? These would be good things to show to constituents for those people who thought this wasn't good. Because that would help them with those making $500,000 to vote for them. It really would. It really would. Okay, here we go. There's another amendment in Ways and Means by a member that would limit benefits to one caregiver per household for the same caregiving days. Huh. Okay, let's think about that. That's kind of accountability, right? Should the federal government pay more than one caregiver on the say caregiving days. That would seem like that would be fraud, would it not? You would think. It was rejected. You know, these members never talked to me ahead of time, but they were really helping you out. I'm surprised you didn't take some of these. Lloyd Smucker, Pennsylvania 11. You know, I was just in his district the other day. We were in a barn that the Amish built. Every walk of life in there. I wish you would have gone with me. I think if you gone with me, you probably wouldn't vote for the bill. These are hard-working people. Now, he wants to strengthen our workforce. You know, he had nothing. He had no money, going to school, borrows $1,000, and creates a construction company that's putting up plyboard. Builds it into something more. So he knows about the workforce. Now, that would require individuals to be employed in the last 30 days and have an earnings history in at least 4 of the last 5 quarters in order to qualify for paid leave benefits. Now, that's really giving accountability to the taxpayer, would it not? I mean, we want to help these people. Is it too much to ask? Have you been employed in the last 30 days? I guess for the Democrats it doesn't. Oh, here's Brad Winstrup. Madam Speaker, you do need to meet Brad Winstrup. I'm going to tell you a quick story. He's out of Ohio, too. He joined the military late. He served overseas. He's a doctor. This is a servant's heart. He's an athlete. He plays baseball. And any time you see Steve Scalise, it's because of Brad Winstrup. The moment he ran onto that field, once that shooter was stopped, he saved his life. Why? Because he served in theater. He knew what that looked like. And I'll tell you, that night, I went to the hospital. I waited for Jennifer Scalise to come up. Kevin Brady and I wrote with the doctor the press release. And I'll tell you this, it's a miracle that Steve's alive. On my way home, Brad called me. Many of you called me, I gave you a whole different impression. So, it's going to be fine, it's going to be fine. Brad was the one you couldn't say that to. He saw him. He knows how much blood he lost. He knows where the shrapnel was. Steve Scalise has kind of some of the greatest strength. But I watched Jennifer Scalise. And I don't know if I shared this with you before, but Steve and I have been friends long before we ever came to Congress. We were in Young Republicans together. I was actually at his swearing in for the state senate in Louisiana. Yeah. Brad Winstrup, amazing man. He's here for all the right reasons. He's got little Brad, cutest little guy. Little Brad likes to wear a uniform like his dad. He'll bring him on the floor sometimes. Come say hi. Now his is stopping taxpayer theft. Now who could be opposed to that? That would stop the greatest theft of taxpayer dollars in our lifetime. Now I believe, I'm no pollster, but I don't believe any party, I believe they'd all support this. If you're going to take a hardworking taxpayer money, they don't want it stolen. As written, the Democrats' socialist spending bill, who would have thought this, includes a lot of loopholes. I wonder if they're going to talk about those in Puerto Rico. I don't know. Madam Speaker, that'd be interesting. Madam Speaker, I wonder, now I don't have any facts here, but if it's a fundraiser in Puerto Rico, and there's lobbyists down there, would they celebrate if they got a loophole? That was never in Schoolhouse Rock. Includes a lot of loopholes that could be easily exploited. Well, we don't want that. Republicans identified these vulnerabilities and tried to introduce an amendment that would have strengthened the eligibility requirements, be requiring a simple proof of identification and certifications. Whoa! How rough is Brad? A simple proof of identification to get taxpayer money? Jeez. You can't eat in New York without showing your COVID ID. I can't fly here each week without showing my ID. The gall of Brad. The gall of Brad. Remember, Madam Speaker, I talked about all that fraud in California. I think this would have helped. Now, I don't know if you guessed. You all voted it down. All right, now to my friend across from me, Kevin Hearn, from Oklahoma 1. Now, I don't know if you ever met Kevin. Kevin's one of those guys that's an entrepreneur that takes a risk. He's this guy right here. You know what we should do? We should do like a block party, and we should meet each other. Wouldn't that be better? I appreciate the times I got to eat dinner with you. I really do. You taught me how to do a town hall meeting. Master, no, I'm serious. And when we went through Israel together, and you brought your sister, I thought that was fabulous. Oh yeah, I remember. I think that's what America wants us to do. I really do. I'll tell you what. Madam Speaker, you and I could do this because we're from California. Let's have like potluck dinners. Because we could get to know each other's districts. I got a conference room in there. We don't have to do everybody at once because we want to spend time. Now, the only thing that's going to cost us more, you know, inflation. But you know what the good news is? You don't have to drive to it. I'm saving you on gas. All right. Kevin Hearn, that American dream of owning a McDonald's. He had to go through the pandemic. He knew what it was like. He knows what it is to try to hire somebody. Now, his amendment that would protect Americans' existing paid family and medical leave plans and prevent unfairly forcing the middle class to subsidize corporations' paid leave plans. You know, here's a guy that worked, and think about his workforce. They're young. He's mentoring them. You know, one of our last speakers worked in a McDonald's, Paul Ryan. He's seen what it's to do, so he's trying to look out for the little guy and gal. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. It was rejected. Now here we go with Kevin Brady. I can't believe he left us. Man. All right. This is a bipartisan retirement options and Main Street protection. This is important for people. That would restore the bipartisan agreement in H.R. 2954 in the 117th Congress. Well, that wasn't very long ago, and we both agreed upon it. Let's find out what it does. As reported by the Committee on Ways and Means by a voice vote, and protected small businesses from a new federal retirement mandate. I wonder what changed. One party, one rule, 1 year. All right, here's an amendment offered by Vern Buchanan. That's who you really want to meet. It's small business protection. This guy started with nothing. He made a copy company, expanded that. Now that would exempt from the federal retirement mandate excise tax small businesses with fewer than 50 or fewer employees. Well, that's pretty good, right? Because these are the people just trying to start out. They should not be held to the same standard as some big corporation because it's going to put them out of business. I bet a Democrat probably co-sponsored this. Let's see. Whoa, it gets better. Minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and veterans-owned businesses. Now, as written, the Democrat bill would apply to any firm with 6 or more employees. Whoa. Whoa. Remember what happened with Obamacare? You put that 50 and you crushed so many businesses. Now you're going after businesses with just 6 employees. French, I'm sorry, I don't think the incubator is going to make it. These smallest employers lack the financial and logistic ability to provide retirement benefits. And paying the penalty will often be cheaper. Man, I wonder where you got that idea. Because remember in Obamacare, you said if they didn't get it, you just penalize them, and it was cheaper, and everybody just took the penalty. Madam Speaker, you really got to get some new people working on these bills. They're regenerating bad old ideas. The Republicans' amendment would have instead provided for the retirement support package included, get this, in the bipartisan Secure 2.0 legislation. That dang Vern, he went back to something we both agreed upon and offered it to you, but now you're one-party rule, so you said no. That's interesting. You support it one day, but the next day, nah. Don't even let us look at them. Whoa, listen to this one. Protecting workers from financial predators. That they would strike the requirement that employers must offer employees the option to take half of their retirement account as annuities. This requirement creates a large burden on employers to set up these financial contracts, which at a low dollar values will end up being a bad deal for retirees who rely on this for their retirement income. Why can't we let the employee have more choice? We want to determine that everybody makes the same amount? The Democrats rejected that. An amendment offered by Ranking Member of Ways and Means Kevin Brady. No new mandates from Washington. Woo! That would be great. Now this would read, that Kevin, you know what he's doing? He's offering a bipartisan auto enrollment that passed the House, where Republicans and Democrats both voted for it. But you know what changed? One-party rule. They voted it down. And here's old Jackie. She's so optimistic. She didn't quit. Defending worker paycheck and family choice. She keeps fighting for the families, doesn't she? That would strike the Democrats' government takeover of child care, which would increase costs for families and instead insert an alternative which would improve the child care tax credit and provides flexibility for families to arrange for the type of child care that is best suited for their family. Now, why would Jackie think about that? Madam Speaker, if your party does not believe parents have a say in their education, you definitely don't believe the parents have a say in their child care. It's got to be one size fits all. So you rejected it. Protecting taxpayers from wasteful duplication. This is a positive thing. You know how much duplication there is in government? People hate that. That would keep states from receiving more unnecessary government spending. The amendment would have required states to spend down their ARP child care dollars before receiving new funds under this bill. Well, that's pretty smart. Make them spend their money before you got to give them more. Here's Mike Kelly back at it. You know, Mike went to Notre Dame. Not all of us could play for Bear at Alabama. You know, if you want to find Mike in the morning, even if he's up late, he'll be down at Mass. He never misses. I respect that man. His amendment is Religious Freedom Amendment. See, it's personal to him. It's personal to a lot of his friends. That would prevent discrimination against faith-based child care providers. Look, I remember when my kids were young, when we played sporting events and others, we went to the church. Why? Because we knew everybody. They knew us. We knew what was being taught. Isn't that interesting? I'd hate for government to get in the way of raising your children with faith. Wouldn't that go against the founding of our country? I'm not a history major, but weren't there a lot of people that helped found the country because of religious freedom? Surely we can't change that now. The Democrat bill includes a constitutionally questionable prohibition on religious affiliated child care providers from receiving funds under the bill. Whoa! Did you know that, Madam Speaker? So what's going to happen here to those churches? They don't do it for profit. They do it because their congregation needs it. You know how many people I know that are single parents that take a second job so their children can go to a faith-based school for childcare? You know how many work in the church so they could get a discount? I guess it's rules for thee, but not for me. Government's going to pick. You know, I told this story early on about some senators that went on a codel to China. And this general came and lectured them. Hadn't happened before. And he looked at these U.S. senators in the eyes and he said, America is weak because you believe in God and you take fentanyl. I don't know if China reads this bill, they might not think we believe in God anymore. This could carve out the most popular and trusted options for working parents. The amendment would have struck the prohibition. You know what that would do? It would allow the parent to decide. Now, I don't know if this came up in the Virginia governor's race too, but it smacks of the exact same philosophy and principle. You can have the children, but government's going to raise them, and you have no say. I'm not sure. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, Madam Speaker, but when I heard the chairman of Ways and Means was really excited and said, we were going to grow the bureaucracy, I'm not sure if he was referring to this, but it meets that criteria. Here's an amendment by Drew Ferguson from Georgia. He's supporting women and minority-owned businesses over bureaucrats. Well, he's picking the right side. That would provide $1 billion to HHS to support 5 new child care grant programs. Well, that's pretty good, right? You provide that grant so they could start these child cares. That creates the economy, too. I don't know. Maybe if a Democrat offered that, it would have been accepted. But it got rejected. All right, I got a read run from Jody Arrington. He works too hard, and he'd be upset if I didn't. TAA for energy workers. You see, Jody's from Texas. I don't know if you met him yet, Madam Speaker. Nice guy. He'll talk a lot, but nice guy. Spend some time with him, though. But he is passionate. He's passionate. You know, he served in the administration before. He's got young kids, a beautiful wife. He's out not far from August. This is the energy producing of Texas. So he sees the families that are getting hurt. Now, this would provide assistance to communities and blue-collar workers harmed by President Biden's cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline. Well, I would think the president would even lean in this because he promised those union workers. They endorsed him. They walked for him. He said he was going to take care of them. This one probably went big. On day one of his administration, President Biden canceled the Keystone pipeline, resulting in thousands of blue-collar workers losing their jobs. That's okay. The government will still see them. They'll audit them. The amendment would have allowed those workers who lost their jobs to this political decision to TAA benefits. Don't you think that's fair? Because they didn't lose their jobs because they didn't work hard. They lost their job because one man became president on January 20th. And by one stroke of the pen, it wasn't anything voted in here. You didn't need to defend that. Madam Speaker, I see friends over there from Texas. They know what is happening in the oil fields. They know people need help, and I know that. I've seen you work hard for them. Now, here's an amendment offered by Carol Miller. She's a fabulous lady. Great-grandma. You know she raised buffalo? She's tough. Small businesser. And you know what's interesting in West Virginia? She'd probably be a good person to talk to on a political basis. Because West Virginia used to be all Democrats. And she ran and she won. There's only a couple of them. Now they're heavily in the majority. And if you asked her what happened, there's Democratic policies. People changed. It's kind of like what happened 2 weeks ago. This is combating maternal mortality. That would take the funding from the ineffective health professional opportunity grants, that program, and put it towards funding for mothers in poverty. Man, so you take a program that's failing and let's use that money for women in poverty. And even more, domestic violence. Prevention as part of the maternal, infant, early childhood home visiting program. Who could be opposed to that? The majority. All right, I see Adrian Smith here, Madam Speaker. Have you met him yet? We came in together. Adrian, great guy. I was at his wedding. I was going to sing, but I can't sing. But I did a reading. And I don't know if you want to see some of the cutest kids. He's got this beautiful son. He just adopted this beautiful daughter. We were actually roommates for a while. But he got married and kicked me out. When we ran for office, he got the president and Air Force One to come campaign for him. I didn't get anything. I don't think they liked him. He got on Ways and Means. I didn't. It was tough. It was tough. His mom and dad, great people, great people. His brother, State Farm agent. Great kids. Kids went to Liberty. Got married. Some lived here. It's good to meet people we work with. It's good friends you make. Lifetime, lifetime. You know, he's Scotts Bluff. I don't know if you've ever been to Scotts Bluff. It's in Nebraska. You know, if he gives you his business card, Nebraska only has 3 congressional seats. You know, there's Omaha, there's Lincoln, Then there's all Adrian. He's got a big district. Big district. He wins by big margins. They like him there. And let me tell you what he did. Lower costs for seniors with chronic conditions. That would require patients' exposure to supplemental benefit costs to be no more than that of the average Medicare Advantage plan for enrollees with chronic conditions. Well, that's reasonable. They voted it down. Madam Speaker, I'll give you one other idea if you walk up to Adrian. Don't tell him I told you to say this. Just talk about horses. He likes to talk about horses. All right, what else we got here? My eyesight's going. Don't worry, I don't have that much. I just have to get to a certain time. No, there's a record. There's a record. I'm competitive. I'm competitive. You know the hardest part of this? Well, I can't tell you probably. I can't tell you. Now, this is by Ron Estes. Now, Ron's another guy that I met before we ever came to Congress. You know, he was in the Young Republicans from Kansas. And his wife, Susan, oh my God, fabulous, fabulous. He comes from Wichita. I'm going to be there next week. So I don't know if you're listening, but come on down and see me. But so Ron writes, you know, Ron, before he got here, he was statewide elected. He really focused, he's a treasurer. This guy knows how to do stuff. Keep our promise to seniors. Now, who could be opposed to that? That would prevent cuts to benefits for seniors should the Medicare Trust Fund run out. Whoa! Are you telling me the Democrats voted to cut the benefit to seniors if the Medicare Trust Fund runs out? Woo! I don't think they knew what they were voting on. Look, I don't know what's going to happen, but I bet you that's going to be a mailer. An amendment by David Swikert. This guy is smart. Smart. Always thinking. Oh my gosh. Madam Speaker, I don't mean to keep bothering you, but this one's good. David Swikert is one of those individuals that God touched. He was adopted. He has the most beautiful daughter, Olivia. And you know who her favorite congressman is? Me. I'm not teasing. I'm not teasing. You come to my office, you see the picture. If you see her on the floor, she'll run up to me. I've never seen a child like this laugh. Have you spent any time with Olivia? My God. Sweetest, sweetest thing. And you know, when she comes here, she comes to my office. She sits on that couch. Now, I'm going to be in Arizona, too, in another week. And I hope I get to see Olivia. But David Swikert, this is an idea guy. He was just in my office tonight. And I walk in, he goes, I got another idea for you. But it's fabulous. I mean, he's always idea. That's what this body should be about. Now, this one, he says, true priorities. It would invest in cures development and research at the National Institute of Health. Whoa, that sounds pretty good, right? Think about the pandemic. Think about what we've been going through. Now, what is it going to invest in? Diabetes, minority health, and health disparities, maternal mortality, and postpartum care. This is David Swikert. Does not see self-serving there. You know what else? Cancer and Alzheimer's and other diseases affecting the brain. Do you know if we cured cancer and Alzheimer's, we'd do a lot for people's lives. We'd also do a lot for the budget. You know, David Swikert and I, he's in Arizona and I'm in California. You have a little of this too in your district, and if you want to join us, you can. We have a Valley Fever Caucus. Now, Valley Fever is an orphan, okay? And the hard part is people don't know when they get it. They think they just have the flu. But it comes from the spores of the earth and the dirt, right? And 2/3 of all of it is David and I district. And we got together thinking, and we created a symposium. And do you know the director of NIH, the director of CDC came to the district, and we had a town hall meeting. And here's some of the brightest minds. I said, whoa, we didn't know this was this big. And afterwards, they invested $7 million to see how best to treat it. Because in an orphan drug, they really don't want to work with it. And David and I have worked really hard on this. And it's not just people who get it, animals get it. And so there is a vaccine that's being tested for dogs right now. But it can kill you. And what happens is you could be driving through our district, a spore could come through the air conditioner, it could go inside, you'd never know, you go back to New York, and the doctor would never know to see it because they don't know. So we've got to bring awareness to it. And David works hard on that. He really, really does. Okay, Tom Reed. I remember Tom. You guys ever met Tom? He's going to retire after the end of this term, but he came in from New York. Came in the majority. Serves on Ways and Means. Really good man. Has a son and a daughter. His son has some health issues. His son, when he was young, would come down to the gym and we'd play ping pong. His wife, she's fabulous, fabulous. Now, Tom has no tax shelters for Ivy League elites. That's right up your alley, right? That's right up your alley. Let's make sure this bill is not going to help Ivy League's elite. Now, I know you made a mistake and you're helping those $500,000 people and those $800,000. But this time you got a chance to correct it. Now, this would strike out the carve-out for the college endowment anti-abuse tax. The change proposed in the Democrat bill would carve the highest cost schools that inflate tuition and aid amounts back out of the endowment tax. That's dirty. That's not right. Which was enacted by the Republican-led Tax Cut and Jobs Act to ensure that endowments were being used to fund their charitable purposes of education students, not simply as tax shelters for donors, pet projects, and vanity buildings. Now, how many of us, these Ivy Leagues, you know how much money they got in their endowment? We're talking billions. Look, the first moment I found out that I was going to have a son, I don't have wealth, but I believe what Einstein told me. There's only one miracle in this world, the compounding of interest. I don't think I was making more than $35,000 a year. I started taking $50 every time, and I bought this mutual fund. And by the time Connor could make it to college, I wanted him to go to any college he could get into. Smart kid, good kid, proud of him, proud of him. He and Megan, God blessed us tremendously. I tried to talk him out of going to Georgetown. Why do you want to go there? Why don't you go to a California school? I got enough money saved up. We were able to scrounge and put together, and we're fortunate. His grandmother gave him some money one time. We had about $150,000. You know, and this was important to us because we had to pay our own way through college. I wanted something better for my son and daughter. So we went, we toured all these campuses. But I remember when he walked back on Georgetown, I said, this is where he meant to be. This is where he meant to be. So I said, okay. And you know what? It's a great decision. I believe you end up at the college you're supposed to be. It's tough. It's tough on parents. It's tough on students. You get rejected or something else. That wasn't enough money. I'm still paying on a $90,000 loan. He got smart kid. He got scholarships. He got help. Every year it went up higher. Every year. Every year. Every year. So if these Ivy Leagues are telling their donors they're going to help the kids who can't afford it, we're going to be the great equalizer, we're going to allow people who've never been to the Ivy League not to be stopped by their brain, but their dollar. But now we find out they're not using it for that. They use it for tax shelters, for pet projects, for vanity buildings. Madam Speaker, I don't know, but is there somebody lobbying for these people? Because that would be wrong. That would be wrong. Madam Speaker, I'm going to chalk this up that you guys didn't even know this was in here. I can't believe you would vote against that. Now, if you want, now that I've explained it, it only takes 5 to say, whoa, 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 whoa. We can still go to Puerto Rico. Let's just add this in. It's okay. Don't worry. Tom is retiring. He's not going to use it for campaigns. He's just using it because it's good policy. Just good policy. I'm giving Ways and Means a lot of attention. I need to, let's see. All right, this is a good one. I'm going to give Adrian another one. Cancer cures instead of SALT tax shelters for millionaires. Whoa! I bet you this is what Jared was talking about. You see, Jared doesn't even serve on Ways and Means. Did you tell him about this? Now, this would make permanent the SALT deduction cap for millionaires. Because I remember I listened closely. That this bill was going to help those under 400,000. Now, don't take my words. Madam Speaker, surely you know Jared Golden. He's in your conference, yeah. Have you talked to him today? He's been reading the bill. Need a little more water. He's pretty concerned by it. He literally was shocked. He makes a quote, and I might not get it right, so don't hold me to it. But he said, if you would have told me a year ago that the second most amount of money in this thing was going to go to millionaires, I would have said you guys are Republicans. No. Your one-party rule in 1 year. I can't believe it. They rejected it. We bring it up next year, Adrian. All right, hold on. I got to thank staff for putting this all together. Not bad. Oh, here's a good one. John Curtis. What a nice man. Madam Speaker, if you meet John Curtis, he's a former mayor, transformed his city, he'll bring you a pair of socks. He is literally one of the nicest men you'd ever meet. He's from Utah. He works across the aisle. He cares about so much stuff. He's on energy and commerce. Great committee. Important committee. Now, this amendment that would prevent millionaires, there's that word again, millionaires. I think they're sneaking into your bill. Prevent millionaires from receiving taxpayer dollars to replace their plumbing. Holy moly! Now, I don't know if you met Mark Wayne back here, but this guy's a plumber. Pretty good one. He took a risk. Madam Speaker, if you ask Mark Wayne, I got to highlight him for a second. He's an amazing guy. If you want, I don't know if they open the gym back up, but we do a bipartisan workout. You know, he's a former cage fighter. He'd teach me boxing at night. I want to brag on myself. Is it okay if I brag on myself? So we were boxing. The rule was he can't hit me in the face, and I could try to hit him anywhere. The boxing match had to stop. You know why? His nose was bleeding. Not bad, right? He scratched it on my glove. But think about this. On a very serious note, I'll give $100 to anybody in Congress that can tell me they knew millionaires are going to get money for their plumbing. That's outrageous. Well, they need plumbing too, I guess. I didn't finish about Mark Wayne. You know, I met Mark Wayne when he first came in. And on his very first day, he missed his first vote. I had to call him back to come in. And Christy, his wife, oh, she's a saint. She's a saint. You know, now this has been written about in a lot of magazines. What magazine, Mark Wayne? Women's Health? What was it? The story of your daughters. Oh, well, I know it better than he does. So I met him. He has these two wonderful boys when he first came here, and a daughter. And oh my gosh, if you see the two twins, you see these two twins were related to him, but they weren't his. And they're being raised by separate grandparents. And here's Mark Wayne coming to D.C. Christy's back there working on everything. And she kept asking Mark Wayne, let's adopt these two. Mark Wayne thought, oh, that's hard. You know what Christy did? She came to him one day and she didn't ask that. She just said, Mark Wayne, I want you to pray about it. Mark Wayne looks at me. I'm still the before guy, he's the after. We were working out late one night. If you wonder how that mirror in the gym got broke, we dropped a weight one night. But, so what am I going to say? Dear God, make me selfish. Those two little girls, sometimes you'll see here, they jump into your heart, just there. But that wasn't the only thing. You see, Mark Wayne's a good wrestler too. His boys, Jim, oh my gosh. And I got to spend a lot of time with Jim and Mark Wayne because Jim had an accident in a wrestling that could have killed him. Took the oxygen off from his brain. And you know what? He was one weekend, and I think he was in Kansas. I just happened to call him that morning to check on it. And I said, Mark Wayne, it just so happens the best brain rehabilitation center happens to be in Bakersfield, California. It was almost like it was just on my heart. He got in that camper, and he drove all the way to California. And you can see this. I'm not telling personal stories. They put this out, and it's been in magazines, but I'm just so proud of Jim. When Jim first got there, this is an elite athlete. This kid was only a freshman or sophomore, but colleges were looking at him. And he couldn't touch his toes. He couldn't remember anything he read. You'd never know it today. And I remember the first time he was reading a Bible verse and he could remember it. Well, Jim had some other friends who wrestled too. And this guy, he's a year older. You're younger than Jim? We don't know why things happened, but his father got sick. His father died. Here's Mark, Wayne, and Christy with a good number of kids. Didn't bat an eye and brought them right back into the family. These are the people we work with. These are the people sometimes, Madam Speaker, that the press tries to demonize without ever telling the true story behind something, or the passion of why. If he gets a phone call from a woman with young kids stuck in Afghanistan, that he'd risk his own life. But his own country attacked him for it. He has a giving heart. He really does. He really, really does. Am I there? I want to be way over. All right, who didn't I? It's got to be somebody. Who's been sitting the whole time that didn't get one read? All right, let's do Greg Pence. He's not here, is he? He needs his sleep. Greg's a very good guy. His wife's hilarious. His kids are great. He's on Energy and Commerce. Now, he offered an amendment that would ensure policies in this bill will not lead to job losses or transition to lower paying jobs. Who could be opposed to that? The majority. Gary Palmer. Nobody works harder. He's the head of our policy. I don't know if you know the background of Gary. He played for Alabama football, for Bear Bryant. Pretty impressive, huh? He ran think tanks for years. So it's ideal to be a member of Congress. His whole life is trying to find solutions. Now his that he offered would require funds to be used on domestically produced critical minerals. Whoa! This guy is thinking in the future, is he not? Whereas this bill is going to empower China, he's now thinking about the children's children. So we could have the critical minerals. Madam Speaker, I would actually like to work with any Democrat that wants to work on the critical minerals. I think it's very important. Really important. Debbie Lesko. Man, Debbie. If you spend some time with Debbie, take her to dinner. I'm not going to share it here. But just have her tell you the story of growing up. There's no stronger woman than Debbie Lesko. Now, her amendment that would prohibit funds from going to entities tied to the Chinese Communist Party. Come on! Seriously! I'm serious. This is an amendment that was rejected. I should have started with this one from the very beginning. That's got to get 5 votes to say no. It's got to. Seriously, if you vote for this bill, there's nothing that prohibits it for the Chinese Communist Party. And let me tell you this. When you spend $5 trillion, that party's going to be celebrating. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I want to apologize to the staff. You do a great job. I owe you another dinner. We might make her pay if I win the bet. We'll be all right. We can go any other time. You're working late. You didn't count on this. Personally, I didn't think I can go this long. Madam Speaker? Oh, she couldn't tell me, could she? She couldn't tell me how long. My 1 minute is almost up. And how long was the other one? How long have I been? Oh, I got to go 5:10? I'm over?
You hit it at 447.
Okay. Now, Madam Speaker and parliamentarian,
We got one record this time.
is there any way you can verify? I guess you can't say that because that'd be past a minute, right? All right, how far over? 8 minutes and 25. I can still tell some family stories. Okay. We don't want someone to break our record, do we? No. I'm sorry. I'm not being rude. But you're trying to trick me. I can't yield. I watched Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I just need the Boy Scouts up there. It's important. No, I'm not competitive. Well, I'm a competitive guy. I'm a competitive guy. Madam Speaker, this 1 minute feels almost like 8 hours now. I want to thank my colleagues for standing with me, for standing with their constituents, as we do everything in our power to stop this bill. I hope the American public learned a little more. I hope my colleagues did too. While it has been a long night for many of us who have been on this floor, my Democratic colleagues chose to handle this debate differently. There's been good moments and bad. I just never thought power would go so far to tell another member where they can look. Maybe he was having a bad night. I want to thank my colleagues on the other side for being here. I've enjoyed your company. I probably owe you dinner too. Will you get in trouble if you have dinner with me? We don't have to tell people. You could pick the restaurant. Democrats were so unnerved with the truth behind this bill, they booed, they yelled, they heckled, they even mocked me. Quite honestly, it was shameful behavior. It was shameful. I'm not sure, but if it was on the other side, they probably would have lost their committees. Not long after that, Speaker Pelosi heard enough of how this bill will hurt hardworking Americans. She came to this floor and directed her members to leave. Why are we afraid of debate? Why are we afraid to learn? I imagine there are members, they're not on all the same committees. They didn't know they're funding the Communist Party. They didn't know they're paying for millionaires' plumbing. They may change their vote. Maybe that's why the CBO says it costs so much. Man, could you only imagine some senior paying a lot for their heating but choosing not to, and some millionaire getting their plumbing paid for? It just doesn't seem fair to me. Just doesn't seem fair. She decided it wasn't worth their time to hear how their fellow Americans will be affected by this bill. But that's exactly what the Democrats don't understand. It's not about them. It's about you, the American people. This is the longest 1 minute I've ever given. It's the longest 1 minute ever given in this body. There's a reason why. This is a tipping point. This is a point of not coming back from. The American people have spoken, but unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the Democrats have not listened. I tried to stick to the facts. I did not yell back when someone told me I couldn't look at them or they heckled me. I simply asked the Speaker that the House was not in order. I don't know if he set a record this night, but I imagine it came close to trying to get the House in order. There's been times in people's lives where they act emotionally when they don't want to hear the truth coming at them. I don't know if that's the reason why people acted the way they did. It could be. I don't believe ill will on them. I won't bring a censure. I'm not sure if they'll be back here next time. This evening showed that no matter the time, the day, or the circumstances, House Republicans will always fight for you, fight for your family, and fight for our country. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 5376 is postponed. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bills.
Senate 796, an act to codify maternity care coordination programs at the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 8 a.m. today.